That's right. Come on. Roll up, it's time for the show. Forget everything that you know.
I can beat that.
You ain't seen nothing like this.
No chance.
It's impossible to resist. Just sit back and enjoy the view. Out with the old and with the new. Look forward, there's no looking back. Gotta be on the right track.
Thank you.
No waiting list. You ain't seen nothing like this. You ain't seen nothing like this. You ain't seen nothing like this. You ain't seen nothing. You ain't seen nothing like this. That's right. You ain't seen nothing like this.
Savage takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Malec coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles! Sebastian Malec has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion. This is why people love the EDT.
Hello once again, welcome to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte-Carlo Casino. Time for day 3 of the 5K main event from the Monte-Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. Last night, we played into the money. We burst the bubble. We saw the first half of the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. That continues today as players cash out for 8,700 euros and more, because we will see players laddering as the day goes on. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Bencher.
Hello, everyone.
Ready for another fun-filled day of poker, Griffin?
Oh, I can't wait. Let's do this.
Of course, we still have a few days of coverage to go. Once we wrap on today, we come back tomorrow with day 4. That's when we aim to get down to the final 2 tables. On Friday, we'll play down to the final table. We'll be live tomorrow and on Friday at 12:30 local time. And then on Saturday, May 4th, it's the final table, live at 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time.
May the 4th be with whoever wins.
And of course, we want to hear from you over the course of the next few days. Live chat on Twitch, live chat on YouTube, post on X using the hashtag PokerStarsTV. And of course, find out what else is happening here in Monaco via our Facebook and Instagram pages. Well, let's talk about what happened yesterday. More than 400 players took their seats for day 2, all hoping to make the money. Our first feature table was headlined by the start of day chip leader Elias Gutierrez and YouTube star Wolfgang Poker. Veros added to his stack. Wolfgang couldn't really get much going. Then Prague 2010 champ Roberto Romanello came to the main stage. But he lost the sickest and classicest of races to bust before the money. The bubble was a long one. And after numerous double-ups, 3 players hit the rail at the same time. The remaining players were in the money. Kyan Mokri and Peter Jorgner among the 154 who've made it to day 3, along with Wolfgang Poker. He cashed his first ever EPT main event. Here we are inside the most beautiful poker room in the world, the Room of the Stars, checking on the prize money for the top finishers. 6-figure scores for everyone who makes the final table, a 7-figure score for the winner, 1 million euros up top in this, the biggest ever EPT Monte-Carlo main event. Right now we're still on the minimum payout of 8,700 euros. Of course, the chip leaders coming into day 3 will be thinking about bigger scores than that. So who are those chip leaders? Who are the biggest stacks coming into play today? Eros Calderoni leads with 667k. Vladimir Troinovsky is second in chips. Francisco Benitez, aka Tomati on stars, is in the top 5. Dan Smith, King Dan himself, and Kyan Mokri are in the top 10. We're going to kick off the action at the start of level 16 with the blinds at 2k, 5k, with a 5K big blind ante. Players arriving for the start of play today include Kevin Schulz. He is a gold power pass winner. He's going to be on our first feature table today. There is the other gold pass winner who's still in the field, Marcello Scari. Nicholas Toom, Flushy, being interviewed by Felix Schneiders. He's also in on day 3. There is Cecile Tischer-Fatine, who spent a bit of time at the feature table yesterday. Paul Newey, a super high roller reg, looking for his seat assignment. PSPC 2023 champ Alexander Shilko. PCA 2015 champ Kevin Schulz. Monte-Carlo 2015 champ Adrian Mateos. He's going to be on the main stage.
My hero.
Yes, Adrian.
And Theros Poker, Elias Gutierrez.
Viewers, please make sure you are checking in the players as they take their seats once again.
Getting ready to start play, and here is the full lineup at the feature table. Yes, we have the former champ Adrian Mateos. Yes, we have a super high roller finalist Byron Kaverman. Kevin Schulz is here via Power Path, won himself a gold Power Pass, redeemed it for a Monte Carlo package. He is in the money, guaranteed 8,700 euros, possibly more, because he's got a decent stack, Griff, 72 big blinds. In fact, he's the table chip leader.
Yeah, but listen, when you got Adrian Mateos nipping at your heels with just one big blind behind, I think the table captaincy is going to shift pretty quickly. Nice to see Byron in there too, though.
No faith in the power pass winner.
I'm just saying, you know, watch your back.
Stick it in his eye, Kevin.
Of course, if you play Power Path today, there's the chance to win a silver pass that could get you to the UKIPT/ESPT event in Malaga this summer. A gold Power Pass could get you to Barcelona. And I think we already want to start talking about how special Barcelona is going to be this year, because it will be the official celebration, the 20th anniversary of the European Poker Tour. I think there's going to be some very special things happening in Barcelona this year. But right now it's about day 3 of the Monte Carlo main event, and we are getting cards in the air. The start of level 16, blinds are 2,000, 5,000 with a 5,000 big blind ante.
I know of at least one very special thing that'll be happening related to me at Barcelona that I can't talk about just yet, but maybe by the end of the week.
So cards are indeed in the air, and it is Nikolai Sezhenenko who is first to act here.
Oh, that? Yeah, I already tweeted that out.
Wouldn't surprise me.
What was it? Yeah, what was the card?
Folded to Matthias Lipp, he's out. Round to Oliver Huber.
Do we know how the time max works? Like how many more?
And I think that's a great example, that fold from Huber right there, of, you know, really respecting what he's dealing with, the caliber of players on his left. I think King 9 suited from the hijack on 30 big blinds is going to be an open probably more than half the time. And you saw a bit of a sigh from him, recognizing that, well, wait a minute, I have Adrian Mateos with 71 big blinds to my direct left. I got Byron Kaverman, who just, you know, was playing 100K a few days ago. Maybe I should just tighten up a little bit.
So Kaverman is shoving on the short stack here. Tudor Zapsa has 9 big blinds. And looks like it is a call with ace-10. So first hand of the day, we have an all-in. The short stack hoping to double up and survive.
Such a sick spot, because you're like, I made the right call. I'm ahead. Barely.
Yeah, but what he doesn't know is that we've seen at least 2 kings folded in the King 7 from Barsigian and the King 9 from Huber. So that's a good start.
But all you need to lose this hand is a deuce.
Well, it looks like he traded out the 10 for an 8, because with that exposed 10, he was like, you know what? I think I'd rather have an 8.
No, we actually, I think it's a graphics error.
Yes, of course.
I put 1, sorry.
Oh, it is an 8.
King deuce against ace 8, and ace high is holding on a queen 3-3 flop. Zapsa is an 83% favorite to double up.
1% chance of chop.
What's interesting is that the graphics error card was the card that was exposed, so it's like it's tricking everyone, you know? 10 of diamonds.
It must have touched the reader at some point, which is why it got picked up by the system.
Go. I love getting nerdy about this stuff. King or a deuce for Caverman. You can see only one king available, but ducks sometimes don't fly.
Well, they're flying together up there.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, that's why. Actually, they're literally in the sky.
So, Tudor Zapsa doubles up to 20 big blinds. Byron Caverman down to 25 big blinds. You heard Mateos asking about the time bank cards. Day 3, the shot clock is now in play, 30 seconds per decision. Every player starts the day with 6 30-second time bank cards. They can carry over any cards they don't use to the next day. In addition, you get 6 additional cards at the start of each day moving forward.
Christoph Vogel saying already down to 3.
Where are you from? States. Yeah. You? Moldova?
We saw Zapsa get a double up on the bubble last night. His king's holding against ace-jack, and he's still in contention. We have lost one player, though, down to 153.
Does anyone know if Marle Spragg is still in? 100% someone knows. Thank you for your question.
I know she did start the day. I guess I'm not supposed to answer when you quip like that.
I don't really care. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah, she started the day with 20 big blinds. I had a nice chat with her last night. Very excited to try to make a run here on day 3. You know, not a great deal amount of chips, but things can shift quite quickly in these things.
The Caveman has raised the button with Queen-Jack. Zapsa, 6-4 of spades in the small blind, folds. Round to Sejorenko in the big blind.
What's this Caverman guy's deal? He gets it in with King Deuce. Now he thinks Queen Jack's a good hand.
Ever since he got bluffed in that super high roll, he's just been a loose cannon.
I think Matthias Lipp is a late arrival. The 1 seat appeared to be vacant. His chips are in play, but he is not.
Uh-oh. 20 big blinds, too.
Caverman does have close to $20 million in live earnings. Very accomplished player. We talked about his breakthrough coming at the PCA back in 2011 when he won a 5K side event.
You know, if you're not really good with push-fold ranges, maybe Matthias Lipp not showing up is the best thing for him. Probably will ladder at 18 big blinds.
Down to 152 players. 2 bust outs so far.
But you're not big blind, sir. No.
And we have an absent big blind in this hand. Always creates an interesting dynamic, Griffin.
It does, and you know what? It reminds me, actually, I jumped in the late hyper turbo last night, and this gentleman beside me must have left for about 3 orbits, and he came back. So we asked, like, where'd you go? It's 10-minute levels, right? So he's just blinding out of
what is he doing?
And he goes, oh, I'm in the mystery bounty. We're like, how much do you have? He's like, 300K. I'll let it sit for a while. We got people out here in all these stops that just absolutely love the game. Sometimes maybe to a bit of a fault. Got that FOMO.
Typical poker players fighting over a big blind. Oh, wait, there's an undefended big blind? No.
7-5 of diamonds. Gold pass winner Kevin Korsakis has opened in the hijack. Caveman flatting with 5s. Zapsa with ace-8 of clubs on the button.
I'll tell you what. Reshove spots with ace-8 over 2 players don't get much better than this.
Really?
Yeah, because the chip leader's going to be opening relatively wide into the open big blind. Caverman's flat here. I don't know if it's going to be a trap that much more of the time because there's less people to squeeze behind light, right? So I think Caverman is going to, and there he finds the spot for the 21 big blinds. Not an easy thing to do with just an ace-8, but I think this is really, really good spot awareness. Because you're expecting the wide opens from the chip leader, because you're not expecting many traps from Byron Caverman, you know, you're expecting a lot of hands like this, something like maybe a king 10 suited, king queen off, king jack off type hands. And look at that. Is going to make a decent chunk of change there, plus 32,000. Really, really happy to see him take that spot because it's not an easy thing to do, but it's the right move.
Started the hand with around 10 big blinds, is now close to 30 big blinds.
Yeah.
We've only played 3
start.
hands.
It's a good start.
And still no sign of Matthias Lipp as the action starts on Oliver Huber.
Gonna help myself.
He folds. Mateos is out. Kevin Korsakis passes. Round 2, Zapsa in the cutoff.
How many levels to play today? 5.
And this is a absolute monster with the dead small blind as well. You're effectively on the button here. So you're going to be prepared to play for stacks if it comes to it on a sub 30 big blind stack. Let's see if anyone wants to attack. And yeah, look at that. Sezonenko that finds the discipline. I think that, you know, Zapsa sizing up. Oh, and that is very big trouble for Zapsa because, like I said, I think this is a pretty much an unfoldable holding as far as hand strength. You know, maybe something like Ace-10, you can find a big fold for this stack depth under these circumstances, but Ace-Jack suited with that dead player in the small.
5 seconds.
I think this is going to go in pretty quickly.
I heard the words all in.
Yeah.
Zapsa responds to the 3-bet by shoving, and Barsegian snap calls with the jacks. And Zapsa is going to need to spike an ace or see some spades, or that hard work over the last 3 hands is for nothing.
Yeah, it's just a spot of bad luck, honestly. This is a way bigger cooler than it might appear. And unfortunately for Zapsa, the ace folded on the button as well.
Queen, 5 deuce, running spades, running wheel cards. Right now, immediate outs are the 2 remaining aces in the deck.
Even running Broadway. A lot of ways to run for Zapsa.
Indeed.
He's going to take this turn real hard. Nope.
No additional outs. That means 2 outs. Barry Greenstein required. It's a 3. So, Tudor Zapsa is eliminated. Cash is for 8,700 euros. And we are now 148 players in the Ept Monte-Carlo main event.
Oh, that's nice. He's like, who are you? Oh, right, the guy just busted.
Kind of frustrating though, Griff. You get that double up in the first hand. You make that great squeeze play with the ace-8, and then you just get involved in a cooler situation 2 hands later and you're done.
Yeah, really too bad. But great for Barsegian, who vaults himself all the way up to the table chip lead with close to 100 big blinds. So that is an ideal start.
I never get it in back to back like that. Not without like aces. You gotta let your chips take hold.
So Edward Barsegian has become the table chip leader. 467k, more than 90 big blinds. And we are officially playing 7-handed at the feature table, but only 6 players are in their seats.
Byron, is it the first tournament?
I did.
Follow me, please.
Did I take your card?
5 raise 10,000.
Apologies.
7,000.
Apologies.
Should they get?
10,000.
Who's gonna mess with Adrian Mateos under the gun? Anyone?
this guy.
Oh, you have to. Puke.
Like 130. 36.
Flop is king 7-3. Tread carefully, Oliver Huber.
Check.
There's not much you can do here if you're the German Huber here. You just gotta hold on and hope your opponent's bluffing pretty much, especially when someone as capable as Mateos is betting into you. And this is kind of the way the script will go. Small on the flop, big on the turn, and a lot on the river. As long as the complexion of the board doesn't change too much, and the 4 doesn't really change it that much as far as hand strength, but of course does give, yeah, 4 more outs.
Huber checks a second time. Faced a bet of 7,000 from Mateos on the flop, but as you just explained, Griffin, Mateos likely to size up on the turn. 41K in the pot.
Yeah, and Adrian's going to like that turn card quite a bit because it is going to give increased equity to a lot of those flop floats, hands like 7-6, 7-5, maybe even something like 4-5 or 4-5 suited, 4-6 suited, calling on the flop. So he knows he can size up and get a call here from those hands that, yeah, have picked up more equity, but also have more reason to continue. You know, either turns a 10 or something like that. Those hands, those mid pairs in the flop are probably going to be folding. So good opportunity to get some more value.
31,000. If I'm in Huber's spot, I'm convinced I'm up against a bigger king here, but then I'm a pessimist. He makes the call. We go to the river, which is a queen. It's now top 2 for Mateos.
I think it's also important to just see the artistry of work of the intentional sizing from Adrian Mateos. You look at how much is in the pot and how much Huber has left. This is all by design. Adrian Mateos is going to know exactly how much Huber has, exactly how much he should bet on the flop and turn to get to this exact spot where he gets a pot-sized river shove.
Only.
William.
All into call for Oliver Huber.
Can we go over the list of bluffs? I like when we do that.
Sure. So something like ace-5 suited, ace-6 suited.
Okay, some suited aces.
That would have been, you know, raising an early position, betting the flop, barreling the turn with the increased equity. But the problem is you also block that with the 6 in your hand. I know you don't like to talk blockers too often. Every once in a while, you give us a break.
I'll allow it.
So I think the 6's interaction with the part of Mateos' bluff range is going to be a concern for Huber. But like I said, it's like sometimes you're just in these spots. These kind of players, Adrian Mateos is so capable of just even deciding to fly off the handle here,
Like
you know, with something.
Jack-8 suited.
Yeah, if you fold every time with the king, he can do this with 100% of his range, right? So this is why you need to sort of protect against all those times he can be bluffing by calling here. But Huber, you know, as suspicious as he sort of feels, he also knows this is, you know, this is 20 big blinds here in a 90-minute level day, right? There's so much. We're barely 15 minutes into this thing. Do I really want to be a hero against one of the best players in the world right now?
I feel like most of the normal hands that Adrian's going to raise under the gun
Wow,
hit this board pretty hard.
Nice, very nice.
If we're going to talk about a blocker not being real, it's the king.
Yeah, exactly.
Huber makes the laydown, leaves himself with 20 big blinds. Meanwhile, Adrian Mateos is up to 82 big blinds, second in chips at the table, more than 400K.
And listen, I saw the video of Kevin too, all right? Seems like a real sweet guy, great story, but I did say he's not going to be table captain for long, and these guys are already...
Yeah, he's now third on the leaderboard. Of the players at this particular table, 70 big blinds, very comfortable, well above average.
Oh, yeah.
But it is Barsegian and Mateos who are the 2 biggest stacks right now.
Oh, why you got to stare at me right away? Look at this guy.
Byron Cadman, pocket threes.
To me, it looks like Kaverman gives away nothing. Do you think Mateos is seeing something?
No, I just think it's probably a force of habit in case he does spot anything. He's going to do it on everyone.
I'm just wondering if I ever say like, oh, look at him giving away nothing, and there's like just some absolute killers going, he's giving away so much right now.
No.
Sezhnenko opening with King 9 in the hijack. Mateos with King 4 defends the big blind.
You don't survive in the super high roller circuit with some sort of, pre-flop tell.
Ace 10 8. Mateos checks.
Aaron Ross asking why there's only 5 players at the feature table, James.
So we are officially playing 7-handed right now because we did see an elimination. So we do have an empty seat which could be filled at any point. There are 6 players at the table. Maybe one of them was out of their chair for a brief moment.
Isn't there someone sitting out?
There is. We're 7-handed, but with 6 players.
I understand, okay.
Short answer, counting is hard.
If only there was some sort of human calculator that could count everything for us.
I understand, by the way, the floor are trying to contact Matthias Lepp and just check he's okay, as he hasn't taken his seat at the start of the play today.
In fairness, this is something that Lip from Shameless would do.
Yeah, so 6 players at the table, officially 7-handed, but we do have a player who's currently being blinded out. The player in the 1 seat, you can see there are chips, but there is no one occupying the chair. Marsegian getting frisky with the Spraggy, a hand that should be auto-folded, but he's raised it to 12K. And gold power pass winner, Kevin Korsakis, defends his big blind with 10-6.
I'm sure Barsegian would never give me a reason to, but it's the kind of name that I would want to curse in the sky, Barsegian!
Okay. I can see that.
Ben says, sir, can you add 100K Super High Roller Day 1 and Day 2 live videos on YouTube? We didn't stream it, therefore we can't add the videos.
I mean, we did stream Day 2, didn't we?
Nope, Day 3, final table only.
It was a 3-day event?
Wow, we really let those guys
Super
play.
High Roller has always been a 3-day tournament, Joe. Nathan says, something tells me this Mateos kid is going to be pretty good at poker. Action folded here, round to Mateos, who has 9-6 on the button. So we have a blind on blind situation. Korsakis raises small to big. Byron Kaverman, ace king in the big blind. I kind of feel for Korsakis being sandwiched between Mateos and Kaverman today. Not the best seat draw in the world, is it?
Yeah, bit interesting, the small raise blind on blind here. A little unorthodox. I think a lot of players would probably prefer to go maybe closer to 3.5, 4x, or play this as a limp, either as a limp call or maybe as a limp shove off the 25 bigs if you think your opponent's going to be ISOing light. By raising small like this, you're putting yourself in a bit of an awkward spot. You're going to have to put in so many more chips if you decide to call the 3-bet, whereas, you know, if you just limp in here for the 5,000, you're going to get raised to 17 and you can just call. Now this pot has ballooned to well over 60,000. It's just a stacked pot ratio, but 1.5. And gonna have to really dodge the flop, and does.
Korsakis checks to Kaveman, who has spiked top pair on this flop.
Quite small sizing from Kaveman pre-flop, which is also a little bit out of the ordinary maybe, but someone who's just going to feel so comfortable post-flop and really doesn't want to scare out the opponent, especially when they can have a weaker king, weaker ace. You know, if Kaveman had made it something like 36 to 40,000, maybe we would have seen a fold and wouldn't have gotten this extra 18K. So nice hand here from Byron, and a spot of misfortune for Korsakis, who is still calling.
Wow.
This is a bit of a weird float.
Calls the 14K.
I mean, I guess king high if you think your opponent can have a lot of nothings.
I mean, this is the problem with raise calling pre-flop as well, though, right? Is that I wouldn't even hate. Actually, I think it's standard to limp call pre-flop and then call a bet on this flop. But at that stage, we're looking at a pot of, you know, 37,000 going to the flop and a bet of 10,000, instead of finding yourself now on the turn, you know, with your opponent having less than pot left and you're floating in the wind against a guy playing $100,000 buy-ins with king high. So this is a great example, I think, for people watching at home of how I think little mistakes can compound in a hand and sort of lead you to a place that you didn't think you would find yourself in. I mean, this is the thing with guys like Byron too. They are going to drag you down into deep waters, and this is going to be the result.
Some information for players returning for day 2 of the Mission Mountain.
Kaveman fires a second barrel into a pot of 93,000.
Second ball.
He bets 38,000. And you know the river shove is coming, Kevin, so run away. Run away.
GTG.
Don't be a hero, Kev.
TTFN. CYA.
If he does call or shove here, James, you know what we're going to have to do.
ASL.
We're going to need to talk about Kevin. And does get away.
The joke's worth doing once, it's worth doing twice, right, Griffin?
Exactly, that's my golden rule.
Oh, that wasn't even the first time?
I did it yesterday, too.
Yikes.
Okay, so we're going to step away from the feature table for just a moment to check on some of the other famous faces in the tournament, faces in the field, including Marle Spragg, looking to make another deep run after her final table appearance in Prague last year.
Go, Marle.
Anna Marquez.
Oi!
Go, Anna.
There is Wolfgang Poker playing his first EPT main event, cashing his first EPT main event.
So that's what his hair looks like.
Good comeback story, that guy. He was short yesterday.
The reigning champ is still in, Mike Watson.
That's so Watts to you.
Sebastian Malec, winner of EPT Barcelona 2016. And the other Gold Pass winner, we've got Kevin on the main stage. Marcello Scari is the other player who has a Platinum Pass. Oh, Gold Pass, sorry.
It feels amazing to cash, right? Like yesterday, my main goal was to be in main event day 2. And then I was able to pass the bubble. Bubble was super excited, you know, going on, seeing the action across all the tables. So it's like, it's not real. I've been talking with my wife and we're just excited to be having this experience. No matter what happens now, I feel that I already won. I qualified for $11. So step 3 and I got a step 4 ticket and I'm here. So yeah, it was $11, my buy-in. Cashing, it feels amazing, right? Buy a nice dinner here in Monaco at least. So we're very much excited. Honestly, right now, it's not about the money, it's just about the experience.
There's a part of Marcello's story that he left out there. That Sunday, when he played the $11 Step 3 tournament to win his Step 4 ticket and win his Gold Power Pass, he had no intention of playing Power Path. But do you know what was happening that Sunday?
EPT Paris.
Barney Boatman was winning EPT Paris. He was watching the live stream of the final table.
Oh
and
my God, I was right.
Inspired him.
I love that.
To play Power Path and thought, I'd like to go to an EPT. Binks the gold pass, redeems it for a Monte Carlo package. Here he is in the money in the main event.
So who's going to be inspired by this? It could be like a gold power pass human centipede.
I think we can possibly find a better.
Well, I've never seen the movie, is it?
It's not a kid's movie.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're
It's
not a
not-
kids. Poker's not for kids either.
Cuttlefish. Sezonenko. Not much to stand on here at the Queen 10.
Now, while we were looking at players in the room, George Macia Tomescu took a seat at the feature table. He's already in action here in the big blind, defended to the raise from Sezonenko, and has check called the flop for 7,000 and has now led the turn for 9,000. No bag puss, it is not like the Very Hungry Caterpillar. It's a very, very different visual experience.
Oh.
Well, I mean,
That's the one with the little holes in the paper, right?
Yeah.
Cute.
very cute.
So I have not seen the sequel to The Human Centipede, which I believe was imaginatively titled The Human Centipede 2. I did read a list of all of the footage that the British Board of Film Classification demanded be cut from the film, not to breach the Obscene Publications Act in the UK, in order for it to be given an 18
No way.
certificate.
Okay.
And it was so vile, I'm like, I never want to see that movie ever. Granted, they took all that stuff out, but even without it, I do not need to see that movie.
That's how I felt about anyone but you. Vile.
Three-way 12,000.
Did feel like AI wrote that movie, didn't it? Felt like the.
I actually didn't see it, but I would have. I was shot down so many times.
Balsigian has raised with 9s. Adrian Mateos has 10s.
Well, say goodbye to 393,000 of your chips, Barsegian.
Rounds the blinds. Tomescu in the small. That's 8-3. Sezonenko in the big. Folds as well. Heads up to the flop.
Yeah, two near premiums in 10s and 9s here. Barsegian's going to be, I think, pretty aware that Mateos is going to be relatively strong here, calling the hijack against his early position open. You know, you're not going to get your raggy king jacks or, you know, ace 9, ace 10 offs really often. Maybe ace 10 off, but that might play as a 3-bet. Barsegian's still going to bet, though, wants to protect against things like, you know, your queen jack suited and stuff like that, that you can fold out that equity on the flop. I think Barsegian's very aware, though, that when Mateos continues, is going to have a better hand a decent amount of the time in the form of ace X's and then, you know, the odd pocket 10s. Mateos might even flat jacks here pre-flop at this stack depth.
You know what I'd like to see on the River Griffin?
Barry Greenstein.
No, a 6.
Wait, why?
Can we get to 6?
Barry Greenstein.
Wait, no, 6 is full of ace. Yeah, you're right. Oh my God.
10 still playing.
Now, I will say there are a few worse hands that Mateos floats the flop. Think of your king X of hearts, your king X of spades with the 1 spade on the flop. And then even the 7s and 8s are going to call this flop. Maybe even 5s sometimes to the small bet. Now 5s, of course, is just 5 high, so a bit irrelevant. But that's, I think, why we're going to see the bet from Barsegian. Wants to maybe set the price. I'm not crazy about the size. I think it's a bit too much. I think you're just... I mean, I guess you are setting the price of your demise, but, you know, you could effectively do the same thing with a bet in the 20K range. I guess the inherent problem for Barsigian is he's thinking it's maybe more likely that Mateos has that portion of his range that's the king highs and the 7s and 8s. And look at that, actually gets the 10s to fold because...
Wow.
And I know that might appear to be a bad fold from Mateos, but I really do understand it. That sizing doesn't look bluffy, right? It looks like, you know, could be an ace, but also the kings, the queens, the jack, all those value bets don't expect it to be a bluff very often. And 9s is just one hand, right?
Well, we're going to one of the outer tables where Wolfgang Poker is in action against Thomas Mraz. We join the hand on the river. Mraz has bet 21K. The board is ace, queen, jack, 8, deuce. Wolfgang looking back at his cards.
Looking back at his cards, looking to the heavens, looking to his chips.
I think...
Looking to the middle.
I think call and lose. Nice call, he said.
Oh, doesn't look like Mraz wants to show. Ace 10, top pair is good. Ship the pot to Wolfgang Poker. Does that mean Mraz gets banged?
If you're taking one look at Mraz, it doesn't seem like the sort of dude that I'd be slapping a sticker on real quick.
Yeah, I think Wolfgang can probably read the room.
We got a question from Chelevin Poker that says, why is this Wolfgang guy getting so much airtime?
Wolfgang is the most watched YouTuber when it comes to poker.
His clip is the most watched poker YouTube clip of all time, his YouTube short, at 105 million views.
And you all know why, right? Because there's the old adage, there's no right way to play pocket jacks, and then he showed everyone that maybe there is.
He wins a pot with jacks in the turn.
I think as far as his shorts are concerned, he has the most watched poker video and the second most watched poker video, but even his standard vlogs get tens, if not hundreds of thousands of views. He's got more than 1 million subscribers on YouTube. He's become a bit of a star on the platform.
That's right. That's right, get off my
name.
land.
You know, you can do a lot with the name Wolfgang.
I like that explanation, though, Griffin. For now, I'm just going to say he won a hand with jacks.
Yeah.
We found the guy.
We got him.
Yeah.
Fandom says, are earbuds allowed? Couldn't you have someone whisper stuff in your ear? No electronic devices at the feature table.
Even without earbuds, Griffin might whisper something in your ear.
No headphones, no smartphones, no tablets, no smartwatches.
Even a pacemaker is iffy.
Huber's under the gun raise, flattered by Mateos and Barsigian. 3-way to the flop, which is ace 8-6. It's a set for Mateos.
Well, for Huber, and the thing that's so great for this guy right here, he's just made this big fold. Oh no, it is for Mateos. What am I saying? Jesus, get me off the air.
In due time. You want to take it
Did
again?
they just switch the hands, or am I just blind?
You're blind.
Gosh.
I think that's unfair to blind people.
Poor Huber.
Whatever Griffin's got going on is something entirely different.
Huber continuing for 13,000.
I don't know, James. He's playing it like he has the sixes. Are we sure the graphics are... Yeah, again, a continuation bet, hoping to just get it through. And this is just trouble for Huber because, you know, when you're raising under the gun, you get called under the gun one. You just really got to get past this first dude. And unfortunately, that dude is Adrian Mateos, and he has a very strong holding.
Wait, hold on. Oh, okay.
Huber is drawing dead on the turn.
Yeah, and I just hope, yeah, Huber's not going down with this ship. And what I mean by that is, you know, there's some argument to maybe sometimes just 3-barrel off on the ace-high boards when you raise under the gun. One, you do have the strongest range. Your opponent should fold some aces every once in a while by the river, but Uber's like, no. I'm not messing with this guy again.
Mateos takes over the betting, 30,000 on the turn.
Oh, how bad does Adrian Mateos run? He couldn't be up against an ace here. So unlucky.
Wait till he finds out he folded the best hand with the 10s. He's gonna be so mad.
Small.
Mateos still playing over 400k, still playing more than 80 big blinds, and still the better part of an hour to run on this level before the blinds go up. Edouard Barseghyan remains the table chip leader with 100 bigs. Oliver Huber is now the shorty at the table with 15 bigs. Matthias Lipp is also in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
And he's not even here.
He's really he's in the phantom danger zone.
Where is the commentator, player, the announcer? What? Massive fathead. Rephrase the question so it makes sense. Thank you.
Oh, that's me. That's my Twitter profile. Barseghyan taking a little gander at Huber's stack. Trying to decide whether this will be better to play as a shove, probably for like the stack that Huber has. But recognizing that maybe 16 big blinds is a bit too much. But this might induce a shove from the better king in a fold. So Barseghyan actually loses the minimum there. Although Huber might have folded the Kate to a shove. It's a funny game.
Huber now hovering around the 20 big blind mark.
Look, Spiky on YouTube is saying this commentator better than no one.
Okay.
That's what that means, right?
Yeah, I think so. Wait, is that 3 of those?
Yeah, 3.
Yeah, three's better than everyone. Yeah.
No, better than no one, I think they're saying.
Better than no one.
Yeah, like you're better than an empty chair.
Oh, that makes me feel great.
They love you, Griff.
Do they?
I love you.
Ace-3 versus ace-3. Barseghyan's button raise flattered by Mateos. Queen-6 deuce. Barseghyan has the 3 of hearts.
These hands where you have the same hand as Adrian Mateos, you're always going to lose. You don't have 5% pure equity and 50% of the rest. You've got like 4% total.
Well, taking this passive action, probably going to get us singing. Not going to be a lot of reason for either of these players to start bluffing.
Except for when Adrian Mateos realizes you have the same hand and he bluffs you off of it.
Turns out Mateos doesn't always know exactly what you have after folding those 10s. What's up, Giggles?
It's the same question coming in with no edit whatsoever.
About the commentator?
Yeah.
Ace-high versus ace-high. If this goes to showdown, it will be a chop. Mateos has checked. Barseghyan checks. We have our first chop pot of the day, and you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot. You're so smart, Griffin. You're so smart.
I think if we're going to assess the spirit of the question, I think it's referring to Andrea Dato from EPT Cyprus, who verbally declared all of his actions, so became known as the announcer.
Oh.
I have no idea what Andrea Dato is the answer to your question.
I like Andrea Dato.
Actually, it's going to start here on Byron Cavman. Folds 9 deuce. Considering the high variance in multi-table tournaments, you cannot expect to see the same players in the top 100 of every single EPT. I mean, obviously there are going to be some players who make recurring appearances, Adrian Mateos.
They play more events and they run deeper, so their chances of showing up at a feature table are higher.
Correct. So you're always going to get that mix of familiar faces, people who've had recent results, and new faces. As we go to an 8-7-6 flop, King Queen leading at King Jack. This is a solid statement from Dudonne on YouTube. The Cure is a good band to have in the background while watching poker. The Cure is a good band to have in the background, full stop. But yes, thank you for your comment.
Bit of an interesting turn card here. Seznenko now turning the gut shot with the King Jack, but Huber turning that diamond draw. So Seznenko is going to take that equity and try to just maybe fold out some better hands sometimes. The problem, I think, with deciding to bet here is that when your opponent flats pre-flop off this stack depth, it's clearly not a trap with the check back on the flop, because something like a trapped aces or kings would have bet this flop, but it's going to be a lot of hands like your ace jacks, your ace tens, ace 10 suiteds and the like that are going to have a diamond, but it looks like Huber is just going to give it up. And that's really too bad, because was really, really well ahead and had that queen high flush draw, and it was a very small bet. So I don't know, yeah. At some point, you're going to have to stick around, and I think that was a mistake.
So we wrap here in Monte-Carlo on Saturday. On Sunday, it's the first day of the 2024 Spring Championship of Online Poker. Over the course of the 3 and a bit weeks, you've got nearly 400 tournaments, a series guarantee of $75 million, and for the first time ever, there will be mystery bounty events in Scoop.
No way.
Of course, there are silver and gold Power Pass ticket bundles available. The No Limit Hold'em main events take place on the last Sunday of the series, and we will stream the 10K main event, the last 3 days of the High Buy-in main event, on the PokerStars Twitch channel, along with the final table of the 25K Super High Roller. Scoop 2024 coming at you from this weekend.
Sorry to interrupt you there, James. It was really exciting. I didn't realize you guys were doing mystery bounties.
Yeah, the mystery bounty events.
Mystery bounties.
The mystery bounty events, obviously the 3 different buy-in tiers, Griff, are going to have combined guarantee of $7.5 mil.
Come on.
Pull the cleaner, the stage has ramps. Next question.
Why do people like that ask questions like that?
I don't know.
Who cares?
It's just, yeah.
What tax rate do they have to pay?
That is the most frequently asked question that literally drives me nuts. Why does anyone care?
Well, okay. Can I just play devil's advocate for a second?
The devil doesn't need an advocate, Griffin.
No, listen, that guy could literally be in a wheelchair and want to know for ever coming to the EPT. I mean, give him a break. Like, you could have a relative that's thinking about playing. Like, I don't know.
Sure, but legally, you
Okay.
have to make everything accessible.
Right, accessible. Yeah. So it's a bit. Yeah, I understand. Not a good start to day 3 for Kevin Korsakis. Down to 53 big blinds now, as we remarked earlier. Very tough table. Maybe a bit of a misstep, blind on blind against Kaverman, and now it just folds the best hand.
Still an average stack.
Yep. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Long way to go. A lot of room to work with starting the day with all those chips, but, you know, needs to be careful on this feature table.
Plus. 3 plus. 4 plus. 5 raise 10,000.
Ace King for Mateos, Ace Jack for Korsakis. Oh. Okay, he could be a below average stack after this hand.
I mean, when Mateos raises in late position, you're just never going to give him credit for having a hand this strong.
I mean, yeah, I don't mind this. This is like obviously pretty standard. You need to, you need to sort of protect your buttons here with these near premiums. You know, it's just, yeah, it's so annoying because I think that Mateos is going to respect this a lot of the time when he doesn't have a hand. He's going to think, okay, this guy hasn't gotten out of line. I can let him have one. You know, I think he's probably 3-betting a pretty tight range, but with the
72.
Ace King and clovers.
You raise 72,000.
And now you're being 4-bet by Adrian Mateos, and you start thinking he's picking on me. Ace Jack could be ahead here. Oh, you're in a world of hurt.
Yeah, and almost an argument to do any of the 3 actions here. You make the tight fold. You shove because you think Mateos is just bullying you, but it's 53 bigs or whatever. And
good
fold. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Good job.
Kevin Korsakis has dropped below the 50 big blind mark, is no longer an average stack, but is still 3rd in chips at the table behind Mateos and Barsegian. Let's take another look around the room, see who else is in the field on day 3 with 135 players remaining. There is Kyan Mokri, a former EPT finalist.
Spicy.
Mustafa Kanit, who spent a bit of time at the feature table yesterday.
Wario.
Rania Nasruddin.
I had an ace too.
And who's wearing that delightful
I know.
timepiece?
We know who.
It's Peter Jorgner, 2-time EPT Paris finalist. Now, I know, because he messaged Nick Walsh, Peter's making a big thing about the fact that he's upping the watch war. So, yes, he did have the rose gold AP Royal Oak yesterday. The watch he's wearing today apparently has a built-in piano, is a limited edition of 89 pieces by a rare...
Sorry, is this a Key and Peele sketch?
Yeah, can we go back to a built-in piano?
Apparently, it's made by a rare watchmaker, and I've been challenged to try and identify it. I've no idea. I've absolutely no idea.
Can he play chopsticks?
I'm not saying Monaco is expensive. He finally let me do one.
So we're going to the outer tables, where Jorgner is in action against chip leader Eros Calderoni. Full board dealt. Ace, ace, queen, 5-4. Eros has already played a time bank card and is now betting 125K.
Pretty big bet here. That's a 25 big blind wager. Jorgen's no pushover. We saw him really deeply consider that 2x river pot shove against Juan Pardo yesterday. So this is someone, and that was just with mid-second pair. But lets it go.
You know, Peter Jorgen, he once punched a hole in a volcano, pulled his arm out. That tattoo sleeve was there.
Well, after that hand, Eros is up to 780k. Peter Jorgen is down to 135k. My initial guess, by the way, when I heard that he had a watch with a musical instrument in it was a Jacob & Co. piece, possibly the Godfather watch, which is a vulgar thing, which plays the Godfather theme. Apparently it's not. It's not Jacob & Co. It's not that vile. So we've got to try and identify what it is. Apparently limited to 89 pieces by a rare watchmaker. Looks pretty nice, I have to say.
With a piano in it. Not the harpsichord on that, but I've never heard of such a thing.
See, Pumplex Jello says it Blancpain. When he says rare watchmaker, I'm guessing it's going to be not one of the big brands. It's not going to be...
It's going to be like a tiny elf that lives in a hut under a bridge in Denmark.
And builds tiny watch pianos.
Yeah.
Tomescu has decided to play the Spraggy. Never a good idea. Sezonenko has ace-jack and has called in position.
Yeah, always a tricky spot. These sort of late position, you know, when it comes to cutoff button, sort of hijack cutoff, these sort of things. When you have hands like ace-jack, do you want to 3-bet and get in 22, 23 big blinds? Or do you want to just flat and, you know, keep those worse hands in like an ace-7? And you can see how effective this flat is. Had Sezonenko 3-bet here, I think we would have ultimately seen a fold from Tomescu, but instead, Tomescu wildly behind here. Sezonenko very much well underrepresented, so this is just magic for the button man right now. So this is Tamati, right? Big fan.
Which one? Tomescu?
Yeah.
Tomati?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's nuts.
Making fun of me?
No.
James, can you confirm? It is, right?
What's that, sorry?
Tomescu is Tomati?
No, that's Francisco Benitez.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, I'm sorry,
okay.
the name was confusing.
Is it?
Well, it's because he has tomato in his name.
Well, that Logic Tom Dwan could also be Tomati.
That's a pretty good point.
You play the Spraggy, you get owned.
And Sezonenko thinking, maybe I want to... No.
Just a call.
No.
Just a call. So that pot goes to the Ukrainian.
Great turn card, though, for Tomescu. Really shutting down the action there and then putting out that blocker river bet. I mean, didn't lose a 5-digit bet on any street there. Think about that for a second. Any raise pre-flop is already in the five digits, so 8K and 6K, we'll take that.
Back to the outer tables, where Peter Jorgen has just been eliminated. Got the pay jump, though, laddered up to 10,000 euros. But sadly, we will not see another final table appearance from this handsome specimen.
And the piano watch is going to remain a mystery, I guess.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll see it again.
That's right. Sometimes you punch too deep into the volcano.
Fandom says, see, an expensive watch doesn't make you better at poker. I knew it.
It's funny that you mentioned hijack cutoff earlier, Griffin, because the first story I pitched to the comic book company was about a heist at a live poker tournament in America, and the title was Hijack Cutoff.
That's pretty good. I like that title.
Korsakis opened, called by Barsegian in the small blind. We have only seen one of Korsakis' cards, but we can say with confidence that Barsegian is ahead post-flop.
Wouldn't you go see a movie called Hijack Cutoff?
See, that's the problem, though, is that the title's too good that it probably made you really want to make it the comic book work.
Well, what ended up happening was I was like, yeah, but as soon as the heist starts, like, I don't know how they keep playing poker. So we kind of abandoned it pretty quick.
This is a pretty great card for, you know, part of what we perceive Korsakis' range here under the gun is. Because it's going to be a lot of ace, 6 of hearts, maybe the odd king 6 of hearts, 6, 7 of hearts. Of course, 6 is probably the most likely combo, but because he's reaching for chips, I'm thinking maybe it is picked up equity here in the form of a flush draw. Maybe he even felt audacious enough to open the 6, 5 of hearts. Sometimes it's fun to get a little, you know. Sometimes when we don't see a card, it's a little interesting. I'd say 6, 8 of hearts. I haven't mentioned it, which would have been straight. Probably a little more unlikely with the check back on the flop. You would think with an open-ended straight draw, you'd find a bet.
7, 6 of hearts.
Yeah. That's what he's going to need, because I don't think Barsegian is going to fold. Very under-repped jack here. Oh boy. That is big boy bets.
A fistful of blue. There's the 5K chips, by the way.
I mean,
75,000.
Daddy. You're gonna get away with it if he was bluffing. I want to see this one.
This might be one of those hands, Griffin, where we never know.
I like not knowing. I don't need to know.
Oh, here comes Matthias Lip.
Hey, buddy.
You're an hour late.
Hello. 1 hour late, but who cares, right?
Was there a time change somewhere?
What's that?
Matthias Lip thought the play started at 1 p.m.
Oh, that's fair. Every other day started at 1, right?
Never.
Pretty embarrassing. But it'll happen. We're just glad he's okay.
Think of all the bad beats he missed.
Yeah.
He's coming back to a 13 big blind stack. He's going to get to play out the end of this level. Got 30 minutes on the clock until the blinds go up.
Oh, if he was somehow all in on this hand and lost, it would be the shortest appearance we've ever seen.
I know it's probably... Oh,
no.
Yeah. All in, effective all in from the cutoff. You know, I will say this is such a rare thing to happen, especially on the feature table. But it would have been nice to see all of his cards, you know?
Yeah,
so we could just giggle about,
Totally.
like, oh my God, he had ace king here. Oh my God.
That's what you do in a home game. You always look at the player's cards after the hand. Yell to the
Oh
bathroom.
no, and Barsegian does have
Oh boy.
one of the worst hands you're going to be prepared to call this shove with. Sort of ace-10 off would be maybe the worst. So is going to put it in, recognizing that Lip's going to have hands like the king-queen, some worse, you know, suited aces and the like.
Hold on, Lip can still fold the flop.
Oh, he did just call. So Lip's just like, oh my God, really? Am I going to become a meme?
Oh, jeez.
Lot of hope. Lot of hope.
Wow.
One, all in.
All in and call.
Oh, no. Don't do it to him.
I mean,
Don't do it to him.
I usually root for the short stacks, but it's just too funny if he busts.
Yes.
So I'm like, really hope he loses. It's just too good a story. I'm sorry, Lip, but you're a part of a larger narrative now. We need this.
He's keeping a stiff upper him.
Turn 10.
13 outs. That's a lot of outs.
It's a lot. It's exciting.
Could be too many.
I think it's enough. I think it's just enough.
He seems like such
He's
a
gonna
nice
catch.
chap,
He's
too.
gonna catch one.
He's got one of those cute little hats my dad wears.
It's gonna be one of those stories where he runs it up here.
That's hard.
Not good.
Well, it was a post-flop flip, but now Barseghyan is a 70% favorite, and Lip is going to need a 9, queen, king, or ace on the river. It's a king!
All right.
Come on, Lippy.
Thank you very much, Miss Lippy.
1 hour late. No, it was good timing.
Good timing, yeah.
On the river, bad timing.
By the way, I want to give a shout-out to Dean Delas on Twitch, who thinks he's identified P.G. Orgner's watch. It was probably a Berkeley Grand Opera limited edition. There's the little piano, Joey.
That is a piano. Like a player piano. Like a music box type of deal.
So it's a minute repeater watch, which means on the minute it chimes.
You have to go with the flow.
There you go.
There's a little music box built in.
Am I allowed to ask
If you win the tournament, you will
approximate
remember
price?
this hand.
So this came out in 2012. It was limited to 99 pieces and was around $5,000, so not that bad.
Okay.
But again, that was 12 years ago, no longer available, so its price probably has gone up significantly.
Plus the song programmed into it is PIMP.
I really like that movie.
Captain.
Captain Caverman.
10,000.
Raises in first position to 10,000.
This is always one of those weird spots. It feels too tight to fold. You know you're opening yourself up to getting squeezed behind. You know, if you had maybe a bit less chips, you'd fold. If you had a lot less chips, maybe you'd shove.
It feels bad when you, it feels like a bad move when you call there and then get squeezed and then move all in anyway. Is it bad?
It's not bad. It's just not great because you should have a pretty strong range flatting here. Like you're flatting against an under the gun open. You can have some traps. So the squeezes shouldn't be that light in the later positions. And that's also why it's maybe not that bad to just call and does technically outflop Caverman. But you can see the passivity from Byron is because of this perceived strong range, right? It's not just the traps that you're worried about, but it's about those, you know, your king-queen suiteds, your king-jack suiteds, even your ace-queen offs that don't necessarily want to be three-betting. Sure, you are going to be able to fold out the portion of the range like this, the 7s and the 8s and the 9s. But you can always just get there. A lot of equity on this flop.
And there's an ace on the flop, it's because there's an ace on the desk. And there's an ace on the river, it's Barry Greenstein. This is an ace on the turn.
Thank you for that. Lest we forget.
7.
And you might be wondering why, now that I've turned this ace, why am I checking here? Well, you know, this still goes back to what we perceive Lip's range to be. If it's going to be these 7s through 9s and then all those other technically stronger hands like ace-jack. You know, ace-queen probably wouldn't have checked back the flop, but Byron is kind of just setting a bit of a trap and also not building up a pot when he could be behind. And it appears, induced a bet from Lip. Because Lip's also going to be aware of that sort of perceived range. You know, when he's up against 2 10s or 2 9s, he wants to fold those hands out at this stage. He knows he can't win with these 7s without bluffing. You know, maybe my opponent has something like Jack 9 suited here, Jack 10,
7 call.
that I can either get a fold here or maybe buy the river. So let's see if Lip goes for it on the river. Oh, Daddy-o! What's it always coming, James?
7.
Oh my goodness. I was about to say, what if you just drill the 7 here? I always feel like I'm the dude with ace 10 here, and just the 7 comes out of nowhere. Oh man.
Matthias
I didn't
Lip.
think this would happen to Byron Kaverman.
Matthias Lip showed up at exactly the right time.
I mean, we don't know, right? Maybe he would have run like this in every single hand, and he'd be
Okay, so a couple,
500,000 chips right now.
couple things I want to say here, right?
Yeah.
You probably don't want to get too greedy because you think Byron's going to have a lot of ace-x suited type hands as well that, you know, might not call to a big bet. I think the most interesting dynamic of this hand right now is the fact that Byron Kaverman, just 2 days ago, was facing a very big bet on the river with an ace on a similar-ish board and folded and was bluffed. And that's, of course, in the 100K final table against Juan Pardo. And
he did go for it all.
Yeah, he just went a little greedy for my taste. You know, probably hoping he's up against that ace-jack portion of the range. You know, Lip, I think, is also aware that this line doesn't make a ton of sense. So maybe this is how Byron is just going to find a hero call.
I think if he can make that fold against a super high roller, he's probably more likely to fold.
Yes, I agree.
Against a Lip.
And you can see how effective this appears to be. And I just wonder if Lip would have been able to do it if the river wasn't a 7.
No.
But that's the inherent problem, right? And what makes someone like Juan Pardo the other day so good is that, you know, can do it as a bluff. But does Byron think this guy's not going to just take pocket 8s and 1.6x shove on the river?
5 seconds. I got the clock. So.
No stranger to using time banks.
He's like,
Byron Kaverman.
Don't talk to me. I got it.
How does my opponent play King 10? Would he really be checking back this flop? Could have ace-jack, but I also have an ace, so it makes it a little less likely.
Are they playing a lot of King 10s at all? Even
some suited King 10s might flat pre-flop, but yeah, you're right, James, Joe. It's a bit of a loose call pre at the King 10 suited.
I mean, we talk all the time about what a narrow range someone's repping. And this is one of those times where they have one of the few hands that can do this.
Look at the problem for Byron is it's difficult to put him on a value hand, right?
Right, that's what I mean.
I mean, if he has, you know, if Lip flatted pocket queens or pocket jacks or pocket aces pre-flop, wouldn't he be betting those in the flop? Maybe it could get tricky. If he had 2 jacks or 2 queens, maybe he checks back the flop, but does he?
I notice he's not looking at Lip at all. Just trying to piece this hand together. There we go.
Yeah, good.
Now he looks at Lip. Wants to get a reaction.
I'm telling you, the fact that he had a similar spot a few days ago and then didn't deviate from what he knew was the correct answer is an example of why he's so good, Byron.
Matthias Lip, a late arrival, back up to nearly 40 big blinds as we head to the outer tables. 3-way action. There's been a raise from Elias Gutierrez. Dirk van Leek has called action on Marle Spragg, who's short in the big blind. She is all in. Called by Gutierrez, called by van Leek.
Doesn't look like a lot of chips here for Marle, but when you're in a three-way all-in, you can come back.
So we could see action on the side between the other two players. We have an ace, jack, deuce board. 2 diamonds. Action is on Gutierrez. Theros betting 15,000.
Yeah, and this is not going to be good news for Spraggy. If you see betting from the side pot. Oh, but it looks like a flush draw.
He's got queen 7 of diamonds. He's got the flush draw. Marle has ace 8.
Okay.
No diamond on the turn.
Hold!
No diamond on the river. Pair of aces, good. Marle Spragg will triple up.
Let's go.
But she's still going to be a shortish stack with 72K. And remember, the blinds are going up in 15 minutes' time.
Red, red, fades the diamonds.
Yes, thank you.
Marle still short, however. 72,000, still only around 15 big blinds.
Yeah, but looks like she was at about 4, so we'll happily take that. Nice little triple up.
Picking up the action here. Sezonenko, we haven't seen too much of thus far. And it turns 2 pair with a fun little flush draw for Mateos. Excuse me, Mateos has turned to 2 pair. Sezonenko turns to flush draw.
Yeah, it's too bad we caught up with this action here on the flop. It would have been nice to see how this went pre. But it looks like it was a raised pre-flop from Sezonenko, actually, now that I have the information here, and a check call on the flop, which I think I like against Mateo in particular. But what an action turn card. 2 pair for Mateos, and an incredible
68,000 overbets the turn and just drives out that flush draw.
With the flush draw, straight draw, so...
I mean, that's a big bet.
Wow, I guess so.
I fear I might have doinked Marle Spragg.
No!
Those 14 big blinds went in not shortly after that hand. Not too long after that hand, I should say. Jack 10 versus Ace King. And Ace King did what we all hope it usually does, except for in this case, it knocked out Marle Spragg. 10,000 euros, the cash. Why give us the hope of the triple up? Why do it? That little bit where you're like, oh yeah, no, this is it. Oh, this is gonna be my story.
Three.
This is gonna be my running up story. And then, no, out.
This is really hurting you. This one's tough. This is your Marle and me.
Yeah.
5 calls. 6.
I just
7.
I'm not a dog person.
You're not a dog person?
Not a dog person. Dogs are fine.
I'm not a dog person either.
Yeah, they're okay.
I
don't know why I would need to have something in my house that stares at me while I eat. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't.
I love cats. I love my cat.
You're a cat guy.
Yeah.
3 ways to this flop. Jack 10-8, 2 hearts, top pair for Mateos.
Can we just talk about how effortlessly Adrian Mateos is just carving up this table? In fairness, he's made some nice hands. So it's almost unfair when a player of that caliber is making hands. We've seen some nice 2 pairs, a set of 6s here.
And 2 pair now.
Top tizzy, 2 pair.
Not only 2 pair on this board, but not a lot of ways for your opponents to catch up.
3. Check.
Yeah, and at this stage, I think we're going to start to see some betting here from...
You got to. Even I know that.
Well, you know, there is a four cards straight to the 9. You would hate to see yourself get raised here, but you want to get some value from those flush draws, some worse 2 pairs that can be kicking around.
And another 2 pair, another good pot for Mateos. He is number 1 in chips at this table. Nearly $500,000. Once he steals the blinds and antes here, he'll be over $500,000.
Can you push the blue chips?
Mateos lip under the gun with Queen Jack.
You play like 200. I don't see the blue chips.
It just shows up. He's like, hey, can you move your stack? Thanks. And it's gonna go for the under the gun raise with Queen Jack offsuit.
1 raise, 11,000. 3.
Going to be a bit ambitious, I think, on a table of this caliber. We're playing a full 8-handed here.
He's feeling it, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just think
he's cruising.
This is 1, maybe even 2 notches too loose. I think even at the quality of players and the 8 players, you need to fold even King Jack most of the time under the gun.
Hold on.
And is going to run into a shoving hand from Hubert.
I give this Uber shove 5 stars. Charlie Norton on YouTube says, almost like the player I said who was talented is leading the table in chips and winning the most pots. Great call, Charlie. Nobody, and I mean nobody but you said it. Did you have anything to say about Muhammad Parati? Because he's out. It's really sad to see Muhammad Parati's journey come to an end.
3 plus 4 plus 5 plus.
Hey, Kevin. Get in there, Kevin.
Gold pass winner Kevin Korsakis.
7 plus.
King Jack.
8 plus. 10 plus.
I'm just so jealous of all the attention the gold pass winners get. I want that kind of attention.
Why don't you try to win one?
Would you sponsor me to move to Quebec?
I mean, you know I always want attention from you, yes. Move to where I live.
Jack 10-4, 2 spades, top pair for Korsakis, domination situation. Continuation.
I'm really loving the youthful energy here from Korsakis.
6 bet.
I don't know how old he is, but looks just, you know, it's a new generation. Gold pass winner.
Domination situation generation. It's over. So my girlfriend has a Canadian passport. She said that if we wanted to move to, she's got an Irish passport and a Canadian passport. Okay. She's like, if you want to go to one of those places, we're going to have to get married.
Right.
And when I was done puking,
Big one.
I said I would think about it. But that's the only way I can win a gold power pass at the moment is if I get married.
Oh, that's right.
And as much as I want one.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha.
Forget.
It's a shame because for a brief moment, had visions of you moving in with Griffin and
Right?
the comedic potential.
Right?
If we put some cameras in there.
We would have to get a separate house for our girlfriends to live in.
Yeah. I mean, it would be like The Odd Couple with 2 Oscars.
That's right, yeah.
Too little, yeah.
1. 2 more at least. Or 1 extra per level or something like that.
Something like this, yeah.
I mean, I'm sure that would every girl's dream is to be proposed to so that you can move to another country. So romantic.
It happens more than you,
Also, I
more than you
unraised
think.
pots you can make 15 seconds, right?
I do love the fact that also
50 seconds decision only.
the perceived net gain is more attention.
Like your first input.
Babe, it'd be really good for my career.
yeah.
If we got married.
I need to move here so I can win a gold power pass so I can get attention.
I know this isn't a big deal since you're used to putting my career first, but let's make this career first.
3.
She's like, yeah, I've already picked out a toque.
Ooh, I bet she looks real cute.
She looks really cute.
Yeah. Like more than most people.
And because she's little and skinny, she can just wear them all year round. So she has a PokerStars toque that's adorable. Adorable.
Can you get a photo for me sometime?
You know what? I might have one.
Okay, great.
Why would you? Don't do it.
What?
Give Griffin pictures of your
I'm not
girlfriend.
going to give it to him. I'm
You
just
can
going to
just-
show it to him.
You can just send it directly. To
This has taken a really, really horrible turn. Save it for when you two are living together and there are cameras all over your apartment.
Not my
James,
girlfriend.
can you
Not my
stay out of
girlfriend.
this?
Not my girlfriend. Not my girlfriend.
insulting my game, man.
Got a lot of pictures on here that aren't my girlfriend.
Done.
Action here is on Matthias Lipp. Ace-10 of diamonds on the button.
Oh yeah,
Raise.
that's a good.
Come on, Hardy.
Come on.
Come on, Hardy.
Aww.
How are there also just like 2 other beautiful women in this photo? Like you found the one where it's just like.
We got a hand here, Griffin.
Okay. And this time it's going to go in and it's going to get called almost certainly from Lip. Who we're making it look like, oh, I've got a decision. Hoover's going to finally shove and get called.
You think Hoover
Oh, yeah.
Sank's trying to find the reason to shove?
4. All in.
There is the all-in.
1. Call.
Snap called by Lip, who cannot be eliminated here, but it is a domination situation.
Hey, Lip, what'd you think of my my Hollywood there? 5 stars? Just shaking his head.
He already did the joke, Griffin. Don't put a hat on a hat.
And my Hoover Sank joke was totally
No name is the name.
Yeah, that was
ignored.
yeah. That's good.
Deserved a lot more.
King. Like,
Of course, Ace-King needs to hold for Hoover to survive.
at least I made a money jump.
Do the favor, bruh.
King and a 10 on the flop, which means
I saw the 10
Matthias
first, so.
only has 1 out, only 1 card for the at-risk player Oliver Huber to fade here.
The 10 of spades does come out more often than other cards. Ooh.
I think a check.
Which opportunities emerge. Deuce on the river, Ace-King holds. That is a double up for Oliver Huber. And Matthias Lipp will be left with 15 big blinds. Well, 15 big blinds for 3 more minutes. And then, of course, we'll hit the next level.
It's still more big blinds than he came to the table with 20 minutes ago.
It's true. Had about 65,000. Still left with 78.
Still net profitable.
60, 70, 84.
Uber playing 35 bigs. Adrian Mateos is the table chip leader with nearly 100 big blinds. Most of that 26K was just blinds and antes that were posted while he was still in bed.
This is great interaction on YouTube. Someone folded a 10? No, they play without 110.
Yeah. It was that 10 that was exposed in the first hand. You just kept it out.
It's always my favorite part of any home game you go to and like packing up at the end of the night and someone just picks up like a king of clubs off the floor. Guys.
7-6 of diamonds for Matthias Lip.
Wow, and he's going to go for it.
10,000.
I don't like to see Matthias limp there.
3.
And it is Mateos in the big blind.
Matthias.
Ace deuce of clubs.
And genuine consideration here between shove or call.
5 calls.
I think you have some fold equity. When you get called, you're still going to be live with something like ace deuce suited.
Okay. Top pair versus bottom pair.
You should be able to stop the count when your card's in the window.
Yeah, like a mystery cash game, like
window, boom, stop it right there. No more.
That's cool, yeah.
One card flop.
I'm going to propose that for the next mystery cash challenge. The stop the count ability.
Continuation bet of 8,000 from Lip. Sales calls.
And you can see how shifty things get here when you raise off such a small stack into the best player in the world.
5 checks.
Tails checks a second time. Lip might want to slow down.
Yeah, let's get to showdown here, buddy.
Yeah, as everyone gets up for break. Oh. I'm no lip reader, but I think he might be going for it.
5 seconds.
It's firing again.
And
1 bets 21,000.
yeah, a third of his stack.
So it's half pot bet, and he's left himself 7 bigs behind.
Oh yeah, it was a half pot bet, right? Wow. And Mateos isn't loving life here. I mean,
no.
Because Lip should have a strong range at the cutoff. Also because it's into his big blind, but Mateo doesn't give a...
5 calls.
Well, 85,000 in the middle, and Lip's got 39K behind. The river is a 6. He makes 2 pair. It's worked out perfectly for him.
5 checks.
Mateos checks. Lip can get the rest in and maybe even get called.
I think there's a chance he checks back. The spades have come in, which are going to play this all the way as a call. You know, Queen 10 is still in the range. Do I think I'm always getting called by every ace rag? My opponent can still have ace 7.
5 seconds.
My opponent can have king jack. Don't get me wrong. 50% pot bet. You do want to get the rest of the money in against the ace and maybe a heroed like king 10 or something. But yeah, there's just not that many. If you don't think he's going to call you with an ace every time, maybe it is okay to be a little tight here.
I did not know you could semi-bluff 2 pair on 2 streets.
Pardon?
Like if he did this with a flush draw, it'd be called semi-bluffing. It'd be like bet, bet, get there, but he did it with one pair and still got there. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah. But it's a great price for Mateos, and if you didn't believe him before...
9,000.
Don't look at me like that.
If Mateos calls, Lip gets the full double up.
And yeah, I mean, I'm loving this. I'm loving the shove. I'm just saying it's not the easiest one to make. You know, put yourself in his shoes.
Mateos lets it go.
He's too good.
Yeah.
But Lip wins a pretty decent pot, ending the session with around 25 bigs, although, as previously highlighted, that is the last hand of the level. The blinds are going up. 3K, 6K. That means Lip will have 20 bigs. Adrian Mateos still the table chip leader. He'll have around 75 bigs because this will be the same feature table. We'll stick with this lineup for the second session of the day. Our gold pass winner, Kevin Schulz, didn't have the best level, but still has around 50 bigs. He's just shy of an average stack. Edward Barsegan, the second biggest stack at the table with 400K. Adrian Mateos is the table chip leader. As day 3 of the Ept Monte-Carlo main event continues here in Monaco.
Twenty-seven players remain. Action at the feature table has been folded to Johnny on the button. He's got deuces.
Get out your wallet, Hardigan.
He raises to 25K. Queen 10 for Ludovic Geilich in the small blind. He calls. And Adrian Mateos is coming along for the ride with Queen 9.
And away we go.
Top pair for Ludo.
Look at that tenor, he's trying to get away.
Checked to Loddon.
Check.
He checks behind. King on the turn. Ludo still has the best hand. Checks again. Mateos now with a gut shot. Also checks.
Check.
And still no betting action from Johnny. 8 on the river. Geilich bets 11,000.
Little blocker bet with what is almost always going to be the best hand.
Ooh, what's Mateos doing?
He hates little blocker bets because they totally give away the strength of Ludo's hand, probably.
So it's a bluff raise to 55,000. And here comes Johnny.
That's because Johnny hates raises of tiny little blocker bets because they give away the strength of both people's hands, and you all owe me $50.
Johnny re-raises, so he's bluffing one guy and value raising the other. Huh.
I'm sure he'd be happy with 2 folds.
Geilich's passed. And Mateos, who has Queen High, folds as well.
Show the bear ace. Show the bear ace.
This one? Ah, shows them the deuce.
Yeah, show the bear ace, that's what's it. You've got the bear ace there, I was so close to snapping, and hopefully you fold. Nice play, nice play.
I wouldn't have done it.
Actually set up the pot.
I wouldn't have raised you, but as long as he...
Yeah, of course, that's the only way you could win the pot, but I was thinking that as well. And I was close to calling with a 10.
Well, Johnny's putting a lot of pressure on himself to do well here. How about we share some of the burden? How about we sweat with Johnny?
All right, I'll allow it.
Pocket 5s under the gun. He raises to 160,000. Adrian Mateos calls in position on the button. Muhyiddin Ferez in the small blind. Also calls.
I don't need to be rude, but I'm not super worried about Ferez just calling out of the small blind.
Adi Alasma, our qualifier, is in the big blind.
Yeah, it's fun. Everybody's in. You see, when you don't 3-bet, so much more. Now everybody can win.
Set, please.
Family pot. And an ace-9 3-flop. Perez checks. Alasma checks. Johnny checks.
Free card? Huh? What do you say?
No dice. 275,000 from Mateos. Perez calls. Alasma folds. He completely missed the flop.
So calling would be pretty weird here with a bet and call in front of us, and I know what I would do, but folding's never really been Johnny's thing.
Remember, those black chips are 100K apiece. This is a check raise to 715,000.
Aha, all right. See, now Johnny did raise under the gun, so he can rep an ace here pretty realistically. We're repping an ace.
Action back on Mateos. He calls. Mohedin Perez folds. He had a 9.
Well, we got rid of one hand, and it was better than ours.
So heads up to the turn. Four of clubs. Having raised flop, Johnny checks the turn.
We're definitely taking an interesting line. Usually we're supposed to keep betting there.
So Mateos bets 650,000.
Now this says to me that Adrian is not too worried about what we've got, but if he had a really big ace, maybe he would have 3-bet before the flop? No?
Johnny calls. And this hand's going to the river. With nearly 3.7 million in the middle, Johnny only has 2 million behind. The ace of diamonds pairing the board.
That makes it tougher for us to rep an ace, but also it makes it tougher for Mateos to have one.
Johnny checks again.
All in.
And the chip leader shoves on Loddon.
Oh, boy. Calling here and being right is the kind of thing legends are made of, but calling here and being wrong is so stupid and obvious that when you do it, you pretty much die of shame. I think this is a super easy fold, but for some reason, Johnny doesn't agree with me. Johnny knows just how aggressive Mateos has been. I can't even imagine the amount of dynamic and leveling that has been going on for Johnny to be even thinking about calling here.
Clearly a tough decision for him.
Now that Johnny's so suspicious, I kind of want him to call.
Johnny folds. Mateos shows a bluff, jack high!
Oh, he didn't have to show it.
Sykt ikke stola på instinktene, skal ha blikksynere. Jævla dårlig!
Vaya con Dios.
No ace and I snap it out. Because then it makes no sense what he's betting if it's not an ace. Ace you can easily bet. It's the queen, I snap it out.
I don't even know how you even think about calling there.
So sure you were floating. When I called the turn, I was just gonna call the river. I had nothing.
Jonathan pass. Thomas pass. Ready pass. Michael pass. Vincent pass.
Well, this guy's a name. This is Anders Berg, who played online as Donald and had an avatar of Donald Duck.
Oh yeah, I did tons of coverage of this dude during those old Scoop and W Coop shows I used to do.
Up comes ace of spades, queen of hearts.
So this is top pair versus second pair.
Let's check.
Ten. 10. Well, I said 10 honestly. It's 10, right?
Yeah, I understand it, sorry. Luca bets 10,000 on the score.
Very reasonable defend from Berg in the big blind. Seems good to this point.
7 of
I was
hearts.
just about to say seems reasonable, and look at that, a very reasonable two pair on the turn.
This is probably a hand that could go either way for Pagano. It is a turn he's going to want to bluff somewhat frequently with all those gut shots around Jack 10 and King 10 and King Jack. I'm not sure if he can get through streets with the Ace 5 given his kicker problems. And of course, you risk this with what is kind of a mediocre hand. I like Berg's jam.
31,500 more.
He's out of position, so he doesn't want the river to go check, check, and potentially lose value against a strong ace or a strong draw. Maybe something like, you know, ace X of hearts with the top pair and the nut flush draw.
Leave it there.
So plenty worse to be called by.
Luca call.
And there it is.
Luca calls. So Berg here better than a 4-1 favorite, but he is the at-risk player.
Luca shows ace 5. He got one pair aces.
No, 3 or 5.
Let's see the river cards. It's a trade.
3 on the river. Berg's two pair counterfeited, and he's eliminated by Pagano.
Just had to ask for the card, right?
Cash is out for 38,000 euros, and that's going to take us down to 36 players.
Stanley Tucci.
He looks nothing like Stanley Tucci.
He looks enough for me to have said that.
Luca calls.
I think you were just thinking about Stanley Tucci.
I was actually. He's been putting out some great stuff on social media.
Lives down the road from me. So it's Pablo Ubiana who's called here.
Big blind check, and here's the flop.
Jack 9 against 7 deuce, and Luca's flopped pretty good.
I'm beginning to see why Luca is climbing the leaderboard, the worthless, means nothing EPT leaderboard.
Pablo bets 15,000.
Well, it's a long way back for Ubiana. With the 7 deuce, he's going to start bluffing on the flop. Pagano delighted at the prospect.
And Luca's going to raise.
And check raising. Which I like. I think there might be an tendency to slow play with the trips here, but there's so many worse hands that can call you, so many draws. Obviously with a two-tone flop, you've got clubs. And then a myriad of straight draws as well.
All in. Go.
Excuse
And
me?
don't forget, chance that someone's going to have absolutely nothing and try to bluff you with it.
Oh no! Pablo blasts off with 7 deuce.
Pablo blows it.
Let's see a turn and river. You're 0% to win. Let's see what comes down.
There's a tray. And we have
Give him a 6 straight.
Look at him shaking his head. Oh, that doesn't help.
a deuce and
It never will.
next player out.
So Pablo Ubiana out in 28th place, cashes for 42,100 euros. What an unnecessary situation he found himself in there. Blinds are up to 50,000, 100,000 with a 10k ante, and on this hand, we are going to sweat with Mustafa. We will only see can it hole cards.
You can it stop a Mustafa.
He's first to speak. He's under the gun. With Jack 8 of clubs. That's a raise to 210,000. No action from Shemian or Newey. Kurganov folds the small.
Easy peasy.
It's Ali Reza Fatahi's big blind.
We know he likes to defend fairly liberally. We haven't seen a 3-betting range yet.
Call. He's defending again.
Fairly confident he wouldn't be playing anything super slow.
Well, the flop gives Canet a flush draw plus a backdoor straight draw, and he has 2 overs to the board.
Pretty great flop for us. You can bet your sweet mustachione we're gonna bet it.
250,000.
Raise.
Check raise alert. 600,000.
First of all, our draw is too good to fold. Second of all, when a guy announces raise like that, like he's kind of annoyed by you, he's almost never got it. It's like his voice is trying to overcompensate for the strength of his hand. We could re-raise, but I like just calling because if we hit our card and he's bluffing, he could keep bluffing.
Canet calls in position. The turn card is the king of clubs. Canet now has a flush.
Got it.
500.
Fatahi bets again.
Now we have to just call. And now that I think about it, one of the bluffs Fatahi could have had on the flop is an ace-high flush draw. And that's a pretty small bet relative to the size of the pot. If he shoves river, I don't know, but for now, we're going to call. I assume.
Yes. So 2.7 million in the middle. Canet the effective stack with 1.42 million behind. The river is a 3 pairing the board.
All in.
And Fatahi quickly shoves.
That was so fast. I know he doesn't have a full house, but I'm not convinced he doesn't have a bigger flush. He seemed a little aggro with that all in too, and I don't know if it's because he doesn't have it or because he's annoyed the board paired.
Oh my god.
Another big decision for Mustafa.
I don't think I can fold.
Given the hands we've seen Ali Reza defend with in the big blind, I don't think so either.
Canet looking at the pay jumps. He calls all in.
Let's see it.
Queen high.
Fatahi bluffing with Queen Jack.
Great call, us. Yes.
Canet doubles up.
Nice hand anyway. Was tough.
And the Italian takes the chip lead.
You never get check raise and boom boom.
That was 2016, this is 2024. The PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte-Carlo Casino. Day 3 of the main event continues at the Monte-Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort with 118 players returning from the first break of the day. These are the current chip leaders. Start of day chip leader Eros Calderoni has dropped down to 3rd. It is Natan Shauskin who is the biggest stack right now. No one's crossed the million mark yet, but Shauskin isn't that far off. 902k is the big stack right now. And we are keeping the same lineup at the feature table for the second session of the day, headlined by a former Monte Carlo champion, Adrian Mateos. He is table captain with 76 bigs. Another reasonable size stack is that of our gold power pass winner, Kevin Schulz. He's now guaranteed a 10k return. And of course, we're laddering up all the time. He is playing sub 50 big blinds, a sub average stack as the blinds go to 3k, 6k with a 6k big blind ante. Obviously, we're some ways from these payouts right now. Most of this prize money will be distributed on the final day, on Saturday, when we stream every single hand of the final table. 100K plus for all of the finalists, 1 million euros for the winner of the biggest EPT Monte Carlo main event of all time. That's right, it's a record breaker. Someone called them at Werther's. Total prize for this event, 5.8 million euros. And of course, after the bubble burst last night, it means everyone who's eliminated now is cashing out. Everyone is in the money. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
Nick, as well as being my co-commentator for this level, you are also our Peter Jorgnot watch correspondent.
Correct.
You were the person who tipped us off to the fact that he was wearing something very special today. I have to say, and I'm not blaming you for this because all you did was relay Peter's words, he threw us by saying that it was a little-known watchmaker, and because of that, I didn't think it would be any brand that I'd heard of. But actually, it's a Ulysse Nardin watch. Ulysse Nardin, who make the Freak, make some very complicated watch, some very fine timepieces. It is the Ulysse Nardin Stranger Music Box. You've watched the video. It plays Frank Sinatra?
Okay, I've confirmed, actually, he has the version that plays Four Seasons instead. Of course, it's more classy. Also, chat, can I get a poll really quick? Has anybody actually heard of Ulysse Nardin? When James says a little-known, it's not little-known watch brand. Of course, it's not for a watch aficionado. But I had certainly never heard of it. Although that's a lie. I had actually seen the Freak before because it's that really complicated sort of swivelly swivelly dial
the
thing.
Swivelly one. You like the swivelly ones. You love your tourbillons and yeah.
I do. But still, yeah, I would argue it's still pretty fringe. Apparently, it was one of 89 made, but gotta love it. Gotta love Peter Jorgnot. Big fan.
I should have known it wasn't the Berkeley Grand Opera because that's only worth 5K, whereas this Ulysse Nardin watch is 6 figures.
Yeah. Not unlike the watch we saw him wearing yesterday, the APRO.
In rose gold.
In rose gold, no less. Yeah, beautiful.
Another 6-figure watch. Peter Jorgnot, he's got the money and he spends it. On nice things.
Chat, for a second, I thought James was going to say, as well as my poker correspondent here at the EPT, also my best friend. But no, that's fine. I can be Peter Jorgnot's watch correspondent as well. That's fine.
So action is underway. That last hand was raise and take it for Byron Kaverman, who we saw at the final table of the Super High Roller earlier this week, now making a deepish run in the main event. Edouard Barsegian, second in chips at the table. Ace-Queen in the hijack, raises.
So I haven't actually caught anything so far today. I know we've only been on for a short while now. Have we seen any action from Wolfgang?
We saw one hand.
Okay.
He won a pot, chipped up.
Yeah? Oh, great. Love to see it. Definitely good for poker.
Barsegian is called by Oliver Huber, who also has an ace. Unlikely to be ace-king, probably would have seen a re-raise. Could it be ace-3 of diamonds, ace-deuce of diamonds? Has Barsegian been out-flopped? Have we seen domination rotation?
So many questions. Not sure I'm a big Stone Island fan. That's the name of this brand, right, James? Stone Island?
Yeah.
With the sort of crosshair logo. This makes me think of like footballers, football hooligans. Obviously not a comment on our friend here at the table. I'm sure he's a lovely guy. Is it ace-10 of diamonds, James?
Is it ace-jack? Barsegian did not continue flop, but he will make a delayed C-bet on the turn. 22,000.
Interesting. I think definitely Huber can turn up here with ace-jack, both suited and unsuited, given the action pre-flop. All right, royal flush, let's go. Oh, never mind. Queen of diamonds, unfortunately, out of the deck.
Huber calls 5 of clubs, completes the board. Is it ace-4 of diamonds?
Hey, thank you very much, Wistern, for the raid, by the way. Welcome everybody from Wistern's stream. You're on twitch.tv/PokerStar and/or excuse me, you could join us on YouTube. Covering EPT Monte-Carlo 2024.
Alsegian fires again. Ace, queen, high. Huber looking back at his cards. And folds. We will never know. But I'm guessing it wasn't ace-4.
Yeah, seems unlikely. How was Wistern's raid today, guys? Let us know how he got on.
Andre, I'm not going to get into an argument with you. Ultimately, people can spend their money on what they want. But when you say buying watches is a waste of time, you have the time on your phone. People don't necessarily buy them because they need to tell the time. Some people wear them as accessories, as jewelry, and some watches do actually appreciate in value. There are some people who buy watches as an investment, so they are not worthless. That is, as I said at the time, a dumb comment. Thank you for your comment.
By the way, if you're looking for an interesting conversation, an interesting take on watches in general, and the collection of them, check out James Hardigan's new YouTube channel. Putting out some good stuff.
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate it.
He actually showed off his watch collection, including a beautiful new piece.
I'm wearing it today.
Yeah, which marks his move into becoming an ambassador in a new chapter in his life. He can tell you all about it. Go and check it out on the YouTube. It's great stuff. And he'll also give you some hot takes on film as well.
As you've given me the plug, shall I do the link in the...
Yeah, do it, mate. I mean, it's not like he's qualified to talk about movies or anything. Oh, that's right. Never mind. He actually has a degree in everything. Yep, go give him a follow, turn on the bell, do all that stuff. Smash the subscribe button. Interesting comment here from Mark. When will the real commentary start, aka when is Maria coming? Mark, you are so incredibly banned.
I was actually going to give Mark a genuine question. Maria is not in Monte Carlo. Maria is back home in California. She joins us live via satellite every evening. Not going to expect Maria to get up at the crack of dawn. Have to respect the 9-hour time difference. So generally Maria joins us later in the day. Not sure if Maria is available today, so she might be here. She might not.
All right, you're lucky my ban button is broken. Not joking, but watch it.
6 raise, 42,000.
Well, this is interesting. Parsegian has opened with ace-6 of diamonds. Mateos is flattered with jack-10 of diamonds. And now, gold power pass winner, Kevin Korsakis, has 3-bet from the button with ace-king of strawberries. Original razor folds. Mateos not folding. Going to play this 3-bet pot out of position without the betting lead. And with the worst hand for now. There are 2 diamonds out there, though.
Oh, dear.
And we have ourselves a post-flop flip.
Yep, pretty darn close. Mateos always seems to be on the right side of these ones, James. You know, when I like defend the correct range versus 3-bets, just bricks city.
Mateos check shoves the flop. Korsakis with 2 overs to the board, a wheel draw, backdoor flush draw, but it is all in to call.
This is so rough. Mateos is definitely going to have pairs here as well as draws like this. And as we can see, even if you make the right call here with ace-king, you're still not loving it. 2 live cards and diamonds is absolutely monstrous.
I mean, strictly speaking, he is ahead right now. And I guess if you read this as a flush draw and think, I could have the best hand with ace high, I could call, but it's for everything.
Yep, you're going to be up against some draws here, but you just hate all the draws anyway. It's just such a bad scene.
Playing time bank cards. Extending that shot clock, and he makes the call!
All right, well, it is the right call, guys. He does have an edge.
Korsakis, the gold pass winner, is all in and at risk, is ahead right now, but Mateos has 12 outs. Diamonds, jacks, and tens all working for him.
That's right, 12 times 4 is the approximation when you're trying to figure out how many outs to equity you have. And it's approximately the 46% that we see here.
A lot of cards for Korsakis to fade.
Stand-up equity.
Turn card is a 3, pairing the board.
That helps a lot for the ace-king.
Korsakis now better than a 2-1 favorite, but still has to fade 12 cards.
Problem is, Mateos never misses.
The river is another 3. He has the power.
That is absolutely monstrous. What a hold for Korsakis.
The gold power pass winner doubles up through one of the best in the world, a former Monte Carlo champion. And Korsakis is now going to have the table chip lead, close to 100 big blinds.
Wow, at this stage in the tournament, that's just huge. What a big spot. You know, I like the call. Like I said, it's a tough one to make. You will literally just be up against some pairs, some actual made hands. In some cases, though, James, when they have the flush draw there, it would be with the ace, in which case your equity becomes much better because they don't have 2 live cards. So you can understand the decision-making here, does make the right call. And don't forget, that's a gold pass winner, James. This is the Cinderella story that we're looking for this EPT. Would love to see one of our gold pass winners running deep and riding the path all the way to victory.
We have 2 in the field right now, the other being Marcello, the guy who found himself watching the EPT Paris live stream back in February, thought, I'd like to go to an EPT. I'm going to give this power path thing a go. Won his gold pass that night.
What a life. What a life. Living the dream out here.
Aidan Berry asks James, is it still a call with ICM implications? You're asking the wrong person. You should be directing that question at Nick. I'm going to guess, Nick, that considering the payouts at the moment are still pretty flat and the money jumps aren't huge, you're not really factoring in ICM at this stage.
Yep, you nailed it. That's exactly it. Don't worry about ICM at this point. ICM is really important as you get close to the bubble because it's either 0 or cash. But then once we're in the money, that's why we have the post-bust-out bubble bonanza, because at that point you just got to battle. You need chips in order to find ladders. If we get closer to a ladder, it comes into play a little bit, but when it's this flat at this stage, you just need to go for the win. Very brave, and I mean, unreal hold, honestly.
I heard the words all in. It's George Mercier Tomescu shoving small to big with Queen Jack. Ace 5. Nikolai Zizhenko in the big blind.
Oh my goodness. So, how many big blinds is this, James?
Not very many. 10, 11.
11. Yeah, ace 5 is a call.
And that means Tomescu will be at risk.
assuming he's already called, right? Yeah, there we go.
Temescu with live cards, though. It's almost a race. The flop is jack high. And now Temescu has the advantage. Just has to fade. An ace.
Or running hearts for the chop opportunities.
Four on the turn takes away the chop opportunities, but it does give Sezhnenko additional outs. Deuce for the wheel, ace for a higher pair. River card is a 3, jacks hold. That is another double up.
Yep, standard stuff, blind v blind, pretty textbook.
So Temescu now playing 23 bigs. Sezhnenko down to 20 bigs. We didn't highlight that after that hand with Korsakis, Adrian Mateos has dropped down to 30 big blinds. And we did reference at the start of this level that we have a new chip leader. That player is Natan Shauskin. Still not up to $1 million yet. 920K is his current chip count. But Shauskin is tournament boss with 113 players remaining.
Shout out to Payday in the chat. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Is Anna Marquez still in? Good question. You can check out the PokerStars Live app to confirm, unless James has additional information.
We saw Anna earlier on, so I think that Anna is still around.
As far as I know, Adam, yes. And perhaps also Javi as well, her partner. Great to see those guys doing well.
Whitey says, I'm new to poker. What do they mean with 23 big blinds? So effectively, how you are measuring how many chips you have. I mean, the number of chips doesn't necessarily tell the full story, right? 585,000 sounds like a lot of chips, but if the blinds were 50,000, 100,000, that's not a lot of chips.
Right.
And that's why you're always measuring it really, and how many big blinds do you have? How many orbits can you last without playing a hand? And is it fair to say, I don't know what the current thought is, it always used to be, anything between 50 and 100, you're very, very comfortable. Yep. You can almost do whatever you want, quite frankly.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, and that's why learning how to play deeper stack poker is fine, and it's actually very useful for games like cash games, right? Because you play very deep very often. That's pretty standard to buy in for 100 big blinds or more. But in tournament poker, James, especially when you're playing not EPTs, that with these luxury blind levels, very long structures, learning how to play, 50 big blind stacks, 40 big blind stacks, sub 20 big blind stacks effectively from different positions is ridiculously important because it's a game of survival. And again, the other all-in, and again, very textbook stuff here. Queen 10 suited from this position, especially with the big blind ante in play. Slam dunk all in. Ace King suited in the small blind though. It's just the rematch, James. It was these two just now, wasn't it?
It was indeed, and right now, Sezhnenko finds himself as the favorite, but he could get out-flopped again. And Sezhnenko, this time, is the at-risk player. The stacks are very close, but because Temescu just doubled up through him, now has 8,000 more.
Yeah, Queen 10 still going to have a lot of equity here, James. 2 live cards, and the club's working 42%. This is a scary 42% for your tournament life. Can he win this time? He is ahead on both occasions.
Once again, history down to players who are going to restart play. In about 1 minute, please start retaking their seats.
Yeah, Chick75 says, how did you like the Spaniards all in push with Jack 10 of diamonds against Ace King? The Spaniard is literally one of the best, most accomplished, most decorated poker players in the world, and I liked it fine.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you for your question.
I think it's hard to imagine that would ever be a bad play.
Here we go. So far, so good for the ace-king. And it is Sezhnenko needs to hold here. Although it's a virtual all-in for Temesco, who'll be left with one big blind if he loses this.
Some really sweaty turns here, James. Let's see how they do. Oh.
Queen on the turn. However, it is the queen of diamonds. Street flash potential for Sezhnenko. Diamonds, tens, kings, aces. Let's be having you.
If you're going to bust to a hand, a royal is a good hand to bust to. Do we see the 10 of diamonds? Is it still in? It is still in.
River card is the deuce of spades. So Sezhnenko, with the best hand in 2 all-ins in a row, gets done by Temescu. This time he's KO'd.
There's no justice in this game, James. Absolutely none. Very reasonable play, though, from both players. No mistakes made. Very good poker on both players' parts. Just a standard short stack scenario, and you just got to run them.
So we are now at 111 players in this record-breaking Ept Monte-Carlo main event. And George Messia Temescu now has 280k, 46 bigs, a below average stack. The average right now is 326,000. Only 2 players at this table have above average stacks, Edward Barsegian and our gold power pass winner, Kevin Korsakis.
The mystery bounty draw can be done beside table number 1. If you wish to draw a bounty at any time, please ensure you have your digital membership card or your physical player ticket with you. We'd like to wish all players the best of success. We return small blind 1,500, big blind canopy 3,000. Cedars being at the middle, please.
Pablo asks, what time is it in Monte Carlo right now? Greetings from Texas. Pablo, it is almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I believe we are 7 hours ahead of you at the moment. Checking on action from the outer tables where Theros, Elias Gutierrez has called the all-in of Claudio Di Giacomo. Queens versus ace-10. The at-risk player with ace-10. And Theros' queens are holding. Still good. No Greenstein. Di Giacomo eliminated. And I believe Elias Gutierrez is now going to have more than 400k. Di Giacomo cashing for 11.5 grand. And Gutierrez actually playing 425,000.
Well above average, guys. Average stack at the moment, 329,455 chippies.
$110 players remaining. Back to the main stage where it's blind v blind. Barsegian calls in the small with ace-4. Kings for Oliver Huber. He starts the hand with 20 bigs.
I think an ISO to like 2.5 big blinds here would be nice. That's pretty standard at the stack depth. Gonna do it as a bluff as well, so nice and balanced.
Score raise 18.
18. He goes for 3x here. A little bit more, but that's fine as well. Barsegian actually might be tempted to limp jam this, James. This is actually not a ridiculous play at these stack depths. Your opponent should be raising versus limp very frequently, therefore you generate lots of folds. When you get called, you usually have something like 30% equity, so you do steal a little bit back when you actually get busted by the big hands. Yep, there it is, told you.
Shove and a call, so Huber finds himself at risk, but way ahead. Needs those kings to hold.
Big spot for the kings here. Great spot in equity, but you need to hold to remain in the tournament here.
The flop is king high. Not much of a sweat here.
That is a good flop for kings, believe it or not.
It's a coffin flop. for Barsegian. He is drawing dead. Oh, quads.
Oh, sure. Daily quads. Why not? Yeah, run it faster, dealer. Just, it's done. It's done.
Barsegian not eliminated, so no hashtag deployed here, but a crucial double up for Oliver Huber, now playing 44 big blinds. Barsegian down to 50 bigs.
Yeah. Understandable. Again, blind v blind, we've seen a lot of very quote-unquote standard spots. I would argue that's a very standard one there as well. Running into kings is never usual. It's never a good thing unless you got the aces, of course. 44 bigs now for Oliver Huber there, 268K, not too shabs. I wanted to address a question really quick, James. I think it's a super common one that maybe other people would benefit from. Matty Matt says, a question for the online players here. Is it worth trying out with free chips first or going straight in with a small person playing the penny stakes? I get this question all the time, and I have an opinion on it. This is not financial advice. Obviously, always gamble responsibly, guys. However, if you want to learn the mechanics of the game, and if you want to try and work on your sort of strategy and understand how that applies to the game in a real-ish environment, I think it's fantastic to start out playing for play money. However, in my experience, the transition from absolutely free to penny stakes is very significant. And when you're playing a game of consequence, it's hard to play a game of consequence when there's no consequence and people don't lose anything when you're putting them all in, when you're bluffing them. In that case, I think if you want to learn to be good at poker, you do need to move up. But I did most of my learning at the absolute smallest of stakes.
I would like to offer an opinion on this as someone who could not play for real money on PokerStars for a decade. And I found that as more parts of the world found themselves unable to play real money, that actually there are a lot of people taking play money games very seriously.
That's also true.
If you play at the highest stakes for play money, and I'm talking in the hundreds of thousands and the millions, so you need to have a lot of play money chips, those games actually play seriously at a decent level, not akin to the kind of like lower stakes real money games you'd find on PokerStars.
I completely agree, and actually that is confirmed by individuals at PokerStars as well. Lots of people taking higher stakes play money quite seriously, and in some cases it does still have some value, right? If they're buying chips.
Buying chips, absolutely, yes.
So I would say go slow. You can learn absolutely loads at micro stakes. And one of the best things about online poker for me starting out was if I went to my local casino, you have to play 1-2 or whatever. You'd have to play 2-5 or whatever the stakes were. Jumping into that is pretty crazy when you're just trying to figure out the game. Being able to play for money at like, 1 penny, 2 penny cash game stakes or, $1 sit and goes or whatever. Fantastic way to learn the game, and in many cases you can become much better than the individuals who actually play for real money in live casinos just playing those stakes.
I don't disagree with Nick's argument that at some point there has to be something at stake, but I will always trample on the it's not a game without real money, it's terrible, it's not real poker. I will always step on that argument. That's just stupid.
Hey, Andy Wilson in the chat, Bowie Effect says, shout out to Bolton, 25p, 25p games. I am coming straight to Bolton after Monte-Carlo, buddy. Me and you, 25p, 25p, heads up for rolls.
So we are three-way in this pot. Mateos and Lip both have top pair. Mateos is 9 kicker, currently playing. Barsegian with the gut shot.
5 seconds. One, that's the lane.
And that is a shove from Lip on the turn, which is going to get a fold from Barsegian.
82.
Man, this is wild, James. I don't really think you can fold ace-9 here, especially when you're unblocking hearts. I don't know. It's still a pretty big chunk of change. Nice work. Does get it done. Does convince Mateos to lay down the best of it. I don't think Lip was bluffing. I think he just perceived that he did have the best hand, which he often will, of course, but he'll be happy to see the ace-9 go in the bin there.
chips up to around 30 big blinds. Adrian Mateos has gone from the biggest stack at this table to the shortest stack at this table in the space of 30 minutes. He's not in the danger zone. He's got 23 big blinds, but still a bit of a reversal of fortune for the 2015 main event champ.
Raise 14,000. Third pass. 5 pass. 6 pass.
Raise and take it for Barsegian.
You don't see that too often. Nice work.
So we have seen a few eliminations at the outer tables, including Felix Schneiders, a 109th place finish for Xflix, worth 11,500 euros. And we've also just lost Ankit Ahuja. He busted in 108th place, and he was knocked out by Marcelo Scari, one of our Gold Pass winners, the other Gold Pass winner. And Marcelo is currently playing a stack of 250k, so not as many chips as Kevin, but still comfortable, still around 40 bigs. 2 gold Power Pass winners remaining with 107 players left in the tournament.
That's huge, man. I absolutely love to see that. Big up the Power Path crew, excuse me.
Tomescu has opened with the Grafton, 10-9 suited. Byron Kavman, Queen 3 suited, calls. Ace, Queen 8 with just the 1 heart. DKE asks, is there a competition between the Gold Pass winners? Not that I'm aware of. There's no official last longer. Might be a friendly competition between the two of them, but my experience, qualifiers in events tend to support each other rather than turn it into some kind of like,
yeah,
I can outlast this person.
If anything, they might even swap percentages to share out, you know, any victory.
Yeah. And to answer your question, Keity, the Gold Pass covers accommodation, flights, and expenses. A Gold Pass is worth $10,300. With the buy into this tournament being 5,300 euros, there is money left over to make sure you get the full package to come to Monte Carlo.
And of course, you know, it's not just the money itself, but also the experience. Stars looks after you really nicely when you arrive. They get you all set up in your accommodation. Of course, we have the players' parties and everything associated with that. Depending on the location, we have events all throughout the week. For example, outside we have supercars that you can take for a spin around Monte Carlo. We had a paddle tournament, if that's your jam.
It's not, but thanks.
Okay.
I'd get my arse handed to me, Nicholas, if I played padel.
Padel, yeah, exactly. We also have, in Barcelona, for example, we have yacht rides or boat rides, you know, whatever, the boat parties.
So Tomescu, having paired his 10 on the turn, fires a second barrel, 35,000. Kavman's still ahead right now with second pair. Six on the river after Kavman called the 35K.
Do we see check river? Seems likely.
Like what's in?
Oh, wow. It does not go check, check. Temescu shoves river.
Wow.
Kaverman does have the best hand, but it wasn't under the gun raise. There's a lot of aces in Temescu's range here.
Yeah, especially from UTG.
Less stress playing online from at home. Okay. But the swing's different, yeah. Sure. Yeah, sure. Where are you living now? Are you living in London?
5 seconds.
Kaverman makes the call.
Whoa.
What a call.
How does he find this call? This is unreal.
He calls all in and gets the double up through Temescu.
James, where does this read come from? This is just absolutely sick.
He is an accomplished player with close to $20 million in live earnings. He was at the final table of the Super High Roller. We know his pedigree, Nick. We know he's capable.
Yeah.
And he made that call and gets himself up to 45 big blinds as Temescu drops down to 22 bigs.
Wow, I was not expecting that, but whatever level this guy is on, I want to be on that level. Where's the elevator?
New player coming to the feature table, by the way, as we check on Kaverman's stack, 277K now.
You like the river in that hand?
Boris Angelov. Hello, Boris.
In the hand. When you had against him?
He's got 33 big blinds.
Not the worst river.
Did you like the Men in Black with Boris the Animal? Was it 3?
I've not seen anything other than the first movie,
okay,
which I thought was fine.
I think he was called Boris the Animal. That surprised me. I really thought you would have seen him.
I know the first one was a decent movie, don't get me wrong. I
Great
had no
film.
desire to see the sequels.
Great film. Not so sure about the sequels, to be honest, but
there are many, many decent movies that should never have had sequels. A list far too long to compile right here, right now.
The most recent sequel is just an abomination.
Well, it was a reboot, right?
Oh, it's just an abomination. It's unacceptable what they've done there.
See, when I think of Boris, I think of Goldeneye.
Oh.
I think of, I am invincible!
When I think of Boris, I think of Snatch.
If I was going to be Sam Grafton, I'd be thinking of Dr. Zhivago. So it's Huber versus Temescu here. Temescu defended his big blind to an open from Huber, and Huber has continued for 14,000, has top pair with a better kicker. Temescu needs to tread carefully. Makes the call, turn card. Is the 5 of spades, domination rotation. 2 pair for Temescu. Temescu checks a second time.
46.
Huber not slowing down. Top pair, gut shot straight draw. That's 46,000 into 61,000. Drain the double swamps as the best sequel is Superman 3. Thought you were going to say the best sequel is Superman 2. At least there'd be an argument to be had there. Superman 3, the Richard Pryor movie where Superman makes a cameo appearance. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, but it does not change the outcome of this hand. Kings and 5 still ahead. Check, check. Huber gets the bad news. You. And Tomescu doing a bit of yo-yoing right now. Back up to 36 big blinds. And we are going to step away from the feature table because there is a big hand on one of the outer tables. Nuna.
That one.
The board is 88654. No flush possible, but it is straighty and it is paired. That's a call. Canet has a 6 in his hand. You can't muck in an all-in situation, I'm afraid. Ace-Queen, what a hero call from Hanuna. Calls with Ace-Queen high.
You didn't expect it.
And Canet's thin value shove gets paid off.
So sweet. We're taking color just.
And Mustafa Canet is up to 710K. That moment when you think you're bluffing the river, you get called and they have worse.
It's always the danger, James. It's always the danger. Bluffing with the best hand. Big fan of that. Would love to see more Mustafa at our feature table. Always a funny one. Brings a lot of levity to the occasion.
Question, is anyone else calling Canet with Ace-Queen in that spot? I know the answer in advance. It's a rhetorical question.
Yeah.
Tomescu calls in the small blind, gets raised by Boris Angelov in the big blind. Calls. We know he has a 9. He is unlikely to be ahead.
But is it 9-10 of diamonds, James?
I mean, that would be a monster draw. Right now, we can say with certainty he is behind. Angelov with queens, overpaired to the board. Has the action checked to him.
Where do you stay in Vegas? House with friends. House with friends.
Dimitar says, come on, Hartigan, say Boris, not Boris. Boris. He said it again. It's Boris.
Then it's more easy.
That's right, Boris.
Then it's more easy to stay 6 weeks when you're a little bit outside of the spread. Yeah,
Are you sure it's not pronounced your band?
Well, now 10-9 of diamonds is looking pretty tasty.
I think Tomescu's calling range in the small blind does end up being suited a lot of the time, in which case I think we are looking at a flush quite often. I mean, what other 9x, 8-9? Well, yeah, again, that's a suited hand. I don't know. I feel like Tomescu's just going to have a flush here a lot of the time is my point.
It's fine. We are all playing, so after the We play the day, then all together, have fun, dinner. Nice.
Never mind, guys. Sorry, small blind versus big blind. I thought this was a small blind call versus an early position open. I take it back. Could be all sorts. Never mind.
The price, like usually, 20-15.
Angelov betting 43,000 on the turn.
And the Uber is like 15.
Yeah, very different setup here. Blind v blind. Range is much wider in that case.
A little bit more rake.
Ace of diamonds on the river, so we know that Angelov has a queen high flush, so the only hand that's beating him is king nine of diamonds.
That's exactly right, James.
Time bank card being played by Angelov. Well, he hasn't been snap called, so I'm going to say that Tomescu does not have king nine of diamonds.
Yep, seems about right. Unless we're seeing a hilarious slow roll.
I mean, Tomescu we know has the nine of diamonds, so definitely has a flush. So gross if you had it on the turn and then get done on the river.
Yeah. Jack 9 of diamonds would be ridiculously hard to fold. I think 9-10 of diamonds would be hard to fold here, James. Your opponent is really incentivized to take this line as a bluff, especially when it runs out all diamonds and you haven't played particularly fast in the hand. If you have 10 of diamonds plus here, this is really, really hard. This is so tough.
Tomescu, oh, I thought he folded. No, he played another time bank card. He has not folded yet.
He's done that a few times now, James.
Ah,
and every time he
fake.
does.
Now he's folding.
Yeah.
Can we see the other card, please, sir? I'm guessing we have a broken chip, and therefore we did not catch the card, but 9-5 of diamonds.
Yeah.
He was ahead on the turn. Got rivered.
That's a bummer. That's a bummer.
Dolly Parton suited in diamonds. So it is Kevin Kosakis who has the table chip lead right now. He is a gold power pass winner. And there is another one. Marcelo Scari. He is a regular Sunday grinder with no big results on his resume. But while watching EPT Paris last month, that planted the seed for him to come and play here in Monaco.
My name is Marcelo Scari. I'm from Brazil, and I'm currently living in Vancouver, Canada. So actually I was watching EPT Paris and I was thinking about being in an EPT event, and I decided to actually participate in a qualifier for the EPT, and there was 2 packages and I got third. So I was super frustrated the next week, I remembered that I had a step 4 ticket for the 109. I was like, okay, let's play, right? Without too much expectations. And I was so happy when I got the gold pass. I was like, I sat in the bed with my wife. I was like, you're not going to believe it. We're going to Monaco. And she was like, really? But you lost last week. And I was like, yeah, but I won this week. The Power Path is amazing, actually, because being the opportunity to be here with the Gold Pass, having the experience to live an MPT event, I was able to take some time off, schedule my vacation so I could be here. So I feel it's the win-win situation, right? I can do what I like, my work, my career, but also enjoy myself and having this amazing experience.
Love it. Inspired by the live stream from Paris. Didn't make it on the first occasion. Fast forward 7 days. If you don't succeed at first, try again. Got there.
Yeah, that's a really sweet story. Seems like a really nice guy. Also, can I get a clip of that to send to the higher ups? How incredibly influential we are here on the stream. Anybody? Anybody? Okay. That's right. Award-winning broadcast.
The Keycrafter says, you can't play PokerStars in Vancouver, though. The Keycrafter, the #1 rule of being a know-it-all is be right. Yes, you can play PokerStars from Vancouver. Most of Canada is still in the global shared liquidity pool. Ontario has its own client and own restricted player pool.
That is correct.
Back to the action on the main stage. Lip paired his 7 on the flop and is still ahead by the river.
One bet 10,000.
10,000. The bet from Lip. Barsegian with just ace high.
I'm not sure about this, James. I feel like this just gets called loads. So, guys, the action, just a reminder, was raise from the ace-king, call from the 10-7, check, check, flop, check, check, turn, and then bet the river for 10K, about 1/4, a little bit more. Yeah, I think you just call there a lot, unfortunately, but there you have it.
So we are at 100 players. And we are going to one of the outer tables where Wolfgang Poker is in action. I see a red triangle of death. So Wolfgang 3-bet, got shoved on, and folds.
That one, do
this one?
Yes, please. Either a flip or I'm smoked.
Wolfgang is looking a lot more healthy in the chip stack department there, James.
Cash game, I just...
Than we saw it during the bubble.
You ever come to London or go to London?
I played at the Hippodrome once.
Now you know me. I'll show you where to play. Really fun game.
Beautiful.
Really fun. It's all about the people that come there. Not about anything else. Just the people.
Oh, sounds like Wolfgang's getting an invitation to a private game in London, Nick.
I played in Dallas.
You're too cool to pick with Hippodrome.
Well, it was just because I was on a trip with my...
Oi!
Yeah, with my girlfriend.
Don't discourage him from going to the Hippodrome. Get that guy's name.
Now you're never going to go Hippodrome again, trust me.
Where's my list from last night? I have a list of names, and yours is in red underlined.
Wolfgang Poker, bad for poker, turns out. Yeah, cheeky little private game. Sure, why not, James?
We have returned to the feature table.
5. 6.
John Delano says, James going all Chris Jericho. You are on the list. I did make a reference. No one's got it yet.
10 plus 1 plus.
That's right, Lobster. It's your daily Taylor Swift reference. A classic.
James Hardigan, chairman of the Swifties.
4 plus.
Just, I think, was it forewarned is forearmed, whatever the expression is. You ain't coming after Taylor, right? Anyone who says anything negative about Taylor, you don't get a joke ban, you don't get muted for 60 seconds, you get banned, all right? I'm just warning you now.
Don't diss the Tay-Tay.
Andy, you get a mulligan. Because chances are you typed that before I had the chance to say that,
right.
and you are in delay, so you didn't hear me. But
it was like slow motion, him hitting the return key as you said that. He was like, never, no. Oh, it's a Mescu.
There we go. See, there's always one. Always one. I wasn't joking, by the way. I will just. This is not. It's not a timeout. It's a ban. Goodbye.
To be fair, he did say Sailor Twift, who is a well-known country singer.
3 plus.
Oh god, I'm going to spend the next bloody 15 minutes banning people, aren't I?
Oh, guys. He warned you. Right, small blind action now. King 5 suited. He's going to play it chill. Little limpy limp. Mr. Mateos, how do you feel in the big blinds? 10 tray off. Pretty garbagey, but definitely a spot where I've said before you do a lot of raising versus limp. This is a lovely spot. And the range is excruciatingly wide, and it includes a lot of really trashy stuff like this. Absolutely. Believe it or not, Adrian Mateos actually knows how to play poker. So it's a raise and a call, defended correctly by the King 5 suited. And a great board for Mateos to try and get it through right away.
3 check.
Thank you.
That's a fair point by Andy. Can we get Taylor Swift on a poker table? You want poker to explode. You want a second poker boom? That's what you need.
Now, I appreciate, you know, if we were to say, Taylor, how much to get you to an event, you know, as a celebrity influencer. However, despite that being extremely expensive, I feel like if you sent her a really nice, heartfelt message on Twitter or another social media platform and just be like, look, do it for your biggest fan ever, I feel like she might respond to that.
That is one of the most ridiculously naive things anyone's ever said to me.
James, you can't have no in your heart, buddy.
5 plus.
Sometimes you just got to say, yeah, maybe it's a little silly, maybe it's a little naive, but, you know. Did Taylor Swift sing a song called Naive?
Here's another one. Tell you what, Zai, I'm going to shut up, and so will you, you banned.
How about that check raise on that texture, guys? That was cheeky. Mateos now 16 big blinds, getting a little on the shallow side, but if there's anybody that knows how to play a shorter stack, it's this gentleman here, as well as every other stack. Have you ever considered doing cameos, James?
No.
Chat. Okay, can I get some hands in the chat? Who would pay to have a personalized message from James Hardigan on Cameo? Let's be real.
10 plus.
Silence across the board.
No. You can't have it both ways, James. They're catching up still. They're hearing. There's a slight delay. We can't give Andy a mulligan and not give me a shot. Oh, there we go. Oh man, and the crowd goes wild, James.
We've got an all in here. Adrian Mateos shoving from the small blind over the early position open from Tomescu. If Tomescu calls with the Snowmans, it will be a classic race.
102,000.
I feel like you got a call here. Tomescu, 145K. So it's a huge chunk, but I think computer says yes if you look it up. How does Tomescu feel, though? Penguin Tamer says, I would want a Stapes one more, though. I'm pretty sure Stapes does actually have a cameo. Yeah.
102.
Tomescu calls, and Adrian Mateos is flipping for his tournament life.
All right, off we go to the races, James.
If Tomescu loses this, by the way, he'll have 7 bigs. The flop is queen high. Mateos with the advantage.
Instant delivery. Does he ever lose?
But Tomescu has a gut shot, so has 9s and 8s working for him. Another queen for Mateos, but it doesn't change the situation. 6 outs for Tomescu. 6 cards for Adrian Mateos to fade if he's to double up and survive.
Mystery bounty players, new blind level, small blind 2,000, big blind and empty 4,000.
River card is a jack. It's a full house for Mateos. He survives. The 2015 Monte-Carlo champ is still in contention. 36 big blinds now as Tomescu drops down to 7.
I would argue that perhaps might be the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Yes.
And blinds will be up in 28 minutes' time.
Oh, expert analysis from YouTube as usual. Mateos is so bad. Sure.
This is why Chat Pro Saturday will not be a thing this weekend.
Oh,
Not going to allow this nonsense to run riot at the final table of one of the most prestigious EPTs of the year. Korsaka's still the table chip leader with 558k. What was that?
3 raises to 14,000. 4. 5.
Don't worry, Pico. You don't have to listen to it. You're banned.
Shout out to PokerStars Spragg in the chat, my fellow Chat Pro Poker Show compadre.
Alsegian has opened in the hijack. Mateos is flatted on the button. Kavman folds the big blind, so we're going heads up to the flop. Ace-5 suited versus 7s. King, Queen, 8, all spades. 7 still ahead, but can't imagine Mateos is loving this board.
Yeah, one of those boards you're kind of just happy to take it down.
3.
Hijack checks. You know, sevens just, you know, has some showdown value here, I guess, but do you just want to put in a little bet now and try and get him off hands that potentially have equity? I think checking is probably more the GTO line here, as you do have showdown of a sort. The thing is, Mateos is also going to check plenty of spades on this board too, right? So it's not necessarily weak for him to check here, and he will find his way to showdown quite often. If Parsegian doesn't bet the turn from the hijack, he probably doesn't have a queen, he probably doesn't have a king, and in many cases won't have anything strong like a flush either, because they need to start building the pot from out of position here, lest they don't get enough value from their bigger stuff. As played, check on the turn for Mateos in position.
3 checks. 5 checks.
Both players happy to get to showdown. Sevens will do it.
Question of the day from Chris Arthur. They both have a full house, black over red. Why don't they bet? Oh, I wish Nick was in vision right now.
Good Lord. You know what?
I'm guessing.
You know what?
Guessing.
You know what?
I'm guessing that Chris is having a laugh.
Yeah, and that's fine. And actually, that's a solid one. But also, that's not really fair either. If he's not having a laugh and if he's being serious, it's fine. I understand. People are learning sometimes. That's okay.
I suspect tongue firmly in cheek with that comment being typed out in the chat of the YouTube.
I don't know. I'm never sure on YouTube these days, James. Honestly, I've seen things.
1. 3.
This is definitely a premium hand. He's king for Hoover.
4 raises 14,000. Five calls. 6 plus 7 plus.
Jose says, in the UK, we can't access the PokerStars YouTube they keep referring to, right? You're not wrong, but there is a separate PokerStars YouTube channel in the UK. You have to sign in to verify your age to watch it. So you can see the stream on YouTube, but I'm not going to lie, we don't monitor the chat of that one. There's only so many windows I can have open on my computer, only so many conversations I can follow.
Yeah, I think you call a bunch here with the 9-7. Got a good price, playable hand. Not going to be dominated too often. And as we see, 2 live cards against King, Queen, Ace, King doing all right. Definitely enough equity to call here from the big blind to try and see something big. Flop is Ace, 10, 8. Not really too much to report here. King, Queen needs to really improve to feel good about this spot. Temescu does have an up and down straight draw though. 6 on the turn, Jack on the turn would be an interesting card. If King, Queen remains in, it would be a very interesting card, as both players would turn a straight. The King, Queen, and the 9-7. Oh my days. Was not expecting this, James.
20,000.
Expect the unexpected, Nicholas.
Didn't have a ton of chips, decided to go for the old stop and go. I would like to bet at this stage $1 million that Hoover is not folding Ace King on an ace high flop.
4 calls.
Hoover trying to get a read here on Senor Mateos. There's quite a lot of dead money in there. I wonder if Mateos thinks he has the right price to try and peel and play for the side pot. No, it just makes the fold Ace King way in front here. Still a reasonable draw from the 9-7. 37% of the time going to pull it off. That's not one of them.
$95 left.
Yeah, it was the effective all-in. That's the rest.
So Tomescu, drawing pretty thin, is going to need a jack or a 6 on the river. Into 10, and that will see the end of George Macia Tomescu's Ept Monte-Carlo main event run. A 95th place finish. That's going to earn him 13,200 euros before you hit another money jump.
Pay jump's looking up.
Nee. Aber hier komme ich gerne hin, hier schon. Kann man schön relaxed im Urlaub. Obwohl dies das Wetter nicht so gut ist. Dies das Wetter nicht so gut ist. Jetzt schon mal besser. Aber. Ist trotzdem okay. Ich war trotzdem ein paar Tage mal am Pool. Und
Uber hovering around the 45 big blind mark right now. Kevin Korsakis still table chip leader.
Letztes Jahr zum ersten Mal. Bin aber auch gern daheim. Aber manchmal. Vegas war ich jetzt schon lange nicht mehr.
Telling Master, asking how long are we playing today? 5 levels, so this is the second level of the day. So there'll be 3 more after this, 3 more 90-minute levels. No extended dinner break this evening. There'll be a 30-minute break probably before the final level of the day. But hopefully we'll have an earlier finish than we did last night with that extended, elongated, protracted bubble.
Yeah, about 3 hours on that 90-minute level, as we did see a lot of action. But you know, James, it was longer, but we did have that 3-way triple bust-out bubble buster that saw the individuals busting, chopping.
You know, we often give Griffin flack, right? For oh no! No!
Oh, Marcelo.
Gold pass winner Marcelo Scari has just been eliminated. He lost with a set of 4s against Jonathan Pastore's rivered flush. And this actually happened a couple of hands ago, so Marcelo went out in 96th for 11,500 euros. He missed the pay jump, didn't get the pay jump to 13-2.
It's a shame.
So that means Kevin is the last remaining gold pass winner in the field. I was going to say, we give Griffin flack for not thinking before speaking. You're doing a Griffin.
No, I'm not.
You're venturing the conversation.
It was a triple bubble busterina. I forgot what I said now. It was well thought out at the time, though. I can guarantee you.
Oh, this wins comment of the day or question of the day. Badata, what's for dinner there? Guessing Monte Carlo would be fancy. Do you hear that? That's the crew laughing. There are some very nice, very fancy restaurants in Monte Carlo. Crew catering in the basement of this venue, not fancy.
5 bets, 11,000.
Mateos betting with King Jack on this 2-flush board, lip.
5 seconds.
98% favorite.
1 raises to 33,000.
Just decides to raise right here, right now. I don't know if I like this, James. You are in position. You have what is probably the best hand on the flop already, plus the king high redraw. King high flush, that is. I think flatting would be fine here, especially given the fact that lip about 30-ish big blinds to start the hand. you're not going to struggle to get the chips in on at a later street. And is actually going to get action from Mateos here with the pure king high. That was unexpected as well.
10 on the turn. Mateos open-ended now, but still losing. Top pair and the flush draw. Zach Larson says, why do they add the chip shuffle sound effect? That is the actual sound of chips being shuffled in the room. Who would do a live stream where they added the effect of chips being shuffled? What a ridiculous idea.
Outrageous.
5 seconds. One that's 45,000.
Lip, having raised the flop, bets 45,000.
That Mateos stare. This hand is not going at all like I imagined it would, James. All over the place.
Board bricks out for Mateos. Lip is the effective stack here with 16 bigs behind. 100K, and there's 189K in the pot already. And there is the shove. And a quick fold from Adrian Mateos. Mateos once again the shortest stack at the table with 25 big blinds, and those blinds going up in 13 minutes time. Lip up to 289K, second biggest stack at the table behind Kevin Korsakis.
Small blind.
That late arrival paying off for him.
Yeah, putting in the work now.
Oliver Huber first to act here. Ace King again.
4 raises 12,000.
Makes it 12K. Lines are still 3,000, 6,000.
7 10 1 plus.
Folded around to the big blind. Edouard Barsegian, Jack 9.
Call. Three checks.
Barsegian not connecting with this board. Huber with top pair. Continuation bets.
15,000.
And Barsegian will fold.
3 plus.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. Huber's not doing too bad here. Picking up a few pots here and there.
Be My Girl says he's hoobering up those chips.
I like that. That's good. 47 big blinds now for Oliver Huber. On a roll, my man. Oh man, top analysis from YouTube again. In MTT, 95% of players lose because even if they are in the money, they will play higher limits then lose.
Sounds plausible.
Story checks out.
Regis, when's the book coming out?
All right, moving on. Hand number 53.
One raises 12,000. 3 plus.
Pretty standard open here from the button. Queen 10 offsuit.
Four call.
And the board is A6-4. Very C-bettable board, James.
Check. One bets 8,000. Four calls.
Bet of 8,000 called by Huber. Lip now with the advantage, pairing his 10 on the turn.
Four checks.
It's a turn, excuse me, that you're probably going to bluff quite frequently. Definitely trying to target some 6x, 4x straight draws, maybe some straight draws with some backdoor flush draws, maybe some king highs with some backdoor flush draws, maybe some king highs like king 7, as we saw calling the flop. I think you can definitely bet this for value at this point quite often. Some ace combos will be played as a 3-bet big blind, button versus big blind, excuse me, already. So some combinations immediately out of the mix.
35,000.
I like this bet a lot. Nice work. Takes it down. Can definitely imagine getting some value.
Okay, now, number one, we have a rule about bad lookalikes,
Yes,
right?
yes.
You're not allowed to compare a poker player to a poker player.
Correct.
You're also not allowed to compare a poker player to a poker player they look nothing like. So when Bedata says Huber reminds me of Devilfish, that's just on a different planet.
No.
To the outer tables, it's Wolfgang Poker versus Philipp Wenzelberger.
Man, names this trip have been incredible.
We are on the turn. King 8-5 deuce board. Action is on Wolfgang. Looks like he's checked. Wenzelberger. Counts out a bet of 16,000.
16 again.
Call from Wolfgang. His hand going to the river, which is the King of Hearts pairing the board. So King, King, 8-5 deuce. Wolfgang checks again. This time, Wenzelberger checks behind. Wolfgang has a king, King 10. It's good. So he is going to be playing just shy of 200K. So Wolfgang playing between 25 and 30 big blinds right now. And we can confirm that this table will be coming to the main stage after the break. We're going to change feature table, and Wolfgang Poker is going to be back on the feature table, maybe banging some players.
Could be.
4 checks, 5 checks.
I had a question from Shocks in Twitch chat, James. Any chance of David Doherty update? We haven't seen any David Doc updates on stream yet, have we?
No, we have not.
Just for reference, Shocks.
David's still in. I know he's still in the field, but
Yeah.
no, we've not.
No official updates. Shocks, if you want to check out the PokerStars live app.
Now, just we have to do the caveat.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I
Because
understand.
there's the PokerStars live app, which has chip counts of players that are updated at the end of every level. There are, of course, live updates via Poker News, but remember, the app, Poker News, they're not honoring the 30-minute delay right now,
Right.
so you will be exposed to spoilers. Now, if you're happy with that, if you're okay with that, go for it. Just don't bring those spoilers back to the chat.
That's right.
A7 deuce deuce on board. Mateos could have the best hand. We only know one of Lip's cards though. What if it's queen deuce neck?
Had a lot of these opportunities today so far.
Lawrence says, what's all this about banging, asking for a friend? Okay, so it's something that Wolfgang does in his videos. He would put when he beats someone in a pot, he put a graphic over them saying bang. And his fans were like, you should actually bang them in real life. So he had stickers made of the kind of graphical bang. And now he will put a bang sticker on someone if he beats them in a big pot. Now, I know that sounds obnoxious, but actually he has a lot of fans who will play with him in games in America who literally want to be banged. They want to be beaten in a pot, they want to get the experience, be on video and get the sticker.
One chip.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know quick information, after the break you will be moving.
Now, it's no secret that we filmed a second series of the PokerStars Mystery Cash Challenge on Saturday. And people are going to get a chance to see those shows on YouTube later in the year. No spoilers. I will say, though, Wolfgang Poker played in that game. Someone got banged and didn't take it particularly well when they got slapped with a sticker.
Oh, my goodness.
Dan Fox, as I played with him in Chicago, it's fun to see the bang happen. As I said, 99% of the time, I'm sure that's true.
People just love to watch him bang.
7.
Yeah, number 55 now, guys. A few minutes left on this level.
Are gonna be.
By the way, before the Mystery Cash Challenge debuts on YouTube, people are going to get to see the big game on tour filmed in Vegas at the end of last year, really soon. And I'm talking just days.
Oh,
by the
wow.
way. Just days.
Yeah.
Hopefully, more information later in the week.
Yeah, so keep it tuned here, guys, if you want to hear more about that. Obviously, we're bringing you coverage every day this week until Saturday. So if you enjoy this kind of thing, there's a lot of it coming your way. And also, don't forget, guys, Scoop coming up as well. I'll be doing loads of Scoop streams on the PokerStars Twitch channel. If you guys like the Cards Up action from the best in the world, it's going to be a good place to watch it.
I could take it or leave it. I'm kidding.
James will also be providing some of that action towards the end of the month as well as we get closer to the finale.
28. 5 sets.
Mateos in action against Korsakis. Jack high versus Queen high. Korsakis with the advantage right now. Again, those of you asking and commenting on Wolfgang Poker, he will be on the main stage. He will be on new feature table for the next session of play.
Six raises, 73,000.
Wow. What is happening? Korsakis raises with Queen high. Shows the bluff, and Mateos smirks. It's like, dude, you had the best hand.
Yeah, it's funny spot there.
Back to the
And this will be the last hand of the level coming up. Last hand we'll get to see from these guys as we change feature table during the break. Vibing heavy says, dumb question, but where is Monte Carlo? It is in Monaco on the French Riviera. It's a principality on the south coast of France.
3, 4.
Should say it borders France. Ace deuce for Mateos.
Did we ever do an EPT in Cannes?
No. The World Series of Poker Europe had an event in Cannes, but the EPT's never been there.
Can we consider doing a Cannes one year?
I kind of feel that you're cannibalizing your market. Monte Carlo, Cannes, they're not that far from each other.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, but I do like Cannes. I think it's lovely.
Thunderboy says, is that where James Bond won that tournament? If you're talking about Casino Royale, that's Montenegro.
Which is a common misconception.
I didn't think it was a common misconception until this week, when at least 2 people have made that mistake.
Including myself.
Byron Kaverman is Adrian Mateos' opponent in this hand, having defended the big blind. Mateos still ahead with ace high.
SXT is asking how long does the level last? 90 minutes at the moment.
Yeah, all levels 90 minutes in the EPT main event until we get short-handed at the final table.
Yep, yeah, super, super long luxury levels, great structure. EPT's famous for that. He likes slow poker formats.
As long as the blind levels are genuine and sensible, I will allow it. Still watching, Spragg?
7 checks, 5 checks.
Check, check. And that is going to take us to the break. So Mateos keeping his head above water. Still the shortest stack at the table, but we'll have around 20 bigs at the new blind level. Let's check on the stacks of all of these players as we send them back into the field. New lineup coming to the stage very soon, headlined by Wolfgang Poker. A good session for Kevin Korsakis. The last remaining Gold Power Pass winner has 596K. Everyone else is relatively short, all sub 50 big blind stacks. No super shorties though. Mateos still playing more than 20 bigs. Next blind level, 4K, 8K with an 8K big blind ante as the Ept Monte-Carlo main event continues. So six-handed action continues. Folded around to Ola Shemian in the cutoff.
You mentioned we haven't seen Ola for a while. It looks like he went to the mountains for a few months, trained with a Shaolin monk, drank a bunch of rainwater, learned to fight with a stick.
Ace deuce offsuit. Raises to 130,000. Chip leader Ali Reza Fatehi's in the big blind. He's got king 4 of clubs.
Well, that side was real.
Call. He defends. Heads up to the flop. Well, it's a flush draw for Fatehi. Nada for Shemian, but he still has the best hand, ace high.
1 club would be good for Fatehi, but 2 would be bad.
Ali Reza leads with his draw, 150,000.
It's a draw-heavy board.
Shemian calls.
Little float, lots of runner-runners for Ola.
And Shemian picks up a wheel draw, but doesn't actually need to improve. Ace high still the best hand. Another semi-bluff from Ali Reza, 230,000. Once again, Shemian calls.
Aller must be confident he can win this sometimes without hitting his gut shot.
10 of hearts on the river. The board is bricked out for Ali Reza. He's going to fire again. He bluffs at it, 340k.
There's really only one card All is worried about, and that's a 10. What are the chances?
Shemian only has ace high. But he calls.
King high.
And that's going to look like magic or lucky or both, but it's neither. It's 100% pure, unmitigated, unadulterated swag.
And with that pot, Ola Shemian takes the chip lead in this super high roller. Pocket eights for Paul Newey. He's been very quiet at this final table.
Newey's my favorite of all Scrooge McDuck's nephews.
He's raised it up to 200,000.
Where do you think Paul got all that money from?
Ola Shemian's big blind. Queen six of clubs. He calls. To the flop. Which brings drama. A set for Newey. Shemian has a flush draw and he's double gutted.
See you at the river. They are pretty shallow, so it's usually going to go in on the flop.
Shemian has checked. Newey set to continue.
Always bet your sets, especially on a board wetter than the sinks in an airport bathroom. What are people doing in there?
I don't like to think about it. 285,000.
Ola can't fold these draws, and he's probably not going to just call for a huge chunk of his stack.
All in.
Call.
Shoving a call. Newey at risk, but ahead. A 6-4 favorite.
Not a massive favorite.
Optionen.
Well, flop.
Hashtag understatement.
You're the favorite.
Statistically, no. Swagtistically, yes.
I think you're the favorite.
Not now.
Shemian makes his flush.
3.
Newey needs the board to pair.
7. 7 from heaven.
It's a king, he's out.
So you got me covered, haven't you?
I don't know. I have 2.5 here, I think. Exactly.
Newey out in fifth.
Yep, again, guys.
Unlucky Paul.
What a flop. Cheers. Mustafa. Cheers. Cheers.
Poor Paul Newey. Not literally. He's still rich AF.
I'm gonna take your revenge.
How much you have, bro? You know?
7, I guess.
Canet is the current chip leader. Shemian with ace-10 on the button, raises.
240.
Ali Reza Fatehi has pocket fives in the small blind.
Very reasonable spot for a shove. Ola is going to be opening wide. Ali Reza's out of position, and he's very likely to hate most flops.
All in.
He shoves.
Yes.
Canet folds. Action back on Shemian. Now this is a big shove. 33 big blinds.
Which means this is not a snap call. Ola agrees.
Surely it's not a call at all with ace-10 off.
Peekaboo, who's hiding over there? Who is that?
Shemian's really thinking about this, isn't he?
Yes.
Wow, I am really surprised by that call.
I don't think he makes the same call against anyone else.
Good luck.
Good luck to you.
Good luck, guys.
Well, it's a flip. Fatehi, the player at risk.
Ola must think he's going to have a lot of bad aces and Broadway hands.
Ole against Ali Reza.
Yeah.
Not now, Igor.
Let's blow the whistle and start this race. Great start for Shemi, and he pairs his 10 on the flop.
That is a bummer for 2 5s, though.
Ali Reza left with 2 outs.
Oh, no, Igor's on the beers.
The turn card.
The 5.
No, the 3.
Put the 5 here, please.
Right there.
Yeah, exactly there. He can do it. One time he do it for me.
Go, boom. He teach me this. He teach me this like 4 years ago. In a 25K.
Swag actually sometimes stands for stolen without a gun, oddly.
The river is an ace.
Thank you.
Good game.
Good luck.
Ali.
Thank you, bro.
Nice to meet you.
Good luck.
It was a pleasure.
Love seeing a good deep run by an amateur. Anyone can do it.
Leaving us with the 2 high roller vets.
Pocket 5 against 8, 10.
Well done. You
Thank you.
deserve it.
Thank you.
Blind 61-20. Shemian limps in from the button with ace 5. Canet does not check his option. He raises with the 10-7. And Shemian calls the raise in position.
Let's play a bigger pot.
Well, that's a nothing flop. Shemian's still ahead with ace high. Canet continues to show aggression. That's 350,000.
I don't think we're going to see Ola call a 3-bet with ace high too often and then fold the flop right away.
He calls. The turn card is a 4. Well, both players now have straight draws. Shemian's open-ended. Canet has a gut shot. He needs a 5.
All the more reason neither of these guys is likely to fold.
Canet continuing to demonstrate strength. 875,000. Once again, Shemian calls. The river card is a 3 pairing the board. So ace high was the best hand before the flop, and it's still the best hand after the river.
Major brickage on the river. I think a bet here gets snapped off by Ola.
I think Canet's going to give it a go. He's not waving the white flag of surrender. Fires out a bluff of 1.95 million.
It's actually a pretty great run out to call with ace high, just like he did with Fatehi earlier. White flag, more like white swag. Feel like I'm really getting to know Anna here. Sorry.
Shemian thinking this through. He heroes.
You win. 6, right?
Not even.
Really big chip lead for Shemian now.
His bad card was an ace. His good card, swag.
Nice hand.
Yeah, but he's still got an uphill struggle. Shemian is the monster chip leader as the blinds go to 80,000, 160,000. And Shemian picks up queens. He raises to 350,000. Phil Gruesome railing the action now. Canet's got 7s.
This could be the cooler we were waiting for.
All in? Call.
Here we go, all in and a call, and Shemian is a 4-1 favorite to win.
Mustafa's prediction not looking so hot right now.
Good luck, bro. I always make quads with 7s. Lucky number, huh? Lucky, lucky.
A wise man once said, it is always coming 7. A set for Shemian.
I have a sweat.
For now.
7 for spade. It's okay.
The turn card. It's a spade.
The sweat just got sweatier.
Can picks up 8 outs. All the spades, bar the deuce. Any other card. Shemian is the champ.
What a life these guys have.
It's gonna be 8 of spades. Not so big, not so.
It's okay.
Or queen. You can finish it with queen. Quotes queens.
That would be nice, huh?
The river. Not a spade.
Oh, it's black. It's a 7.
Too little, too late.
Waste of a set.
Can denied the title. So close, yet so far. It's Elias Shemian after an extended absence from the poker circuit who ships the 100K here in Monaco. Blinds currently 8-16. There was a raise from Pantling, a 3-bet from Loddon. Pantling called the 3-bet out of position. We're going to the flop. King 8-6. Johnny flops a straight draw.
Pantling really should be tightening up now that he's sitting to the right of the chip leader, but here we have him raise calling pre-flop with ace tray.
Loddon continues for 76,000.
And we know Pantling to be a pretty stubborn creature. I would expect a c-bet to win this almost every time.
Hang on a second.
I would expect a c-bet to win this almost every time.
Not this time. Pantling raises to 214,000.
Johnny's draw is super disguised. He's probably gonna stick around.
The weird thing is, although Loddon is the statistical favorite, Pantling currently has the best hand with ace high.
Yeah. Semantics.
He's bluffing with the best hand. Loddon is counting out the call. We're going to the turn.
And this pot is getting huge.
Queen of spades. Pantling will bet again. 200,000.
Wow, I actually love this bet from Pantling. When Johnny calls the flop, he looks super strong, so this bet looks even stronger, especially betting into the spade. With no spade in his hand, Johnny knows he could have dirty outs, if not already drawing dead.
Loddon folds.
All right.
Did you like the turn, Andrew?
Yeah, I can't bluff either otherwise.
Pantling now second in chips.
That's a good turn.
Well, the action is on Andrew Pantling after a button raise from Jake Cody and a call from Freddie Deeb in the small blind.
Let's see how he carries on here.
This is a squeeze, a 3-bet to 175,000. Cody's out. Deeb not folding so quickly.
Seems like Deeb may be in a bit of a free fall now. Calling a min raise out of position with ace-5 is a little sketch. But calling a 3-bet with it is a bigger mistake than ordering a hot dog at a movie theater.
Heads up to the flop. Queen 9-4, 2 diamonds. Pantling 7, still good.
This flop could get Freddie a free card at least.
Check.
Checks to the razor. And Pantling will check behind. Deuce of diamonds on the turn gives Freddie a gut shot and the nut flush draw.
Other than an ace, I don't know that a better card could have hit for Freddie.
Check.
Except for maybe a greeting card that says, don't call 3-bets out of position with ace-5. Love, Joe.
Pantling checks a second time. River card for free. It's a 5. Freddie now with a pair.
Pantling with plenty of showdown value.
Freddie's betting 150,000.
He might actually think his 5 is good. Not only does Freddie think it's good, but I think he thinks he's value betting. I don't think Pantling can fold 2 7s getting this price.
He doesn't fold. He calls.
You got a 5. 5.
Turn your cards over, brah.
5 no good. Ship the chips to Pantling.
I said I got a 5. Why you go like this?
I want to see your hand.
Well, you can see my hand, but I mean, I said I got a 5. You make it sound like it's good.
Okay.
That was almost an apology.
You shake your head like it's good. I said I got a 5.
I wanted you to turn over your hand. I was waiting.
Yeah, just say short.
Or you could say that's no good.
Yeah, or say it's no good. I want to see your hand.
Knew Daniel couldn't stay out of it.
I don't think he meant to slow roll you or nothing.
No, but I mean, I said 5 3 times.
I've been sitting here all day waiting to slow roll you.
That's not the point. You're a player. I mean, you know how it goes. Just say 5 is no good. You think I'm lying to you?
Why do you even say 5? You're supposed to turn over your hand. That's the
No,
player
because
call.
sometimes, like, if I play, you know, you say a 5, it's no good. It's just a respect thing. But you have every right to wait.
Yeah, wait.
But you can say you can turn it over or muck it.
Yeah, I didn't do anything wrong.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte-Carlo Casino. Day 3 of the main event, live from the Monte-Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. Wouldn't say we're deep into the money, but we are medium into the money. These are the overall tournament chip leaders. Jamil Wakil has been a contender in almost every event we've covered for the last 8 months or so. Cool to see him on top yet again. Joe Stapleton in the booth alongside Sam Grafton.
Hi, everyone.
And Griffin the Benger.
What's going on, everybody? Canadian at the top. Big chip lead.
Flush Benger.
Big Jamil Wakil fan. Reminder of what they are playing for when we get down to the business end.
Wow, they rounded it. They took our note and they rounded it. 1 million up top.
That's $1 million.
1 million even for the winner.
Euros.
Our runner-up will take home 620,000 euros.
You got to feel for them because it was 652, but we whipped it off and gave it to first place.
Shh, don't. Quiet. Nobody needs to know where that money came from. I believe the algorithm came out to 1 million even.
Yeah.
We don't do that. We don't fudge it here. But you've got to make it to that final day if you want to crack 200K.
When they were doing a whip round in the green room, I thought it was because a member of staff was leaving, but it was actually to round the prize pool up to $1 million.
We Men in Black that out of everyone's memories. Current payout, not nearly that much. We're around between 10 and 15,000 euros at the moment. This is our feature table. Marius Gierse, a name I recognize.
Love that. Big Dex in the house.
That's an online handle, Big Dex, or just a nickname?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Dex88.
He's Dex88, wow.
He does have a big Dex, but it's Dex88 is the screen name.
He beat me head up for an F-Tops title once. True story.
Wow. But poker historians of past and present.
And yeah, the highlight at this table, someone that's too young to have played the F-Tops, Wolfgang Poker, number 6 on the feature table chip count, 22 big blinds.
F-Tops was a Chewy bar that he used to buy. And he used to ask his mum for an F-Tops bar.
Rutger Hennin and Rohit Marawala rounding out the top 3 at this table.
Some of these names do look fake. Thomas Marosh. The Philip Wurzelberg. Basically, they saw the list, and there was like 4 prominent poker players on one table, and Joe vetoed it and said, "I want the guy who's called the Wurzelberger. Like,
Yeah,
I want
I need Wurzelberger.
I want that name at the table, regardless of who else is there." Can you imagine the groan when you realize you're on the feature table and you've got Joe Stapleton in the booth and your name is Wurzelberger? You just know you're in for an afternoon. Maybe he's wearing a CIA baseball cap to distract from his surname.
Action back under the way. Blinds 8,000, 4,000. And of course, the big blind ante is in play.
Go on, Hannon.
This is Rutger Hennin.
Wow.
Part of the Hennin mob. Makes it 17,000.
It's a poker collective in North Amsterdam.
Barney Boothausen.
And Joe Beaverin.
Action's folded around to
this DJ.
Joseph Shipacek.
DJ Super Jerk.
It does look a little like Samoa Wozniak, but we don't do that. We don't compare poker players to each other, even if this dude does look like John Duthie.
Wenzelberger with a nothing burger in the big.
There you go, pal. Raise and a take it.
Dex is a fun player to play with live.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't know whether anyone will draw it out. You need someone to riff.
Yes.
You need, what was that for, Joe?
Gears.
Oh, gears. Okay. I thought that was just an animalistic noise. But yeah, he needs someone to riff with. But if you give him a little bit,
he needs a sparring partner.
Yeah, he's fun because he's one of those guys that's in every pot, like being super aggressive and also chatting. So sometimes he's like chatting when he's 4-betting and stuff, which is...
I can tell by the way he chews that gum that he wishes he had someone to chew the fat with.
Yeah. Have to wonder, is Wolfgang going to bang anyone on this table? Sam, if you don't know that context, he has little stickers that says bang on it, and he puts it on people when he wins big pots.
If he gets you, he slaps a big sticker on you.
Yeah, he did it to Mustafa.
Like I said, if there's one person to do it to.
Yeah, no, he took it real well. He put it on his forehead, actually. He doubled down.
Speaking of the Northern Amsterdam Poker Collective, you know who wouldn't take it that well? Lex Veldhuis. That's something to keep in mind for the future, guys.
Yeah.
A little foreshadowing.
I would maybe pay to see that, though.
Moraes opening ace-5, the off-brand sourdough. Marawala is in from the big blind with king, queen suited.
I guess I'll flick this in with
Is
this
his
piece of
name
junk.
I thought he was Mr. Oz.
Mr. Oz.
He's going to come from behind the curtain.
He's going to flop top 2.
Yeah, nice flop for the big blind on a board, which very much favors the pre-flop raiser.
Mr. Oz doesn't give a flying monkey about this king high flop.
Yeah. Just got to come out and represent to begin with, and I wonder how Mariwala wants to proceed.
Trappigans.
Yeah, James Trappigans.
Everybody loves a good trap. Name of my comic book, by the way, Trapped. Coming this August. 3 of spades on the turn.
Yeah, and let's suppose Mariwala had Queen 8 here. I would just be saying, go on, Mr. Oz, fire again.
Yeah.
We can see that is, look at that, a little bit of discipline. I don't know whether I would have been able to resist in his spot, but definitely wouldn't have worked.
A bit difficult to extract value here with the king-queen. You are going to have some misses in the form of, I guess, some 10-8s and the like, but most of the time should have value here, and you kind of you have the board pretty clipped up here with this top 2.
Ooh, 48,000 into 60. Value indeed. Let's see. Oh, we got a little watch action here. That's the Twistaflex by Spidell.
And Mr. Oz.
Pumpkin gold.
Just
nice.
Oh, wait. Is that a character from Oz right there? Did you see that? His card capper?
Nice flop. Was it the Tin Man?
It was like a monkey.
No heart for Mr. Oz.
Wait, from the HBO show Oz?
All my poker friends are going to get mad. Stop showing your cards. Stop showing your cards.
Well, you're on a live stream, so I don't know how mad they can get.
Unless you're Eric Seidel, you have to show
I
your cards.
showed all day yesterday. Anyone ask? Yeah,
Eric's come around.
me too.
They all come around eventually.
Sure. We made him on offer he can refuse.
Yeah. You signed this waiver.
That sure is a nice pair of Bose headphones. It'd be a shame if something happened to them. If you're joining us for the first time to check in on your YouTube hero, Wolfgang, there he is. Ace tray offsuit. No thanks.
Don't make us bring out Johnny Chan.
Now look,
Seidel.
Mr. Oz, what is? Doesn't that look like one of the flying monkeys with a hat on?
Wow. I like to think that this is really the person behind the curtain. And
What was the name of the flying monkeys in them? They probably had a name, right?
I don't know. Probably in the book, I guess.
Flunkies?
All right, Griffin.
All right. I'll take the next
timeout.
10 minutes off.
Yep.
Okay.
You know what? You and my girlfriend have the exact same sense of humor. If she can't think of a joke, she just smashes 2 words together. Flying and monkeys, flunkies.
And you love us both, so joke's on you.
Yes, and many, many times I wish I did not.
It's just we're just your reminder of how funny you really are.
That's right.
That's what it is.
I have something to compare myself
Yeah.
to. Jack 9 offsuit for Marawala, limps in. And this is Mohamed Al Rais.
And he will.
He's a big plus.
Yeah, so nice to find that ace there to shove. Perfect stack size to just put it in.
Yeah, and probably an argument to shove in the 12 or so big blinds with the Jack 9, so dodges the showdown, just takes it down pre. Yeah, Jack 9, right? In the small?
Yeah.
You limp fold that or shove? Shove, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty much fine.
Yeah.
Just because when they find the ace, I mean...
Let's run it. Let's. I've seen Jack 9 beat ace 7 many a times.
It's happened at least once or twice in the history of poker. I don't know whether we're going to get too much chit-chat from this group. Sometimes you can sense the vibe. I mean, Wolfgang maybe will... I don't know him too well. Is he a chatty Cathy?
He can be. He can be, yeah.
He's also got a character from The Wizard of Oz.
No, it's a Pokemon.
How is it?
Yeah, he's a YouTuber. He's a new generation. They're about the Pokemon and
Pokemon.
It's a Pokemon character, yeah.
Okay.
Which is a
cartoon.
Mudkip.
It's a cartoon,
right? Well, yeah. Well, it started as a cartoon, or it started as a card game. Anyways, video games, it's a whole.
That's a great question. I think it was a card game first.
I played it when I was a kid.
They're like, they're like, who are these 3 boomers on the commentary?
To be fair, Pokemon is the #1 most profitable franchise of all time. It beats Star Wars, it beats Marvel, it beats Disney.
The whole of Disney.
The whole of Disney.
Yeah, it's a pretty popular brand.
I mean, I guess they're separating out Marvel, Star Wars, and Disney, so maybe not the whole of Disney. So I guess good question.
No.
But as far as
I just know Mickey Mouse is a big deal.
Yeah, he's done all right. Made a couple of bucks here and there.
Basically, the premise of Pokemon is you capture animals.
I'm sorry, I stopped
Everyone's
listening.
talking anymore. Everyone's chatting all.
This is not.
You're not interested in hearing what Pokemon is?
Awkward for chatting.
Not even a little bit.
Okay.
I'm desperate for a big pot so that we can get off it.
Yeah.
Like, I hope someone does something well. Here we go. This is what I want to see. Like, coming through the rain, he's just had a shower, kept his cap on, he showered on the break.
That is I think that's a style.
Are we doing the open roof again?
That was our chip leader, Jamil Wakil, and this is EPG Barcelona runner-up Joao Seidenstricker out in 89th place for 13,200 euros.
Quick update from the field. Thank you for to our intrepid journalists out there watching live.
A live tournament?
A couple of other eliminations coming up.
What did you ask?
Has anyone won a tournament here? Sure isn't.
No.
I don't even know what a tournament is.
Okay.
That's nice.
I'm not sure I buy that. You might want to keep your sandbagging a little more believable.
Yeah.
So that's about it.
What is
Strike
tournament?
me as a winner though, so I'm surprised.
El Reyes all in again.
Oh, yes.
This
85
time
more
with the
people.
Snowmans.
Any one of us can
Sorry, how much is all that?
be €1 million richer.
120.
Is it common?
I already doubled you up today.
Is it common for...
I'm like the guy for you, huh? Whenever you need some help, I double you up.
Marijuana would cool if he knew what it was up against.
Yeah.
No.
It's just going to be some dominating
Very pretty hand.
combos.
Very pretty hand. Something. Something like that. Flip again?
Would have been a flip. Yes,
You're
indeed.
good, because I think this is the one I would have won. Last time you won one.
Queen Jack suited must beat 8, surely. I have no idea. Must beat 8 in an all-in confrontation. Such a beautiful looking hand.
Don't worry, next time. Next time I'm
Good fold though, probably against the actual range of hands that his opponent would have put in.
Might be 51% without the 8 spade. No, but the 8s are.
I think he's just saying in this particular run out.
Yeah, just feels good.
No, Queen Jack was going to win there. For sure.
I don't think I've ever won a hand with Queen Jack. To be fair, I don't know what a tournament is.
Yes. What is a tournament? That was
My
that's one of
question
your
is,
bits.
why didn't that guy just call and then rebuy more?
Chips. Mr. Oz is out. Oh, the allure of suited connectors.
Very early position. Wow, the allure, the siren call.
You need to strap me to a sail pot.
Tie me down.
Yeah, in order to keep me sane.
It's just a whole 90 minutes of literary references when this guy comes in. I love it.
Yeah. Does he know what Pokemon is? Nah.
yeah.
But Sisyphus, this guy.
Let's see Wolfgang in action. Mate, we can beat the Jack's hands. This 9-4 suited against 9-8 suited is going to get 2 million views.
200 million views.
100, dude.
Oh, it was 100.
105
So,
million.
yeah, I forgot YouTube's big, right? Yeah, okay.
I made the mistake of rewatching it actually on break.
So you added a view? Is that why it's a mistake?
Yeah, I was just like, I was telling my buddy about it. Can you believe this? And I sent the clip. I'm like, then I watched it. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I'm part of the problem. The call is coming from inside.
The most photographed
studio.
barn in America just keeps getting photographed.
Go out in the town and everything was closed. In the rain too.
Oh, really? Here as well? In Germany also?
Apparently everything's closed.
I think it's most of the countries.
Oh, okay.
What is it today?
First of May.
1st of May.
Day of work. Day of work.
You guys are just finding any excuse to not work. Huh?
I know, they don't do that.
It's a day of work.
Wow, look at this.
I think it's the
Today is a
The workers
holiday.
have nothing to lose but their chains.
Can't work more.
They're going protesting on the dinner break.
Maternity thing is like 6
Out the
months
front,
here and
big
European,
revolutionary.
this is crazy,
Back,
like,
you know,
we're
here in Monte Carlo, really. Was it the 3rd international was held here? You know, I don't know whether Rosa Luxemburg ever made it out to Monte Carlo, but glad that people are paying homage.
Che Guevara back in the booth.
Yeah, another movie reference. Was it? It's a Soderbergh film, right?
Like
That's
a
another
9-hour Benicio del Toro.
I'm surprised they killed him off. I mean, you've no room for another
it was a
sequel.
franchise.
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
exactly. Big mistake.
We're talking about building universes here.
Yeah, exactly.
Wenzelberger, King Queen off. Moraes defending 7-8 suited.
Looking forward to the Castro miniseries spin-off. He was a minor character in that one, but they'll do something with him.
Flop is 8 high. Top pair for Moraes.
Yeah, very nice flop for the 8-7 with that gut shot to go along with it. And Wenzelberger should recognize, particularly the earlier position you open, the worse this board is for you. Of course, you do have those overpairs, and there's a lot of money out there. And for that reason, he will fire out 22. And I think with this additional equity and the SBR as it is, you can, yes, I think this is very nice. Just shut out the equity. And if you run into pocket queens, you run into pocket queens and you've got the outs. Yeah, and understandably, you know, deep in a tournament, you don't want to reveal the strength of your hand, etc. But it's, you know, king, queen here, just going to be up against a pair too. Well, it's just can't really make this call. Very frustrating for Mr. Wenzel.
Wenzelberger, let's go.
The Viking lives on.
Charlie Norton on YouTube noticing the field is dropping, though, down to 86 players. I did mention that we were going to see some more walk-offs. Get out the sad violins.
Walk it out.
For Igal Hanuna, yet another AI-created name. And a good old-fashioned red-blooded American name. The very normal Byron Caverman.
Yeah. The Caverman franchise, also one of Disney's big summer blockbusters. Caverman.
Byron Caverman out in 85th place, both cashing for 13,200 euros.
He'll be straight into another tournament within 20 minutes, I would guess.
He's taking an interest list for a 40K.
He's going to grab a gal and march him down to the
Gal, come on, you're coming with me.
Sure. Let's put that 30,000 to work.
Go on, Enan.
The allure. Here they are. Suited in spades. Spades are hot right now.
Okay, ace-9 on the button. Does not want to play.
Often tricky.
Small blind out.
Hijack opens 20 bigs with a hand like ace-9.
Hey boy, there you go.
And the bigger ace-10 in the big, but not hugely incentivized to put in a raise per se.
Yeah. Just, let's see 3. DJ Sebastian.
Coming at you.
Remix.
10-7 deuce, top pair, top kicker for Sibicek.
Yeah, and I think actually this is, I mean, it's very traditional in main events to just see bet. I think this is a nice little check back actually in my, I don't know, maybe 10-7 deuce, hijack, you just want to bet range actually. Makes sense. And goes for a slightly bigger sizing on the 10 high board, makes sense. And Sibicek now with a decision between raise and call.
Doesn't get much better than 10-7 deuce with the old ace-10.
Just supporters.
That's not fair. You're all right. What can I do, man?
That
My boys.
is more than 24,000. And he's counting it out like a psycho. I love it.
Yeah. You're a Viking, you know, I'm a Viking too. Different kinds.
Yeah, this is really nice. Really nice, confident play. The important thing is to force out the king queens and queen jacks, the king queen offs, clear them out the way, and then get value from worse 10x.
Who do you think would win in a fight?
And a hand like 8-7 and Hannon
you think us
with a pair.
take on the Viking? You can pick the 2.
Do we have more friends?
Just 4 of us.
Oh, see.
By Hannon.
Oh no, he's not folding.
Nikolai is Russian, you know.
You can pick.
This
pretty
pot's
strong guy.
pretty big.
Russian.
Not with mid-pair and backdoors galores.
Still, 2v1 is hard, you know.
Give us some. Give us a juicy turn. Give us that 9 of spades.
First one down, 101. There you go. My money's on you, mate.
6 of hearts.
A little bit of juice. No pulp, but a bit of juice.
Yeah,
and the episodes of the cage fighting where it's like 5v5.
No.
Oh, those are gnarly. It's like MMA but 5v5. So like when one person taps out, now it's 5v4 and they double team. It's just terrible. Somebody showed me a video.
Sibicek has the 10 of hearts, which is a relevant card.
I didn't see that.
Your opponent having 10 extra hearts. It's so funny that they've broken into cross-table chat just as a big hand's going down where you might want a bit of quiet. But
once like one guy goes down, the other team gets
downsize is on the turn.
You need to watch this video. Okay, I didn't think it was possible.
Quick fold though.
Just gets out. It's interesting.
And now the conversation stops.
Oh yes, all out.
It's interesting he folded there actually. I thought the gut shot might keep him around.
Maybe he just sort of decided that I'll improve or my draw will it'll be a spade or I improve or I'm out. You know?
They are hoping you win. Bloodsuckers.
But yeah, 61 feels like maybe we can. We called 67 on the flop and then got more equity. Maybe we could.
Yeah, and you can be ahead still sometimes. You know.
Yes. Could just have the Jack 9-0, or the Jack Frost, for instance. We named a new hand yesterday.
Huh?
Yeah, Jack 8. It's the Jack Frost, because the 8's a snowman.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
They like this one.
Wow.
You know who made it up?
Who?
It was me.
Yeah.
It was me.
That might, yeah.
Yeah, Griffin's sporting a real stiff corncob pipe over it.
I played a big tournament and it was like raise, call, and then I shoved the button and then it was a fold and then this VIP just was like, oh, I'm really sorry. And then called. And like he tabled his hand and it was like king 7 off. He called my all in this pretty big tournament. And then Hecklin was like, oh, the king with the king with the axe. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm losing this hand. As soon as he,
it's got a name.
That's great.
Got really excited about it.
That's
like,
great.
Now that it has a name, it's going to beat you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Rules are rules.
This is unfortunate for Wolfgang. Coming in with a very legitimate raise. And the bigger ace behind.
A gulp.
Poor Alexander.
He has me covered, right?
Oh, a classic quip. Wow, that really got you, that one.
See if I can get a smile out of him.
Should ask for a count.
I got a soft spot for Wolfgang. I find him pretty charming.
Good idea.
Also, I'm just hoping he tags me in the
Yeah, I was
YouTube
gonna
video.
say, you usually find...
just want a little clout, a little clout chasing.
Find 100 view millionaires. And pretty charming.
So attractive.
Yeah, there's something about him
Smart,
that's just, I
funny,
feel like...
sweet smelling breath.
Where's he from, Wolfgang?
Chicago, but he lives in Texas currently.
I love that. I watched all of the Bear season 2 and it's made me want to go to Chicago a lot.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, I have such a good bit about the bear, but I can't
You have some
do it
great,
on air. Remind me later.
You got some great Bulls paraphernalia.
Yeah.
Some great sweaters.
Actually, a lot was from Max. He bought me all this, all this like American sportswear. And I never throw anything away.
I have one too, where it's the Jordan with the handout.
More payouts happening. Oliver Bosch. I mean, that doesn't have to have a joke. 13,200 euros, 84th place. He's just
Oliver Bosch bust. Over to David Bang on another.
Jonathan eliminated. Has been eliminated.
They're like Will Ferrell characters. Martin Amis.
Carmine Laguzio. Years. Ace 2 suited. By the way, if anyone out there gets the reference I'm doing when I say that, make my day. Make my day. Tell me.
Oh, we have a response here from Jamie Taco. And here comes the Gears with Race.
Gears with Race. He's saying all my lines. You know that guy's playing Chris Farley.
I did hear that. Yeah. I don't see it so much, but I can see him do it.
But he's a great actor.
He's a great actor. Yeah.
I'm all in.
Yeah.
Wenzelberger. Wow. Jamming with the queen, the offsuit queen.
Yeah, should get away with it. 15 big.
60.
Plus 2.
Plus
60, 110, 120.
Dex is just gonna make him talent.
No, I'm not qualified.
Cheers! All right, Boom Shakalaka, you said you get the reference. Tell me what it's from. You can't just say you get the reference.
Did you watch Blackbird, where he won the Emmy or whatever?
Yeah, Blackbird was like everything else. It was like, it should have been a 2.5-hour movie instead of 6-hour TV show. All this stuff.
Did you see his speech, though? His speech was great.
This TV show should have been a movie, right? All this, the TV show should be a movie, and this movie should have been nothing. Because the movies are terrible. And the TV shows are good, but they're too long.
That's what I'm trying to do. That's fair. I said this about, I spotted it coming when they made those hour-long Black Mirrors, and I was like, yeah, if you read this in a short story collection, it's 8 pages.
Right,
done.
yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not.
Seems like a smart guy.
I feel like Dex has got that, you know the guys that have played really high stakes a lot and like been through the ringer and like they've just got a certain energy where they're kind of unfazable, you know? I think like
Marius,
gets you know what I mean? He gives off the energy of someone that's just played like $50,000.
I also
cash
think
game
it helps that he looks like a baseball player that's about to go up and hit a homer with chewing the gum. Like he's just like this is what he does.
He's gonna
162
he's got a
days in a
spittoon
row.
by the table. He's just gonna
yeah, exactly.
You know, I don't.
Hennon under the gun with more big slick energy.
We've seen a fair bit of L-rays from previous CPTs.
Yeah.
And
the jack with the axe.
Yeah.
And this match
jack axe.
And this matches up very nicely against Ace King. He knows that that's the hand. But off the short stack.
Oh, one too many, dude. Oh, yep. Okay. Don't make it weird. Don't accidentally raise.
And we're going heads up to the flop. 46,000 in the middle. Ace, King, 7.
Yeah.
Top 2 for Hennon. Bottom 1 for El Reyes. Richie Rich asks, any update on when the big game episodes will air? I believe we will have an update by the end of this event.
We'll have an update by the end of 2027, and you'll see them sometime, we're hoping for spring 2029.
Next time, please.
You will be able to see them this year. And the official premiere date should be announced by the end.
Am I invited to the premiere? We're doing a premiere.
Do they know the
We're doing
lineups?
Okay, one question at a time. Do we know the lineups of the big game? Yes.
Okay. So then his question is allowed to be asked then. That's why I was interrupting in case.
But you did it
Yes.
like you were doing the chat. He's asking, what is the lineup, no?
No, I was asking, does everyone know the
It's
lineup?
not a
or is it a
secret.
secret?
The lineup is not a secret.
Which is why I interrupted you asking if you come to the premiere because you were
Outer
spoiling.
table action. Elias Gutierrez, a.k.a. Thuros.
The Gut.
Against Enrico Kamoski. And we've joined on the river. Kamoski's all in for his last 120K. Board is Queen, 8, 5, 7, 10. Some nice headwear in seats 6 and 7.
Yeah, and this is true. I love to see the online kids battling.
Gutierrez makes the call for the tournament life of Kamoski. Kamoski shows Queen 9 for top pair. And Elias has to show because it's an all-in and shows a pair of 7s for fourth pair.
Goosey.
Straight blocker.
Yeah.
Blockers aren't real.
I love this kind of. It's like a huge pot, and it's like, is it set over top 2? It's like, no, it's top pair. They play online, so it's top pair over fourth pair. You know? No need for anything, you know. They can.
I was looking for something else. I was like, no, it's fourth pair. It's fourth pair.
It's like, bro, you didn't need to block the straight. He just had top pair.
Blockers aren't real.
Hashtag. And finally, the Wolfpack. Oh. Ooh. I thought he might just get through. We got a king, right?
Folding the
Who
big blind.
knows? If you play a pot here, you might become YouTube famous. So there's some extra equity.
Hennon has not quite outflopped pocket 7s, but does have a pair. Checks it.
It's not the worst board here for pocket 7s. Of course, that ace looming large, but versus a big blind defend, you're up against so many just overcards. You know, to just be against one overcard on the flop, really, really nice, and will c-bet to deny some equity. Now, Hennon in a weird spot here with half a hand.
Quarter pot, get lucky?
Sure, why not?
I live my life a quarter pop at a time.
Oh, Razy Daisy. What do you know?
By Hennon.
Wow. And this, to my mind, is a little out of line. Ace deuce 3, very, very good. Well, not very, very good, but is a good board for the big blind.
It's also just not a great second card to have in the king, right?
Well, it's kind of nice to call a king-queen and then get a value bet against king-queen on the river. That's what makes the check call nice, in my opinion.
For domination rotation purposes?
Yeah, and then the 3-5 you can check raise and just barrel off and fold out jacks by the river. I don't think with king 2, we want to be trying to fold kings, for instance.
So he checks. Ready to see where you're at.
Yeah, I mean, I'm being a little bit technical. I don't mind. Whatever. We're here. And now Wolfgang facing, you know, it would be nice to secure the 100K out there. But if we get check called, does that just mean our 7s are never good? And for that reason, checks back.
Beautiful.
And very interesting river. In a way, both players might feel a bit more secure about their hand, but that check raise on the flop from Hennen kind of lowers the value of the deuce now. That's also the problem. Now you've got the check raise in. It is much more likely that you're up against
you have nothing
a
now,
pocket tens type hand, a pocket fives.
So can we bluff on this ace river? Probably not.
Nope. No bluff from Hennen. Wolfgang gets a free showdown if he wants. Oh boy.
Oh shoot, the
Wardrobe
hat's coming
change.
out.
Oh, it's a...
Oh, he has a hat for every pocket pair. And this time it was the 7s.
Very cute.
Oh, is he gonna bang him? Bang him.
I don't think this guy's getting banged.
Hennen doesn't look like he wants a sticker right now.
No.
I think Marius Gear says you're best.
Would you like a sticker?
Bet for a guy that'll handle getting banged here.
Yes.
That's my first main event here, so I just want to make sure I'm not being illegal. I want to get a warning.
Charlie Norton says, bro, Wolfgang is the best.
I just love pocket 7 so much.
Pocket 7s are his favorite hand, says Brenegade.
He doesn't have 10 baseball caps under there.
No.
Oh, I love pocket 7.
Oh, but I like the idea of not
That's
knowing.
my friend's favorite hand as well.
The only problem is a double block 7 deuce, so it's hard for other people to. They have statistically more stronger hands, So I know what I'm getting myself into when I play them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, sit down, Sam Grafton.
Yeah.
Too technical.
Put your book away.
I literally just saw Sam take a pen out of his ear. He's writing down notes right now.
I've rehearsed that line in the mirror a few times. In order to.
It's been a while since we've had a brash young American.
Yeah.
On the EPT.
Love to see it.
You know, back in my day.
Actually, I watched the 20-minute breaks waiting to come on, and it was Mosin winning the other day with Athanasios and Zakatak on the thing, and I was thinking, this is my favorite era of poker, the behoodied young Americans coming to Europe, getting tanked up and winning untold amounts of money.
Oh yeah.
Playing absurd. It was a great era.
Marijuana opening pocket 6's gears with ace king suited.
Yeah, and Marijuana I think not had the best of luck so far. And versus big blind, I actually think against Marius, we probably want to call here, he's someone that will find maybe some ace-3 shoves and such like.
Yeah.
Probably ahead.
Maybe.
Gold watch in German. Gold watch in German. Probably ahead.
But do you want to click that call button?
Yeah, it's very tough in a
half your stack.
Absolutely, you should be reconsidering things and working through deep in an incredibly prestigious main event. Your most marginal calls probably do become folds with a very low percentage of the thing. So it's absolutely legit to have a...
Feels like ace-5 suited.
Yeah, exactly. And you see Marijuana sort of...
Oh, I let you take it.
Wow, okay.
Did I lose one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think probably 130 he'd go for it, but maybe it's just a bit too rich for him.
I was flipping. Nice.
Yeah, of course Marius shows this one.
It's a lot of me and you and... What's the brick wall have over there?
Brick wall.
Deep.
He's got a G4, he got G-sharp.
Is that an old ace up the sleeve tattoo? I spot that. Literally poking out the sleeve, could be.
Final table run, we can buy an
There he is.
Old
Dexus Dolly.
He borrowed Patrick Antonius' arms for the day because he was on the feature table. It's like, Patrick, can I borrow your arms for a moment? He's like, yeah, sure.
Merci.
Loving it. I had a little chat with Gus Hansen over coffee yesterday as well.
Oh, you got a coffee with Gus?
I mean, I'm just saying, it's like I'm playing with Ivy, Patrick, I'm commentating on Patrick. This is back, baby. These guys.
Poker's back.
Creeping out of the woodwork, these guys. I introduced myself to Gus. He said, I know who you are. He said, we've met, which I don't think is true, but I feel like I would have remembered that. I remember playing my first World Series poker event in London, 2.5K. I got Esfandiari on my table, and he said, I feel like we've partied together. I was like, loving it. I was like, no. And which I took to mean, I feel like I've seen you in a strip club. But like,
right.
You know, and I was like, no, but...
you sure? I feel like...
I wanted to... I kind of thought, can I say yes? Could I just roll with this? Like, yeah, of course, bro.
I would
I mean, I'm a big LA club guy.
It's the only way I make friends.
Oh, Wolfgang.
I'm just having flashbacks to all the stories we told each other at dinner the other night and how some of them are relevant now, but they can't be said.
There's Wolfgang looking like a young River Phoenix.
Wolfgang is going to defend ace-5 offsuit.
Of course, there was no old River Phoenix, but leave that
I knew you were going to... I couldn't resist.
Wow.
I was actually just setting you up to see if you would do it.
3 club flop, Wolfgang with the only club, but it's top pair for Wenzelberger.
Yeah.
Fair fight.
Very interesting.
18.
Yeah, and Wenzelberger just protecting. I'd love to just get it done here. Now, if we had the ace of clubs, it's a very, very exciting spot to be in. The 5 of clubs, a little less relevant, but...
Ace of clubs might just, shove or even raise call over this bet, right?
Yes.
At 15 effective.
Well, that gut shot as well. An overcard.
Duck. Quack, quack.
7 of diamonds.
Well, it does create what I like to call the double gutter. Very deceptive.
Wait, so is that saying like it's like a gut shot, but there's 2 gut shots, so it's a double gutter?
Exactly.
Cool.
Exactly.
All right.
Does exactly what it says on the tip. It was the time before we had to come up with obscurely semi-scientific names for things. We just, what is it, and then say that.
Ooh, and he's not getting the great price here.
Firing a, wow, yeah, 40,000 into 82.
Yeah, and it's the problem is you just can't know whether your 5 of club is good. You can't know whether your ace is good.
Not good visibility.
Oh my days, I love it.
God.
Bro,
High five.
Yeah, come on.
Oh my God.
Yes.
They just did
Anytime you want backing in any $300 and below LA tournament,
Yes,
I
will absolutely hit you up.
That was honestly, guys. That was so as Wolfgang folds. That was so.
It honestly did not click to me. Like I haven't been able to use it in a sentence until this trip.
Yeah, exactly. Except when I was in London and it was raining and hailing, and I was like, "There's low visibility."
I got to say, okay. We're going to go to the outer table in a second, but I had some thoughts. I experienced that in a very cinematic way. You guys are in the 1 and 3
This is
here.
not just any outer table hand. This is our gold pass winner we've been following, Kevin Krasakis versus the chip leader, Jamil Wakil. Krasakis is shoved on a board of queen, 9, 8, 3, 3. And is shoved for 300K.
I wasn't sure what to make of Kevin earlier in the day, and then he bluffed Adrian Mateos and showed it. So I'm on board, Kev. Take him out. Take him down.
Kill has played a time bank. Looks like he's got plenty of chips to call, but does not let it go.
Show it again. Show it. You're a shower. I know you're a shower. He's a shower.
He does show, and again shows a bluff. I mean, unless second pair was good,
Third
but
pair.
Third pair, excuse me.
He thought he was bluffing anyway.
Yeah. He is a shower. He's a shower and a grower.
Yes.
Turns out. And Kevin here on a power pass, a near free roll.
This is how far the pass can go.
Yeah.
He's going into, he's reaching the end of the yellow brick road here. Like, you're going to end up with Mr. Oz at some point.
I mean, as far as range of outcomes when you play an EPT, to be featured on the feature table and bluff one of the best in the world, and then go onto the outer table and do it again, showing the cameras, I'm loving that story right there.
Is the power path, power path also a metaphor for the economics of America and the move from the gold standard? Or is it more literal than that?
No comment. It's actually not a comment to the economics of America because the furthest you can buy into Power Path is $11.
Sure. And you can't get anything for $11 in LA these days.
You can't.
Can't even get a cup of coffee.
But in America, you'd be able to buy the Power Path. Like the Power Path's worth $10K. In America, you'd be able to buy one for $15.
So it's a very anti-capitalist system.
Yeah, it's a true meritocracy. Power path. Because it used to be in the step system, you could just buy in on step 5.
Yes.
Right.
And crush all the people.
Shout out to Busto soon.
Was that the all-time winningest?
I mean, he was
Busto soon and Stevie
player?
4-4 with
Yeah, Stevie.
They were the end bosses.
Like Stevie won 700 packages to PCA one year.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder what the real number was. It was a lot.
It was the highest number I ever heard, which is probably not there, is like between 30 and 40 packages someone had won to PCA.
I won something like 7 one year. I was on top of the world.
You won 7 packages to PCA?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, when it was a 10K buy-in, so the packages were like more than that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, you were crushing. Wow.
Wolfgang takes down another small pot there.
I remember losing heads up to Jai Master once for a PCA package.
It might have been more like 5. It was definitely at least 4. I don't want to, you know.
And we swapped 5% or something. Yeah. And then I literally missed the satellite. I didn't get to go. You know what I mean? Like, remember when satellites were like that? It's like, if I win the satellite, I go. If I don't win the satellite, I'm not.
No,
it's not just like a monetary thing.
It's still like that with a lot of people.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Of course it is. Fortunately, I get to go now. But yeah, I remember that. Shout out to Jai Master 11.
Yeah, where's he at? Jordan Young, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, Jordan Young, he still plays in the States. He plays stream games sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
The bigger ones, yeah.
Legend.
Big legends.
Was it back-to-back?
He was the only, for a long time, he was the only poker player I'd ever approached and said, hey, I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
I saw him coming out of the toilets in EPT Deauville, and I grabbed him. I was like, hey, we play sometimes the 21 hour, I'm Sam Squid. I was breathless, man. I was so excited to meet him.
That's adorable.
Yeah, Jai Master was in that rare sort of like class of unicorn, like similar to sort of, well, you know, these big crushers that have just absolutely crazy runs.
Other pocket fives number ones. We won't name any names.
No, but I mean, I would compare him to like, why am I forgetting his name? It's like a poor man's Isildur in a way, you know?
Sure. It's not as complimentary as it sounds calling someone the poor man something. But
I actually just blocked someone on YouTube for calling someone at the table the poor man's Griffin Benger.
Yeah. Or we don't just call Griffin Benger the poor man's Nick Walsh. We're very respectful to you.
It's a compliment.
It depends who the bigger person is.
And DJ Sibicek, if you say...
Isildur was just an icon of everything, because when he exploded, he was just insane. And Jai Master was the same way because he won those events back to back. Everyone's like, who is this guy?
And we have another ace-10 in the big blind for Sibicek.
Oh,
and
boy.
here, catching...
Ooh. Domination, continuation.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is a nice spot for Wenzelberger. Very dynamic board. The flush draw, untold pair plus gut shots out there. Love to see Wenzelberger.
Size up.
Yeah, I think we can. It's a special board, the Jack-10 Club. I believe you could even shove here, maybe. I don't know. It would be a bit excessive, but...
45.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. And this is what you hate to see. You know, it's experience we all have. Even no matter how experienced in poker, that sort of second pair, you're hoping to see a small bet. You love to see a check back for some reason. The ace kicker. But if
I mean, I think I prefer seeing this bet than a bet for, say, 35. Because I think I can very comfortably fold for 45, even though it's the top of my range and it's annoying. Of course, we would rather see a 16K bet, but I think 45 we can just okay, this guy's not just doesn't have ace-6 of diamonds and he's deciding to blast here. I can fold this hand. Do you think you always call there with 45?
I mean, I guess I'm playing against
different
players.
Yeah.
So earlier, we saw the demise of another Gold Pass winner, the very likable Marcelo Scari.
They bust the tournament, though. They didn't actually demise, just to clarify.
That's right. It was only they were eliminated from the tournament. Our trainee reporter, Andre Akari, spoke to Marcelo about his busted-out hand.
Man, I'm here with Marcelo. It's his first experience on the live tournament. I have been playing poker for the last 20 years, and I took all the bad beats that you can imagine. But tell me, how was your welcome? Bad beat and poker tournament.
So it was a tough one. Super glad to be here with you, meeting you in person. So it was on the flop, ace 4-5. I had a set of fours. We went all in for 200K. And
ace 4-5.
Ace 4-5. And the guy had 4-5. 2 pairs and I had a set. But there was a heart on the flop and he had 2 hearts. Turn and river 2 hearts and I lost.
And then you're out.
So, yeah.
Welcome to the hell, my friend.
Yeah, it's poker, right? Like, if I'm here today is because I won a ace jack versus ace king pre-flop. So, I mean, it's poker, right? You have to enjoy when you have the good one, but you have to.
But the good thing is about like the whole experience is an amazing package.
It is amazing.
Like,
it is amazing.
I'm pretty sure they're going to be playing all the big events in the world, and then you're gonna hit some runners as well, and then somebody's gonna suffer, and then we keep coming going.
Who knows, right? You just have to keep playing. I mean, I'm super excited to be here. The environment, being here with the television crew, and everything that we're just looking at the broadcast. Like, super happy to be here, and now I just want to continue to have this experience. Who knows? Barcelona in September. We'll see.
Sorry to see Marcelo go. Marcelo actually was watching EPT Paris, heard about Power Path, played it, won his way here. So pretty cool. And now he's getting interviewed by one of the biggest names in the game.
Yeah, I mean, that was just very wholesome content. I'm loving that. I mean, Andre comes across, it looked like Andre was a super fan there.
Yeah.
Speaking with, here he is with the guy he's looked up to all these years, Marcelo. I mean, just such charisma and aura that Andre carries himself with, and Marcelo seeming like a great guy. Love seeing that from the outer floor, really love it.
Yeah, it didn't come off like the best friend of the top Brazilian soccer players in the world.
Sure, it's just
Oh, Andre low-key, the most famous dude in Brazil, yeah.
Just an amazing guy.
Yeah, always loved.
I went to this club in, this really cool club in Sao Paulo, and we were seeing this big DJ, and he came down from the booth and came over to our table to see Kowalski and meet like all the Brazil, because poker's like that big that he was like pleased they were there or whatever. I was like, wow, that's crazy, No, it doesn't happen in London.
Percent of a chance that you might not. Yeah.
Bolsonaro came by, asked for an autograph.
Sure. Yes, exactly.
Nice flush draw.
I like the risk.
But I had nothing.
Sibicek picks that one up.
No, I had nothing. Sorry.
Hey, good level here for Sibicek. Played that ace-10 real well. Just been kind of chill.
No aggression.
Nice fold there against the burger.
Yeah, he seems like a very confident
in control,
player.
yeah.
Down to 77 players. Pay jump at 71.
7 raises, 16 calls. 8
Yeah, there we go.
Just
Goose is wild here. We're playing at Ept Monte-Carlo. He'll be able to exchange that for any card he wants.
I just want to remind folks that if you are in our chat talking about people who have been eliminated or what their chip stack is at, and it's not something we've covered on the stream, it's a spoiler.
Sure.
And you're going to get banned.
We don't want any spoilers, thanks. I'm looking forward to watching The Sixth Sense tomorrow, and I don't want to know.
Don't tell him.
Happens.
Don't say anything.
Can do that.
I've actually never seen
Come
that
to
movie.
London sometime. Yes.
Yeah, I will probably.
That's one that could have come up in conversation the other day.
Yeah, well, there's so many though that he hasn't seen.
Yeah, but I'm way more like once you know the twist of
it's
Sixth
like a
Sense,
little
it's
bit
not like a big priority.
It's like a movie you can never watch it. It's not a what do they call it, a remote control dropper. Like you've seen it once.
I figured it out like a third of the way through the movie because I knew there was a big twist, so it was kind of spoiled. And then I was like, not that interested after that.
Yeah.
Do I get a second one?
The twist is that the kid's friend is Bruce Willis, right?
I don't have my phone. Bruce Willis. Otherwise, we could exchange contacts.
Yeah.
The Twizzlers is a Hudson Hawk, same university. He goes to Bergel's Art in the last.
I'm trying to work on a bit. Maybe you guys can help me about watching movies at home. Where you're never like when you watch movies. I hate to draw a line, gender lines. When you watch movies with girls, you're never watching a movie. You're just listening to them talk about every movie every actor's ever been in that's in the movie. It's just an IMDb page constantly.
Sure. Not for me.
And they're like, "That's the guy from," and you're like, that's the guy from Die Hard 3. Yeah, we know. Yeah, quiet.
John McClane.
More character in Vienna.
What was Alan Rickman's character called?
Booming.
In
Hans Gruber?
Hans Gruber, yeah.
That was 17,000.
Better than London, I promise.
What was Jeremy Irons' character called?
I waited for a sunny day in London.
Another Gruber.
You can
Carl Gruber.
Gruber the second.
Carl Gruber.
The guy from Iceland.
What was the limo driver's
I would
name?
like to see. I think maybe you get more sun.
I don't know. By the way, a little bit
Maybe
loose
not
from some
temperature. London is
sowing his oats, feeling good. I don't know.
It's like a tease. The sun might come out.
Do you know that there's
half an hour
the
and
Die Hard?
inside.
I can't get this right now. But Die Hard is there's two books and it's a
Not even that many
sequel.
rainbows. You think we just get a rainbow?
It's not called Die Hard.
Rainbows are
And the first book is a Frank Sinatra movie.
Yes, it was originally written for Sinatra, and then they wanted Schwarzenegger to do it, and there's like a whole lore behind how hard it was getting Die Hard made.
Yeah, but there's a universe out there.
That's right, Loaf Dog. Argyle, that was the name of the limo driver.
I assume you didn't watch Argyle, but did you find
I
out
loved
the twist?
Argyle.
Did you?
I
Okay.
loved it.
Really? Okay. Maybe
I think that Argyle's got a bad rap.
Okay. That's another movie where I kind of got spoiled because it was trending on Twitter, and now I'm not even sure I want to bother. Also because of how divisive it was.
I thought it was a beautiful movie, and there was a scene that me and the group of people we watched it with was so cool. When it was over, we went back and watched it again.
Is it the oil skating scene?
No, there's one before that's better, actually.
Okay.
I don't even know what this movie is, actually.
It's just it's a theatrical release this past year.
It's a Matthew Vaughn movie.
Yeah, from the director of the Kingsman movies.
I won't be watching it.
No.
All right, he's here with
won't be watching
a hand that he might
No, he
want
would
to
never
go all
watch
in
that
with.
movie. Of course not.
I think this is, we'd rather be up against the cutoff or the hijack.
And someone with more than 20 blinds.
But it's just go time. Yeah, this makes sense. This makes sense.
Just gotta hope it's a wide open.
110, I think. Or maybe with the blind.
I mean, you're probably going to have to call here, but you're not fist pumping it. I mean, this should be a pretty strong range.
We both need the money for the watches.
If you had pocket 7, you already paid.
I don't have pocket, I've worked.
113,000.
113.
All right, he's feeling pretty confident now.
Well, yeah. If you don't think, sorry to cut you off there, Sam, but if you don't think your opponent's going to shove ace-10 here, it's a bit difficult to call, right? I mean, it's super high roll. You're probably fist pumping it off, but
I mean,
the
I
rules
think
do change.
He's going to work it out, I think, Wolfgang. Quite understandably, he knows something of this player as well, by the way.
Yeah.
It's probably like you've got a feeling that this isn't very good, but the suited variety, the pocket pairs, and the occasional king. I mean, we saw someone shove king queen off just a moment ago.
You're folding ace-10.
I think he might fold.
Wow. That's really interesting. Obviously, Wolfgang feels it's close, and he's going to have a much stronger sense for this guy than we are. And, he's entitled to half this pot. Will he be able to make the call? So it's an inflection point for him. I mean, it's giving up.
Wolfgang has made the call.
Good man.
And everyone, after this, I think they're both going to be kind of relieved to see. It's, like some of those calls you sometimes make with ace-king where you're like, if they end up showing me ace-king, I'm happy as well. I'm happy sometimes.
113, right?
Wolfgang with slightly more equity here at the suited cards. 4 times as much equity.
Yeah, wow.
And No diamonds on the flop, but the spades actually now are a factor.
I mean, that is unexpected. 38% equity.
That's so much equity.
Wow. I mean, this is...
Pray for blood.
Has anyone folded a spade at all?
Two big pulls here.
I think
for
not.
El Raiz. Brick on the turn. And a smile there. An intake of breath.
I don't want to be greedy, but 5 of spades.
Come on.
I think
Poker guy.
we will split anyway.
It's not like this.
Don't worry.
You just need a red card.
Don't worry, he says to Wolfgang. Do not worry.
I'll raise the player at risk. Wolfgang would be decimated, however. Black, but safe.
Feels like a win now.
This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Holy shit, quite literally.
But you feel more of a winner than he does now. So technically
You know what? I thought I screwed myself when I confidently said free roll.
I love how much Sam
famous
He does the song with us now.
Yeah. And what a remarkable hand.
Take this. How much should I buy?
Considering it just ended up with them chopping up the big blind.
Yes, but I'm thinking
you've got no one.
Hey, it matters, right? It all matters.
A big hoopla pre-flop as Wolfgang deciding to make the call with ace-jack suited, and then a big sweat on the flop. No easy decisions here at Ept Monte-Carlo.
Stop make him sweat. Yeah, make him sweat even more, man.
Yeah, put that into a short.
Feel it, you know, feel it.
Feel the pain.
Yeah.
I just played 3 days to lose in that way.
Should let him pick the river card. Like sweat the deck and then.
I was trying to go with the just overconfident route. No way it comes.
We play on. 32 minutes left on this level. Still 77 players remaining.
Mr. Oz in, scarecrow mode. No-brainer fold. And he was representing the farm workers and the tin man was the factory workers.
What about the munchkin hanging from the tree in the back?
The first time you pushed the button, it was
it's a little.
I was thinking in my head, there's no way I already used.
Ace-jack, hand of the day here at Ept Monte-Carlo.
You could have kept it. I wasn't going to argue with you.
Still 4 cards, 2 banks.
Yeah. And 2 banks.
And then
the banks are, I'm not banking.
recognizing the strength of that hand,
then he gets a bank.
coming in for a raise.
Min raise, practically.
And no ego from Marcus. Nice fold. Since something was up there.
No ego from years. John Glazer loves gears. Ross folds queen 9 under the gun. Sibba check. It's your turn with pocket 7s. It's all pocket 7s and ace jacks.
We have seen it a lot of times, right?
1 raises 17,000.
What's the big party in Vegas? You always see kids going to
rehab.
No, the rave or whatever it is. He looks like
EDC.
He looks like he's going to EDC.
Yeah.
And wow, look at this.
Oh boy, pocket
Hamid
5 all in.
moving it all in again.
6 plus 7 plus 8.
Yeah, and Sibasek going to be sensitized to the position that he's raised from and the shove from the cutoff. You know, all these slight nuances play into your decision making here. as a good pro deep in a tournament. You know, on the cutoff, 3 uncapped players behind, and a pretty strong range from +1. Going to rule out, you know, probably rule out 2s, 3s, 4s, and the ace, suited wheels, etc. So that's going to be a big downside. On the other hand, of course, there's so many overcard combos, and yeah, does lay it down.
Great fold.
Really nice.
This question's sort of relevant to this last pot. Oh, never mind. Breaking news from the front lines.
They're dug in Flanders Field. Let's go see this attrition out in the outer tables.
We have Matthias Lipp versus Jamil Wakil now. Matthias Lipp was 1 hour late to the proceedings today, got back to his seat with 13 big blinds, immediately doubled up.
That's absolutely balling. Love that. Very old school.
Bets 90K on this river. The board is 7676 ace. Sounds like someone's like carpet cleaning number.
Yes.
Just dial 7676 ace.
And ace cleaners. And looks like a button versus big blind confrontation. And Wakil will fold.
And what a day it's been for Matthias Lipp.
Another
Big Lipper.
Mervyn Dickensian surname. We're going to go to another table and see Grad Grind.
And there you are. This is what got someone banned a few moments ago. Elias Gutierrez, a.k.a. Theros, eliminated in 76th place. Still making 13,200 euros. Down to 75. Pay jump at 71. I believe that's when you crack 15K. Ace Queen under the gun for Sibicek, and Girsa on the button with Ace King. Girsa's made it 44K.
Yeah, a sign of Marius's confidence here. I think we can also shove here on occasion with the Ace King off. And Sibicek is, I'm sure, going to be aware of who he's dealing with in the form of an experienced professional. And that complicates things greatly.
One, all in.
Yeah, and he's going to be forced to just jam.
Girsa gets it in good, but is the player at risk? Is the player who is all in?
Ace Queen. Didn't lose the Ace Queen.
You don't like Ace Queen?
I didn't lose the Ace Queen.
Oh, you like Ace Queen?
So he likes Ace Queen a lot.
Wow. I don't know what you guys call it.
I like Ace King.
We call it the parking lot hand.
You do.
Yeah.
It's no Ace King.
Yesterday somebody called me exactly.
I've never heard someone say
It's a
I like
drawing
Ace King.
hand.
I've never heard that.
Flop,
Yeah, I don't know. Oh my
They
god,
were
it's gotta be so slow.
just
I love
spades.
the
So
parking lot
we had a
hand.
split
Doot, doot, doot. Flush draw.
shot.
Ace 10, 6, 2 clubs. Sibicek does have the queen of clubs.
Very easy.
Very easy. Money would have gone in on the flop anyways.
Can't turn him down.
I had the last ace.
Love it.
Before
We're breaking
the
out the poker cliches all over the place. Would have got it in on the flop anyway.
I folded an ace. What do you want to know? It's so slow.
Never easy. Oh, hello.
Another 4 flush possibility.
Great dealing as always from the PokerStars staff.
They read the script. They know that the third act is supposed to be drama.
Will there be a plot
2
twist?
hours later.
Yes,
It's always Queen of Hearts, by the way, now.
River, 9 of hearts. Double up for Girsa.
How do you fold ace 9 in that spot?
Dream.
It's part of, you know.
I know, but
I think it's been too long since you all have played with Americans. I think it's the problem.
I guess.
Mate, that is one of the best things about being America. Like getting we call it the parking lot hand. Like
Yeah.
that kind of chat is
That makes you feel like you're in a movie.
Mate, when you're in Binions or something like that and people break that out, you're absolutely loving it.
When you get it in Ace King versus Ace King and they go, you play that trash? And you're like, ah, yes, America.
When you accidentally expose a fold, it's like Jack 4. They're like, oh, big fold. You know?
Wow. Yeah.
Not as much in Europe.
We do it in super high rollers as well. Sometimes you can't help it.
Poker
it bubbles up on you.
is somehow so old in America, but everyone treats it like they just started playing. Like
The games you get into, Joe, most of them have just started playing.
That's right.
No, I know about how you make your living.
I'm good for the game.
Yeah, it's true. You are.
I can get all these.
If only all you need to be is good at poker and you'd be rich. You know?
Correct.
Getting all these great games, but you're the worst player. It's always tough.
I told you how I got the that Pepsi commercials because I was playing at the director's house and I lost like 5 buy-ins playing $1, $2 in a home game, and he was like, "I'll put you in a commercial next week," and he did.
That's great.
Beautiful. And it is the choice for the next generation.
What kind of commercial was it?
Pepsi, wild cherry Pepsi.
That might have been tough. I know you're a Coke Zero guy. So
Have you never seen the commercial?
I don't think so. No.
Well. Yeah, it was. This is it right here. Now blink and you miss me. You're looking at your phone.
Sorry. Go ahead. Someone just said happy birthday to me.
It's only 30 seconds long.
Not qualified. 7.
Hold on, here it comes.
Can you at least make it big? Oh, there you are.
There he is. Were you playing what, a loser?
Yeah.
Loser number 3.
Yeah, and I did a lot of research for it.
8 raises 16,000.
Are you still method?
Yeah.
10.
Yeah. Well, we got
Wolfgang, he's bragging things up over here. But fair play. Got to raise the button.
The Lee Strasberg Institute's alumni, Joe Stapleton, finally gets his big breakout roll. That's loser number 3.
Look at these people trying to tear me down here. Did Wild Cherry Pepsi ever make it to stores? Yeah.
130,000.
Yeah.
The commercial was straight to DVD. Actually, that one's pretty good.
That's funny. You're not banned. And you can stay.
And Wolfgang just...
He's got one of his favorite cards.
He's just getting a bit of TV time. Understandably so.
I don't love my hand.
It's a little bit frustrating. And you do feel like you can get shoved on by so many worse hands.
137?
But 8K big blind, correct?
130.
Yeah.
For the next 21 minutes, yes.
Yeah, A7 just...
Tell you what, it was Steven Chidwick, John.
What?
It's free anyways, because I thought I lost it last time.
Stuff.
That was a time bank you threw in.
Decent part of the time. Flipping, sometime, part of the time. And I'm fucking smoked some part of the time.
Is he recording this?
I think in this spot, I'd rather be the one shoving his hand than calling with it.
Yeah, there goes Wolfgang.
Iceland lives on.
There you go. There'll be another 400,000 people will see that fold at some point in the future, Good fold.
We're working with millions, hundreds of millions, Sam.
Good fold, Mr. Alexander Wolfgang.
It's not fine to fold.
No.
So one embarrassing thing that happened on that commercial was I had like, you know, my information with some casting agency for years and never had an audition or anything. So when I went in for the commercial, my pant size was no longer relevant, was no longer accurate.
Later
and
on,
they gave me like 5 pairs of pants to put on, and I couldn't button any of them. And I'm sweating.
Oh my god!
And I'm like so embarrassed.
Put it in the comic.
You're going to lose the pot because you're too girthy.
And the wardrobe people are like, "You really should keep these up to date."
So funny.
And then they pinned it with a safety pin.
Yeah, I acted when I was a kid, and I had to like put apples in a basket in the back of a scene at the Royal Shakespeare Company, and the director told me off for overacting. So just gave the note to the people that were in charge of the kids and was like, "This kid needs to chill out."
You were just putting them in too hard.
I was like assessing them and holding on to the line.
Yeah, well, what happened? They were letting me in.
You know, while Prince Hal is making a speech about his destiny, you know, and the war against the French.
You're shopping.
Yeah, exactly. It was
I had chronic laryngitis when I was a kid, and I ended up getting the role of a kid with like really bad asthma in an infomercial, and I like killed it because I was like constantly when I was like 8 years old. See, my mom has a copy of that thing. The old VHS tape.
Hennon opening this pot with ace queen, chip a check in with king 10 suited, and Wenzelberger.
Why not? He's really telegraphing his hand.
Yeah.
Wearing it. He's like,
Take a
oh
flyer.
man, I got 4 or 5 off here, but let's see a flop like I've never seen.
Lick it in.
Leaning forward as well.
Yeah, that board comes low. These guys are going to run to the hills.
7, 7, 6, 2 diamonds. The 5-4 has some hope.
Wenzel's living on that on those streets.
Yeah, and Sebastian just
people are like with entries.
checking.
That is.
And I wonder what Wenzelberger, if you do get leads here, just checks it. And very weird spot when you have the ace queen. You do feel like you have the best hand, at least some of the time, and you would love the hand to be over here and now.
Clear out some of that equity.
Barcelona probably.
27,000.
Yeah, and again we see the downsides to calling out of the small line, overcards, backdoor flush draw. Oh, he's gone 27k. I think it's
a lot.
Yeah, but you just are sandwiched by the big blind, who's going to check raise some portion of the time.
The bang sticker was going around.
So you make it bigger, so they're scared to.
Because we said that he gets eliminated.
Is it gonna work?
It's bad juju.
Come on, Wenzelberger.
If I beat you in a hand, you're getting one.
Call.
Does anyone ever make this straight?
Yeah. On the turn.
Ooh. Nope, you make a pair every time.
Very interesting. And Hannon,
ooh, a little smirk.
You know, we see the most obvious straight draw come in. All the gut shots, well, some of the gut shots get there. And yeah, just your opponent's hit a 5 a decent portion of the time as well. Not a great card. I mean, is this the combo we want to run a bluff with? Seems like it is.
This is a interesting hand.
37,000.
Yes, and Wenzelberger bloating the pot now. Now, there is a school of thought that thinks you should just go all in here and take your equity, but I don't think that's what Wenzelberger's going to do.
Oh, yeah, that looked like a frustrated.
Yeah, I mean, also, I mean, Hennon going to be sort of dialing in. Maybe it's just me, but yeah, there we go, Wenzelberger. Very nice. Yes, very good.
Now, all I want is that kind of approval from
Love
Sam.
that.
Yeah.
Love that. He's just said, sorry,
What we're all
mate,
chasing.
like, you know.
Don't buy what you're selling.
Yeah, and if you are, I can get that, you know?
61.
Yeah.
And now deeply regretting this.
By Hennon.
Yeah, and also you just can be sometimes up against 10-9 of spades or 8-10 of spades or whatever it might be, or Queen-4 of diamonds.
4 or 5 off.
Oh.
It shows.
Yeah.
Gangsta.
It's and the thing is that you know when you've been playing for 3, 4, what day are we?
Aggression.
This is lovely to see.
He's
A
awake.
break of the tension.
Now he knows that I'm on. He respects that move.
I knew it all.
He knew it all.
And a smile and a laugh. You know, you're very committed to this tournament. You've flown over. You've been back.
No, this
It's very hard. It's a lot harder than when you're sitting in the booth. You're sitting at home to say, "Yeah, pull the trigger here." You know, to just go all in there and walk straight into kings, and you know, have to tell your friends that's how you bust. It can be very, very frustrating. So it's not an easy thing to do at all. You know, I've definitely missed spots like that where I should shove. You know, and just take my equity on the turn. It's not an easy mechanic to find always, especially when you're a bit less experienced. So credit to Wenzelberger there, especially as Hennon seems, you know, his frequency is going to be a bit out of line there, in my opinion.
El Reyes is El Racing, A6 suited.
Players individual penalty, we will restart in less than 2 minutes. Please start rotating.
15 minutes left on this level. Moraes
Rafael Moraes.
8-6 of spades.
Looks like a Batman shirt.
Pretty expensive one, from what I understand. Sip check, folds at Jack 10 on the button. Over the blinds. Wenzelberger, Marijuana, beautiful. Yeah. Beautiful big blind hand.
Yeah, very, very.
Second time he's gotten king queen suited in the big blind.
Yeah. A 3-card hand.
Yeah, did you hear about this? Sam, we've decided king queen suited is it's like having a 3-card hand.
So good, it's like getting 3 cards.
Yeah, I can see that.
One club on this flop, not a whole lot to be excited about. One heart as well.
Mr. Deputy at this time, please prepare your deck. We will restart in less than 1 minute.
Yeah, from under the gun, this is going to make a pretty reasonable c-bet. Going super small. And all options are open here for Marijuana. I don't know how he'll proceed. I think check raise would be very, very cool, but don't know whether he'll find it. Calling, I think, is a pretty good option, but decides to fold, and that, I think, is also not such an unlikely outcome.
I think it's just the price is too good. You can't fold that in there.
I mean, I would agree. But
when you showed on me on the turn, that was
more outer table
yeah.
action. This time, former Platinum Pass winner and $1 million final tableist Nicholas Thum, all in for 150K. It looks like the call has been made on their backs. Thum with ace queen. Konstantin Holski, his opponent, with ace tray. 3 spades on the flop. Thum has the queen of spades. And fades disaster. That is a double up for Flushy.
Nice.
Up to 360,000. Sam, I don't know if you know this or not, but it's pretty expensive here in Monaco. I don't want to say Monaco's expensive, but when someone tells you they own 4 Picassos, they're talking about genetic clones.
I don't get it.
4 Picasso paintings.
Yeah. What does genetic clones mean?
Like 4 actual Pablo Picassos.
Ah, okay. I see. No,
I really like that one.
That was very poor.
Whoa. Jeez, very poor. Is the guy, if he doesn't get a joke, it's a bad joke?
Sure. I mean, come on.
Try another one. You got another one?
After if you look like $1 million,
he's gonna like that one.
Yeah.
Wow.
He just deleted the one that you said.
I just deleted my entire computer.
Yeah. He just canceled.
Hold on a second.
He just canceled 3 gigs in the downtown LA area.
Just go torch my notebook. Maybe that one's better in print. I don't know. All right, back to the poker for 1 second. I feel like I need a makeup call with Sam now.
I mean, it's based on the premise that people in Monte-Carlo clone famous. You know what I mean? It doesn't. You're reaching too far into,
Do you know how many of these jokes I've done?
Yeah. No, I know, and you're still coming up with bangers.
Just not that one. Which one do you want me to tell him?
The top one.
This one that I did yesterday?
No. The one you had the screen up. Yeah, that one.
This one?
Yeah.
This one's more up Sam's alley.
Yeah, I think so.
I would love to see Sibby check. Let's just check raise him. This guy, by the way, you can't. Go on, just go after it. Don't call. Well, he does call.
We wanted to see a Sibby check raise.
Sibby check raise, yes. Sibby check call.
It doesn't have the same ring to it.
No. I always want to see blood.
Oh boy, that is some
a whole
kind of
bloody
card.
affair.
Wow.
That's 2 kill bills right there on that turn.
Street flash draw.
Oh yeah, open-ended street flash.
And Wenzelberger hating this turn card. And now turning the 10 into a bluff, which is understandable. Yeah, I mean, I think you just want pocket. I mean, this you just want the pocket pairs to blast off with here, like 4s, 5s, 6s, something like that. It's a big problem. You want your opponent to have a hand like ace-10, R4, 10-8 suited. And Sibicek, I think with the queen of spades, decides to call.
Those bluffs in there.
Yeah. And Wenzberger created a situation where the 10 now can almost never be good. And now it might be Sibicek's turn to turn his hand into a bluff. I mean, who has the ace X here?
Yeah.
Who has the ace 10? Who has the ace jack?
Yeah.
Who has the ace king?
I think the 8 should get one more chip here if there's a chop pot.
And
the 8 should get something.
5 seconds. 35,000.
Yeah, and very interesting hand.
Is that a snap fold?
Yo, bluffer.
Snap fold.
No, I got both. Oh, really? I got a 10.
10.
But that's not good anymore.
I don't think you realized it was straight on the board.
I see.
Let's go to
that was a
table.
weird one. Let's check in on Anna Marquez and David Doherty. Anna's all in, called by David. Doherty shows Jack Trey. Marquez with ace 5 of clubs.
Jovial all in here.
Yeah, I like that reveal. That was real nice.
It's a pretty good.
No Jack, no Trey with 2, and also 2 clubs. River, hey, that's a safe one for Marquez.
Good job.
She's up to 65K now. Still not a big enough stack to fold Jack 3.
So basically,
Players in the mystery bounty, return small line 3,000, big line 96,000. Dealers begin to go. Players, we now have a green chip with a value of 25,000 in the bag. Please keep these be clear view.
Anna Marquez survives.
Love to see David Doherty, the EPT London final tableist, Irish Open winner, part of the Griffin Bedger alumni.
Yep.
And an all-round great guy. Running geek.
Yes, we are deeply soul bonded now, him and I.
If you win,
Go to the mixer once a year.
2 people win the Irish Open, that makes you Leprechaun Brothers.
Wow, just leading into those Irish stereotypes.
I just wouldn't.
When will it end?
Look, I wouldn't make that joke at Copperhead Jacks, but here in Monaco, I feel pretty safe.
You want to say something about 4-leaf clovers and, you know, the luck of the Irish? I mean, come on, bro. Yeah, and
6 chips.
now, and then checking over to Sibicek, obviously, as we always know and say, great board for the Razor. And with a whole lot of nothing, no point in
25,000.
checking back. And going for that bigger sizing on a board where you have the ace kings, the ace queens, the pocket jacks, and it's not fun for Hennen with no backdoor.
Yeah.
Especially against a strong opponent.
Strong opponent, stiff bet. Sibicek looks like he's done his work, huh? He's been in the lab. In between sets at Tepitha.
Yeah. Wow, shows the power of that C-bet if you can get someone off Queen Jack. Maybe, wow.
Closing in on the end of this level. Daniel comes into YouTube chat yelling, Theros! Anybody want to tell him? Okay. We'll leave it in suspense.
Mr. Oz. Mr. Oz.
This is where you've started speaking and you don't know where it's going, right, Greg?
Oh my gosh, he had the 10-3.
Was that the kitchen?
Shut up.
As long as we're doing the catchphrases, the kitchens.
As long as we're doing Jai Master references.
Yeah.
I feel like this guy's going to win it. I mean, he hasn't lost a hand, has he?
One raises 17,000.
We'll see about this one. Opening Jack 10 suited.
4 pot.
It's a pointy one. See a lot of shapes and points. Uh-oh, more points.
Yeah. And is always going to punish.
Diamonds are for Spraggy.
Yeah, and definitely the option to...
Call.
I'm a little surprised at this, but maybe you might go for 3-bet bluff. Seems like an option.
6 pot.
Oh, and a fun medium pocket pair for Girsa.
7.
Yeah. Worried about the button having a bigger pair sometimes and calling off or whatever it might be. Just happy to play deep against the initial raiser. And
7.
Well, 7s are complete pants now. This ace high flop.
yeah, no diamonds out there. And you know, Mohammed on the button, he's not shown a proclivity to play a lot of hands or go wild with flatting. And I think for that reason, yeah, Subisek just going to check to him.
5 bets. 21,000.
Yeah, and a pretty healthy bet. Annoying for Marius. On occasions, he could be bluffed, but if you elect to play it this way, you just got to clear out of there. And rightly so.
Moraes picks up this one. So there's 2.5 minutes left on this level.
Probably the last chance to get famous.
We're going to swap out this feature table.
Yeah, they haven't been good enough, have they? Let's get rid of these guys.
We like to give them a break. I like that feature table, but how do you beat Mustafa Cannet? Standing up. How can you beat Benjamin Pollock?
Oh.
Fabrice Bigot.
Oh, yeah.
Vladimir Troyanovsky.
Oh, my goodness.
And Georgios Karakousis.
Get real. That's a...
EPT London, runner-up.
G. Karak, love that man.
Let's go.
I'm a big G. Karak fan myself. Vladimir Troyanovsky turned 30 in the time since we saw him last.
Do you remember when we turned up in EPT Prague one time and they just made him the poster boy for that? There was like huge banners of him everywhere as if he was the great dictator of Prague. All of a sudden he was just...
Well, it was the sparkling personality. It was really
of course.
It was a great market.
we did you know, a callback to something a lot of you guys definitely won't remember, but the Global Poker League, which me and Griffith commentated, we commented in it. People played from their homes, and Bob Choi was in it, and he just played it like it was pitch black around him, and he just had a torch on his face. It was like, you know, it was wow.
It was terrifying, yeah.
Give anything to know what the background, like what was actually in the
in
building
the days
with
before you could, you know, blur out the back of your screen, he's like, let's just lower all the lights in the middle of the day.
So Maraz opened from under the gun with ace king. Did get 7s to fold.
Yeah,
Wolfgang in the big blind. The Motown.
The Motown has a name, the Jack 5.
We're allowing it. Seeing as you invented Frosty Jack yesterday, we can just go through all of them.
This is it. This is really the Motown.
The
Jackson 5.
The Jackson 5, yeah.
Terrible joke. I won't be seeing it. Jack high flop. 1 club.
I won't be listening to any of their records. Stevie Wonder. Not listening to him.
Oh, it's called Argyle. It's a Matthew Vaughn. I won't be singing it.
10 bets.
Where's the mic?
Oh,
Wolfgang checks is going to get a C-bet out of Maraz.
It's the heaviest one.
A real small one.
I have ace king, so I'd like to see bet small, please.
Yes, what is the minimum bet I can make?
To get king 7 to fold?
Is there any way I can bet half a big blind?
Yeah, and I was about to say some crunchy turds. What a crunchy turd.
Super crunchy. Not just clubs crunchy, but straight crunchy.
Almost too crunchy.
I wonder if we get a few leads on that little low card. Maybe that's just too obvious, but yeah, Mr. Oz, a bit all at sea here. Still could beat a sort of ace-10 combo. Yeah, and well, I mean, there are hands you could force a fold from. We could get king-6 of diamonds out of there, probably.
But he blasts it to the tune of 17,000.
Wow. I mean, yeah.
I mean, together they're a barrel, I think, the pre-flop and the turn bet.
He split it. I'd like to split my continuation back over 2 straight.
Exactly, yeah. It's like a layaway.
One continue. Yes.
Little payment plan. Wolfgang still in somehow.
Red king would be dark.
River is a red queen.
We've got to go for it now, Mr. Oz. Mr. Oz, this is it. This is your moment.
Mr. Oz.
This is your... No. Check.
Wolfgang is going to win a relatively simple one. Did not get put to the test there.
The cameras are still rolling because we hit the next pay jump. This is officially the biggest cash of my life.
Hey!
So that's cool.
And we did hit the pay jump. 71 players, 15,000 euros now is what the field is guaranteed.
Up-and-coming German pro, Alexander Wolfgang.
Yeah, you keep this up, you're going to be a star.
Straight out of Dusseldorf.
All right, let's take a look at the chip counts of this feature table as we say goodbye for now to them.
Goodbye.
Sibacek, 58 big blinds. Not a super deep stack table. Lots of fairly shallow ones. Thomas Moraes, the shortest. Wolfgang with just under 20 bigs. Remember, when we get back, Mustafa Kanat, Ben Pollock, Fabrice Bigot, Vladimir Trinovsky, and Georgios Karakousis will be our new feature table. More from Monte Carlo in just a bit.
Back to the main stage we go, with action on Lucille Cailly. King, queen offsuit in early position.
Lucille Cailly, the loose cannon.
I'm not sure. It's
Yeah, you can.
Raising to 12.5.
It's okay. Petrov really could do anything here, but we know he's dominated, and he knows there's a good chance of that as well.
Usually when you wait, you don't fold, so this 3-bet. So.
Just to surprise you.
the reading skills are high.
Maria Ho looks down at pocket eights.
Super standard shove here with her stack.
All in.
She does move all in. Small blind folds and the big.
How much?
Oh, you know you're calling.
I call.
Told ya.
She doesn't sound particularly happy about it.
I think she's just French.
The king queen against eights.
No one's that happy to be racing, let's be honest.
King on the flop.
Really terrible flop for Maria.
She is the player at risk, and she's drawing to 2 outs. Still needs an 8 on the river. Cailly improves to a straight and busts Maria Ho.
Thanks. Good playing with you guys.
A 79th place finish and a min cash for Maria Ho. Back at the feature table has been under the gun raise from Andres Artenano. Lucille Cailly in the small blind has him dominated with ace-jack. She elects to call rather than 3-bet.
Against a late position raiser, she may have wanted to re-raise, but against under the gun, calling is just fine. Certainly the hand is too strong to fold.
Mikhail Petrov gives up the big blind, so we're going heads up to the flop.
Ace-10 suited nears the bottom of a lot of under the gun opening ranges.
And that flop is ace-jack-6, top 2 for Lucille. She checks to the raiser.
This could get dicey for him.
Artenano with just top pair. Will continue. He bets 16,000.
If Lucille goes for the check raise, I say ace-10 will often fold.
Well, those are calling chips.
Especially because this board is pretty dry.
She does call. Let's see what the turn brings. Another jack. Kai improves to a full house. She checks again.
Lucille's not so much being deceptive as she is just trying to not be completely obvious, which is what leading out would have been in that case.
Artanano check behind. River for free. The 9 of diamonds.
Lucille knows he's more likely to call than he is to bet in this spot. Time for Lucille to take Artanano for a ride on La Rue de Value.
She bets 37,000.
Artanano's played this in such a way that he has to call. People would float the flop with tons of gut shots. She could easily be turning queens into a bluff or betting a smaller ace for thin value.
He calls, and he will see that he was behind every step of the way.
Well played by Lucille. Great bet on the river. I think she's right. He probably would have just checked behind.
T'as eu un doute un moment Vous pouvez avoir 2 as, non? Même pas, hein?
Oh, ça va, ouais.
I don't understand. It's pretty
Ah, bah.
Other than the fact that it's against the rules, the kid probably thinks you're laughing at him. Not cool, bro.
Back out into the field. Lucille Kai is in action again.
Last time, I guess.
She's called Oleg Larachev's all in. It's a race.
Diamonds. I like diamonds. I like diamonds.
Larachev once again standing out of his Cherachev.
It's not a diamond, it's a heart. Larachev needs an ace or a queen to survive. It's an 8.
And now he's going to get some fresh Arachev.
Did you really just go there?
Sure did. And look at Lucille Kai stacking chips like a boss.
Up to 661,000, making her one of the tournament chip leaders. It's one of our outer tables where we find Lucille Kai up against Michael Dietrich. The flop is 9-7-4 with 2 spades.
This pot is pretty big already.
Lucille bets 55,000.
That was about half the pot.
Dietrich announces check raise.
There are a few draws out there, and this board hits a lot of suited connectors.
150,000.
There's this here's Berlin champion Davide Katai on the rail.
Good friends with Lucille Kai, who will call that raise. So we go to the turn.
This pot is getting huge.
8 of diamonds on the turn.
This board's even more all over, more suited connectors now.
Dietrich checks.
Someone who check raises then checks doesn't usually have much.
Okay, check.
Lucille checks behind. The jack of spades on the river.
All right, well, every draw in the world just came in.
Look at Dietrich's hand shaking.
350.
350.
He bets 350,000, almost a pot-sized bet.
Mike could have easily gone from 0 to hero on that river.
Call.
Kai calls.
Pretty fast call, too. On their backs.
Flush over flush.
Kai just calls with the second nuts. Not sure a lot of players are just calling there. Where's the heart? Kind of a cold deck for Dietrich. Did lose the minimum, though.
Okay.
Thank you.
On the other table, let's pick up the action post-flop. 3-way action involving Anatoly Gertovoy, Lucille Kai, and Clayton Mosden.
Mosden was the pre-flop raiser.
It's been checked to him. He checks behind.
Giving up that betting lead.
The board pairs on the turn. And now Lucille will lead out.
Kai and Gertovoy both defended out of the blinds. Either one of them could have a king.
She's bet 106,000. And Gertovoy sticks in some raisin chips. He makes it 300,000 total.
I doubt both of them have a king, but Anatoly's repping something he could certainly have.
Well, Marston got out of the way. Lucille makes the call. We go to the river. And that river card is the pretty inconsequential looking 4 of clubs. Lucille is checked.
See if Gerdevoy wants to keep repping that king.
He bets 350,000.
This bet is not even for half the pot. Kind of looks like a weak king that wants to get called.
Lucille with the decision.
350 to win 1.1.
Call. She calls. Gerdevoy has Jack 9. Lucille with ace high wins the pot.
Wow, ace-jack bets the turn, then calls a raise with ace high. Then a brick hits the river and she tank calls. I think if she calls a turn, she could never fold the river when a blank hits.
J'ai gagné. Je te reste.
So anyway, no one had a king. I got that one wrong.
Blinds are up 61-20 with a 10k ante. Clayton Mosden playing 6 big blinds at the moment.
Castelluccio, card rack.
The chip leader raises to 240,000 with ace-queen suited.
This is a really gross spot for Clayton. He's short enough to get action from worse.
He shoves.
With Sergio stack, he could certainly be opening with worse.
Lucille Cailly has pocket nines in the small blind.
Now, this hand is full of more gross spots than a hotel room bedspread.
Call.
She flats. Caprioli gives up the big.
I think calling's the right play there.
Back on Castelluccio.
They're deep enough she can still get away from this if he jams and you're not playing a massive pot all in against the only guy who can bust you. It would be ICM suicide.
Castelluccio has called as well, so Mosden's all in, and there is potential action on the side between Cailly and Castelluccio.
Is it just me or do some of those dudes actually look pretty good?
730. 2.4 million in the main pot. A Jack 6-7 flop.
Not a good flop for Mosden, and he knows it. But he may not know he's actually surrounded by a bunch of men. Well, small bet is perfect here. If Castelluccio calls, he's going to have her beat almost every time, but most of the time he's going to fold and she can protect against overcards, just like she's doing.
Castelluccio folds.
Nines.
Mosden has 5 outs. He needs an ace or a 10.
Mike Dietrich may be losing his BFF. Lucille happy to know Castelluccio folded an ace. Where'd that chick find that Kevin McPhee get up?
3 of diamonds on the turn.
She can smile.
No ace, no 10. Clayton Mosden out in 7th.
Not the finish he was hoping for, but with the stack he came in with today, he could have easily gone out in 8th.
He'll collect 185,000 euros. How do you like him now?
Well, I wouldn't worry too much. I bet he's still got a pretty big piece of Mike's action, and his money's still quite live.
What a spot.
And Lucille Cailly is the new chip leader at our 6-handed final table. Blinds are up to 80 and 160,000. Curiously, Sergio Castelluccio has limped the button with 7 deuce suited.
Castelluccio's played pretty well all day, but I am not a fan of this at all. No reason to get fancy, but like I said before, sometimes losing a big pot can make you do some crazy stuff.
Mosen is called out of the small blind. Lucille Cailly checks her option. We're going 3-way to the flop in an unraised pot.
It's a little deceptive where Lucille didn't raise. Good way to balance her range.
The flop is 8, 10, 7. Castelluccio has the best hand.
Mosen's whiffed. Lucille's also whiffed.
Not going to stop her betting though, 190,000.
She does have 2 overs and a gut shot.
Here comes Castelluccio, raising to 530,000.
Ah, the old button limp bluff raise.
Motion accidental exposure.
Oops, Mosen accidentally showed his cards as he folded.
What's Lucille gonna do with her top air? Now, it might look like button clicking, but bluff raising, bluff 3-betting are just things you have to throw into your game sometimes. This is a good spot for Lucille because Sergio limp pre-flop, which means he can pretty much never have an overpair.
There is the re-raise. It's a 3-bet to 1.38 million.
Which one of those two wasn't the lady?
Castelluccio folds.
Look at that, and the guy who needs the wig isn't wearing one.
Lucille now up to nearly 5.5 million. Pocket jacks for Castelluccio. Under the gun, he is raising to 320,000. 6-8 suited for Monte-Carlo.
What are you playing?
3 million.
3-9?
3 million.
Thank you.
Looks like Mosen Gosen wants to get a little cute on the button. Not terrible to do with a hand like this. You got position in the betting lead. Sometimes you win now, sometimes you win it on the flop. Sometimes you win a huge pot at showdown if you hit your hand.
So he 3-bets to 680,000. Ace-queen for Lucille Cailly in the small blind.
This is a hand that's certainly strong enough to call a 3-bet, but you don't really want to 4-bet with it. Either way, she's still got Scourgio to act behind. And Mosen again if she does 4-bet.
She calls. Bernard Guillon folds the big blind.
Oh, hi, you're still here. Castelluccio can't love it, but he probably just has to shove here. Hopefully he won't get called in 2 spots.
He does shove. Should get rid of Mosen.
See ya, 8 Mile. And look at the trouble you caused.
Question, what does Lucille do?
Unless there's a player who's super short and about to bust, which there isn't, I think Lucille has to call here. If they were 3-handed, this would be a snap call. Just hate to make this call and see Ace-King get flipped over.
A call.
She calls. A few hands ago, Sergio Castelluccio had the chip lead. Now he's on the verge of going out the door. He's slight favorite, but it is a flip.
And you can just read the stress on Lucille's face. You can tell how important this is to her. Castelluccio also sweating it just a little bit.
Castelluccio needs the jacks to hold. 5 cards to come. The flop is 3-10-9.
Jacks are holding.
2 diamonds on the board. Lucille does have a backdoor flush draw to go with her overs to the board. There's a queen on the turn.
There is a 6 sweat for Sergio to make it straight, though.
Un deux, c'est bien.
He can win with a king, a jack, or an 8 on the river. Will he double up? Will he survive? No. Castelluccio busts in 4th. And Lucille Cailly takes the tournament chip lead.
If you don't think women are good for poker, that's the deepest final table rail I've seen all season.
Castelluccio will collect 400,000 euros for 4th.
And that stressed look isn't so stressed anymore.
It's a 3-handed play at our final table. Action on Monte-Carlo on the button. He folds. Lucille Cailly in the small blind. There's 10 deuce off suit.
Now, it looks like Lucille's thinking about raising this. Typically, I'd give her a speech about how it's okay to fold your small blinds sometimes, but Bernard Guillon has been tighter than the legroom and coach, so I'm actually okay with her raising his big blind every single time.
Oh, she does raise to 390,000. Bernard has a hand, ace-8.
Now, if Bernard calls, Lucille has to know he's got something pretty decent. This guy hasn't played a hand since... I don't think we've actually seen him play a hand.
He calls. Let's see a flop. Ace-5 jack, top pair for Guillon.
Now, I know she won't do it, and I know I can see the whole cards and everything, but I'm all for check folding this once this ace hits.
Lucille bets 430,000.
Well, Bernard certainly can't and should not fold this to just 1 bet.
Call.
Yeah, he got it. He's still with us. All right, Bernard, I was starting to wonder about you there, buddy.
To the turn.
Maybe Lucille will just shut down now.
6 of spades.
Completes the potential flush draw, but we know nobody's really worried about that. Now, it looks like because she opened, she feels the need to barrel the flop and turn. I gotta tell you, once this guy calls me on the flop, I am out of there. If you've ever tried to bluff someone over the age of 60 off an ace, you know it's like trying to ice skate uphill.
730,000 is her bet on the turn.
All right, somebody just get near the defibrillator. Not a code red yet, just get over there.
Wow! Guillon folds!
What? Oh man, I think that just gave me a nosebleed.
Welcome back to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte-Carlo Casino. The main event continues here on day 3. Taking place at the Monte-Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort, 71 players returning from the break, including these 5 who are the 5 biggest stacks right now. Nathan Schauskin continues to dominate with 1.7 million chips. Francisco Benitez, who plays as Tomati on Stars, is second in chips with 1.6 million. And of course, there are big stacks and there are short stacks out in the field. Expect a few more bust outs over the course of the next session. The new blind level being 5,000, 10,000 with a 10K big blind ante. And these are the payouts for the top finishers in this record-breaking Monte-Carlo main event with 1 million euros up top. We will pay the winner on Saturday. That's when we'll be at the final table. That's when we'll play down to a winner. You'll be able to see every single hand live. And of course, you can watch the action tomorrow and on Friday as we get down to the final table. Tomorrow, the ambition is to get to the final 2 tables. And then on Friday, we will play down to 6, paying out slices of the 5.8 million euro prize pool. Coming back from break, we have a new feature table, headlined by the chip leader, Nathan Schauskin. We have an EPT runner-up, Georgios Karakousis. We have a super high roller legend in Vladimir Troianovsky, another super high roller legend in Mustafa Kanit, plus French pros like Fabrice Bigot and Benjamin Pollock. This should be a fun one. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello, we're back again.
I'm pretty excited about this feature table, Nick. Excited anytime we get to see the chip leader in the tournament, especially at this stage with 71 remaining, where having that chip lead is a thing.
Yeah, this is a table I've been looking forward to for some time. A lot of antics from Mustafa Kanit, for example. Some absolutely monstrous stacks as well, James. 1.7 million for our chip leader, Nathan Schauskin. Speaking of which.
So he's opened under the gun here with pocket 4s, made it 20K. A reminder, level 19, blinds are 5,000, 10,000 with a 10,000 big blind ante. And it has been folded to Askan Fatahi in the small blind, who has ace jack of strawberries.
All right, looks like 3-way action. Nice suited 10-7 suiting in the big blind. Flop is King, King, Tray. Pocket 4 is still the best of it. Be interested to see if Schauskin has just a little c-bet here. I think that's fine. Doesn't have to be big in a multi-way pot. Pot is already quite inflated. 20,000, love it. Against that smaller size here, I don't imagine Fatahi is going to fold. Wow,
he
very
does.
Surprised to see that with the backdoor hearts as well.
And Karakousis folding as well. More chips for Schauskin.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, he kind of under-reps his hand pre-flop. He's going to be folding to like inferior aces there a lot of the time, especially from our chip leader, and obviously much worse than that too. Has equity against some pairs regardless, right? 2 overcards and some hearts against certain pairs. So I was interested to see the fold, but we move on. This is a cool shirt, by the way. I dig this. Is that an actual, like, real special $2 bill that's just framed on that shirt?
Action folded around to Fabrice Bigot. Looks like we're round to the blinds. Karakoussis in the small gives Schauskin a walk. Careful of the mic, buddy. Careful of the mic. Rooftop inquiry asking, is Daddy Jorgner still in? Peter Jorgner was eliminated earlier today.
Another good showing, though. Another cash. For a guy that's only really been leaning into poker more seriously in the last, 4 years, 5 years. I know it was quite recent. He had started studying when he was our runner-up in Paris last year. But he's putting in some really good showing, having a lot of deep runs, very consistently making the money, which is fantastic to see.
So blind v blind. Schauskin, the chip leader in the small. Mustafa Kanat in the big.
One race, 35.
I said watch the microphone.
Put him on your list, James.
What's his name again? Natan.
Natan.
Can you spell his last name?
C-H-A-U-S-K-I-N.
I do fear that there are going to be no poker players left to compete in any future EPTs if I go ahead with this list.
Yeah, we're going to struggle to break the record again next year when we've ejected all these players from Monte-Carlo. Schauskin flops best. Just decide to bet.
Kanat calls with deuces, is currently behind. Is still behind.
Can it win? I don't know. King Jack's pretty strong here, James. I think we probably just see a second bet. You still want to get value from worse kings. You want to get value from Queen X, Jack 10. Sometimes combinations of those with spades. Oh, baby. Full pot.
Schauskin adding 55k to his sizable stack. 181 big blinds now, i.e. 1.81 million.
There is a penalty for talking here? No. No penalty. So, one talks one word. No penalty. Okay. Without this, have some penalty. Imagine Mustafa is not talking.
This is so weird. Yeah.
This is so
I just
weird.
don't like a Benjamin.
Ace 8 of hearts of Vladimir Troinovsky. It's raised to 20,000. Round 2. Jamal Hassani in the big blind, 6-3 off. He folds. So it's raise and take it.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. Nice to see Fabrice here as well. Individual we get a lot of coverage on. Does travel with the EPT. Here's a shot of Vladimir. 71 big blinds. And a lumberjack shirt.
So it's going to be Fabrice Bigot first to act. He's folded. Troinovsky with Queen 5 passes. For Tahi, 7 deuce is out. This is Karakoussis. 10-5 suited for the chip leader.
Love to see him opening wider here.
Shalskin does open, raises to 20,000.
Yeah, why not?
Can it with ace-10 on the button.
So it's important to note here, obviously, Shalskin is our chip leader, 179 bigs, but Mustafa, the effective stack, 47 big blinds. Might be a little 3-bet spot. Just decides to call instead, totally fine. Decides against the aggressive action, fold, fold. Big blind to act. Oh, that's a nice hand. It's going to take a flop. Seems reasonable so far. 10-5 needs to catch up a little bit here. Ah, okay, sure. Speaking of catching up, pair of 5s plus the club draw.
Can't fold top here. And sure enough, Pollock calls the continuation bet. It is a post-flop flip, but as things stand, 9 has the slight mathematical advantage. Not anymore, that's the flush for Shalskin. And Pollock is now drawing dead.
Chip leader running good.
Shalskin firing again. 90,000. As ever, we got top-level analysis coming from the Twitch and the YouTube. Brandon Nell says, Shalskin raising 10-5 suited. How is he still in the tournament?
Question.
Queens.
Shalskin just say he had queens. I don't think he had queens.
I don't think so either. Nice hand there for the chip leader, though. 191 big blinds with 70 remaining.
It's absurd. Well, this is the departure of Anna Marquez, cashing for 15,200 euros.
Open table 2.
And shaking her finger at Kyan Mokri, who knocked her out.
Quietest I've seen you be all tournament.
That would be a great little GIF, I think. Somebody make a GIF. GG to Ms. Marquez.
Oh, look. There's a little animated finger wagging. Look.
Is that from Finton's channel? We must have a Finton finger wag as well, right, guys? It is from his channel. Good. Nailed it. There you go. Nice work, chat.
And well done, Nick, for opening the whole is it GIF or GIF debate. Always enjoy that one. I mean, every other day.
That's case closed. That is fully case closed. The inventor came out and told us.
Then why are you still calling it GIF?
Give the chat pros something to talk about.
No, don't feed the trolls.
Don't worry, guys. Soon the EPT will be over. We can go back to Chat Pro Poker Show. Great comment from Lion King Jr. Lol, I think it's funny that the commentators spend all the time commenting on Twitch chat, even though 3x viewers on YouTube. It's a good thing we're not reading the chat over there, James.
Just going to say, YouTube needs to up its chat game.
Yeah, guys, where's the memes? Maybe if you were funnier, Lion King. Not jest. Welcome to the chat. We are paying attention to both of you guys. We're across both channels, of course. Mad love for both of you guys.
Folded around to the blinds. Bigot versus Troinovsky. No, you cannot chop.
Blind v blind scenario. Bigot's got about 35 bigs. Just decides to call. Seems good.
Troinovsky with Jack 8. That's right, Jack Frost in the house. And he's going to raise with it.
I can guarantee you Bigot is not folding this hand. If you are going to have more limps in the small blind here, you need to know what to defend. Queen unsuited, it's just gorgeous, isn't it? No chance we're folding this.
Bigot makes the call. And is still ahead on a 5-5 deuce flop with Queen high, but Troinovsky has position, has the betting lead.
Yeah, it's a really nice board to continue betting as well. You're going to get lots of folds. After Bigot checks to you, definitely a C-bettable board. Absolutely no problem, but let's see how Troinovsky wants to approach it.
An 8 on the turn gives Troinovsky the lead now, and he is a 9-1 favorite with one card to come.
The time is now. Missed that C-bet, delayed C-bet here. 33 to go.
Yeah, it's good.
And a fold.
Bigot says, be gone. Well, it's that time of the evening where we get to go live via satellite to the west coast of the United States of the Americas. And we say good evening / good morning to Maria Ho. Hello, Maria.
Hello.
Hi, Maria.
Hi.
What's the weather like out
See,
there?
we've got It's pretty good. I'm more excited about what's happening inside here, though. I don't think you all know how much I love Trojanowski. I played with him a lot over the years, and every time he sits down, I feel like I'm in the presence of a legend.
I mean, he is a legend, absolutely, and I guess we can kind of feel that we are in his presence by watching him on the main stage. And hold on a second, what was that? Schauskin, Queen 5 suited. So this is the tournament chip leader, Maria. Natan Schauskin starting this hand with 1.9 million. Mustafa Canet, ace-4 of diamonds. Mustafa has raised to 20,000. Oh, Snowman's.
Num-num.
Oh, for a moment there, I thought you were the one on via satellite. It was a heavy delay there, Nick. Heavy delay.
I'm engaging too much for Twitch chat today.
Stop.
Sorry.
Looks like Bigot is going to call in position, and I like this play. I really don't think that there's really many other ways to maneuver with eights off of this stack size.
So I thought I saw that, and now I see it for real. Mr. Fatehi's put headphones in.
Oh dear.
That will not fly, and those headphones will shortly be removed from his ears with pliers.
I mean, it doesn't even seem like Mustafa's very talkative today.
I know, I've been talking about him up this whole time, Maria, and how excited I was to get some Mustafa action, and he's just chilling.
Action check to Canet.
Attention remaining players in event number 34, no limit volume single and three-year tournament will recommence in 5 minutes. Please make your way to the tables.
Musta has range advantage here, just going to c-bet, and of course a lot of great turn cards could appear.
Deuce of clubs on the turn does give Fatehi the flush draw. And we have a post-turn flip. We don't see many of those.
What do you think, Maria? Is it just a c-bet turn when you pick up a gut shot kind of situation?
I think so, because there's going to be, you know, some 9x in there that you could potentially shake with that second barrel. And of course, you know, it's a little bit hard to think that you're going to be able to show down this weak ace very profitably. Trouble is that turn card gives Fatehi a lot of reason to stick around, and I mean, potentially even get aggressive with it.
I wonder what he's listening to.
Taylor Swift. Isn't everybody?
Did you like the new album, Maria? Have you listened to it all the way through?
I officially don't like commenting on anything about Taylor Swift because the Swifties can be savage.
Are you going to tell me you don't like the album? Because I do have the button that cuts off the satellite link.
I'm going to say jury's still out.
Okay, I'll allow it. That just means you need to listen to it 5 more times so you'll like it.
Oh my days, look at this.
Well, he does have the best hand. Is this a... I guess it's a value shove?
I suppose so. I mean, imagine just doing this into a set of 3s or something.
Yeah, it's a very interesting line to show up at the river with top pair, which could end up being a bluff catching spot more than getting value from worse, but you do have Musta thinking about it.
Yeah, really unusual line there. I agree with you, Maria. I think probably ends up being a bluff catcher way more often. The king is definitely a card that Musta can continue repping, right? You know, if he feels like the king is a scare card, can just go three streets. Anyway.
Anyway, he won the pot, so it must be good, right?
Oh, that is Tomas Moraes, who's just been eliminated.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
And that is an amazing jacket.
Wow.
I'm a fan.
Sorry. So Moraes, 69th place finisher, cashes for 15,200 euros. That takes us down to 68 players.
Yeah, Maria, you need to be careful because James did literally ban like 4 people earlier for talking bad on the Swift name.
I knew it.
And not like meme bans, like perma bans.
Big thing. Check.
No.
Check either. If I check it,
Boss.
Koinovsky raising the button with Queen 5.
He ain't scared. He's like, who cares about these young guns in the blinds? Oh, well, this one.
17 years experience.
Too good.
More.
Too good.
More.
Much more.
Much more, yeah.
It was just the way you went, these young guys, oh.
$45 million.
I think Georgios Karakousis is aware of his age. He's aware of the fact that he's not a young gun. Wouldn't be offended by that.
It was half true, though. The small blind was more on the young gun side.
So Georgios Karakousis, I'm going to guess.
Mustafa 17. Yes.
My memory's not what it used to be.
Something like
EPT London 2013.
He's more. He's
I
25.
think he was runner-up to
When he came, I was
Roberto
old
Lotalo.
already.
He probably started around 2000.
He's got a lot of decent scores on his Hindenburg page. Here we go, October 2013, 5K EPT main event, London, second place, worth £349,000.
So I will call you Uncle Mustafa.
Grandpa.
Not grandpa, uncle.
In my country, at my age, you're grandpa, okay?
So big go here, 30 big blinds, ace king suited.
Six raise, 21,000.
Makes it 21,000 to go.
7,000.
Remember the days when people would just open shove 30 bigs with ace king?
I'm a great.
I think it still does happen sometimes.
I'm a great proponent of that strategy. Just take the guesswork out of it.
So I want to ask you something there. So what's the point that tournament players, like, even when they don't have a hand, they just keep waiting? Like, for example, I had 4 deuce of six. Now, I just folded. But they are just waiting for 15 seconds or 20 seconds.
Me also.
You also?
Never wait.
Oh, you never wait. You play fast.
Pre-bubble situation, I play very, very slow.
Okay.
As maximum as possible.
For TV, you know? It's for TV?
Yeah, you smell it. Small stack.
Oh, okay.
On the big stack.
That's why they are waiting. They are taking time.
For pay jumps, usually.
For pay jump. Okay.
Most common, we say pay jumps. Or because they want to annoy you.
Shall I shadow ban Maria for being less than enthusiastic about the new Taylor album?
You don't have to. It's automated. It's like an AI thing now. And if your voice is on the internet talking bad, it's just instantly shadow banned.
1 minute timeout.
James has a burner account. He's going to start sending me death threats on IG.
I saw what you said on that stream. Little small blind action here for Schauskin. Queen 10 suited. People like to 3-bet Queen 10 suited, don't they, Maria?
Yeah, I think they can certainly take a mixed strategy, 3-bet, sometimes call, but especially when you have a big chip stack, doesn't hurt to put it to work against a button open.
Yeah, absolutely right. Does opt for it this occasion, takes it down. The rich get richer, Maria. This guy's got 1.9 million chips at the moment.
By the way, this is the 4th level of the day, right?
Yes.
I've lost track.
It is, yes.
That is Mohamed El Race, and he is officially our 67th place finisher. Also cashes for 15,200 euros, taking us down to 66 players. So if this is the 4th level of the day, we'll play out the 60 minutes of this level, then take a break, and then have one more 90-minute level, and that will bring day 3 to a close. There is no target to reach. We're not trying to get to a specific number of players on day 3. It's just 5 full levels. Tomorrow, hopefully we can get to 16, the last 2 tables.
Yeah, I think we're getting through it pretty quick, though, right? We're on a good pace at the moment.
Yes.
What does the widget say? When are we widgeting?
Should we widget?
Yeah, I'd love to widget right now, mate.
Are you excited, Maria? I'm whipping out the widget. This is level 19. Level 19, we should finish with 60 players. And we should finish the day with around 48 players. 48.3, according to the widget.
It makes a difference.
So reliable. Death, taxes, and widget.
Yeah, I'm with Rip Raw. Maria laughed at his widget. She did, and I may never recover.
Death, taxes, the widget, and Taylor Swift, obviously.
Right.
Inevitable.
So we saw a late position raise from Fatahi, flattered by the chip leader on the button. And Fatahi does not continue the flop. So Schauskin bets 20,000. Fatahi does still have the best hand, but folds it.
I really like this line. This is a terrible board for your hand, and your opponent's going to have tons of stuff that interacts with that flop when they call on the button.
Better to don't play with you.
Schauskin knocked out Harabic in like a 200 big blind pot with aces against ace king, right? Is that how he got all his chips? I think I saw that on the live reporting.
Fair fortune over the course of the day. Oh, dropped down to 65 players now. Troyanovsky with King Queen. Here's a conversation topic for the next 40 seconds. Thoughts on saying nice hand when you don't mean it? Nick?
Yeah, I do it all the time, but I think I kind of do mean it, though. I don't know. I'm not a very salty poker player, so.
Maria?
I think there's a difference between saying nice hand and nice bet. So if I think somebody bluffed me on the end, or they show me a bad hand, I'll be like, oh, nice bet. But if I really think it's a good hand, then I'll say nice hand. But I don't mean it if I.
Okay, but you don't
anything.
say it. It's not a default thing you say, for example. It's not. You're not going to say nice hand unless you mean it.
Most of the time.
Okay.
I think I also say, like, good luck. You know, when someone's all in, I'll say, like, hey, good luck, buddy. But I think I also mean that, too. Like, you know, I'd like to win the pot, sure, but I feel like everybody should have a fair shake.
Okay.
I I disagree with that one. If I'm in the hand with somebody and we're all in and they say good luck to me, I don't say good luck back because I know I don't mean it, and I think it's just weird. I don't feel like obligated to say it back to them.
Have you seen the abomination of a poker movie that is Lucky You?
No.
Where they say good skill to each other at the start of the poker tournament. Good skill.
Oh no, that reminds me too much of that Louis Theroux, where he does like the groups. What is it? Sort of like self-help, like group speaking or whatever. Yeah. And he tells all of his followers to never say no problem, but no challenge. So all of his followers are like, oh yeah, that's no challenge. That's no challenge. He's like, why do you keep saying that? He's like, because we don't believe in problems on this program.
Oh, we've opened a can of worms now. Saying good luck is devious.
Oh, jeez.
That's a lie. No way you mean good luck. You obviously want to win.
I've got some really deep set issues, apparently. Sorry, chat.
But this is a safe space.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Schauskin approaching the 2 million mark, by the way. Nearly 200 big blinds. He's going to take a little break. Don't need to play any hands. Got to get those steps in, hasn't he, Maria?
Yeah, I mean, he only has a few hours to go over there before it's midnight. I mean, the thing is once it turns midnight, it doesn't record it like you took the steps that day, which matters if you're on a streak. You don't really want to cheat. Like if I'm up late, I still want to take the steps before midnight because it's not technically about, you know, what time I go to sleep. It's more about in that day, in that 24-hour day, did I hit 10,000 steps?
We have got 3 players going to this flop, which is ace, 9, 7. Georgios Karakoussis with the best hand right now. We should change it to bad luck, to be more honest. No. You better say nothing. Lean across the table and go, bad luck to you.
Yeah, there is an element of manifestation. Yeah, unlucky. We haven't seen the flop yet. No, it's not going your way, buddy. Sorry.
I don't say sorry either, but if we're both at a final table and I get a good luck from someone, I send it back. Oh, as in you say good luck back. Okay, not like, I don't want your luck. I'm sending it back.
Uno reverse.
Like a bowl of soup that's too cold.
Schauskin opening a hand that he probably wouldn't be opening from this position if he didn't have a big chip stack.
You know what's going on here, don't you? We've got domination rotation in Vlad Troyanovsky's favor as he calls the 15K with a pair of sixes. And goes the turn, which is another 6. Trips for Vlad. Schauskin's drawing dead.
think theoretically, I would like to see some leads here from Troyanovsky just because there's a straight draw and a flush draw from the flop, that brick. So if he's balanced there with some bluffs when he leads, then it would be a spot where I think if Schauskin had a stronger hand, like an ace high or something, then he would easily call that bet on the turn. But seeing as it went check, check, it looks like it's a river card that Schauskin would rep as well. So maybe a good spot to check to him once that ace rolls off on the river, but instead Troyanovsky just leads and gets the fold.
Well, to one of the outer tables, it's our former feature table where we find Wolfgang Poker in a hand against Rutger Hennen. Wolfgang checking the turn. The board is ace, ace, queen, 9. Rutger deciding what to do. He bets 45,000. The bet verified for Wolfgang. Makes the call, and that is going to take this hand to the river, which is the king of hearts. So it's a straighty paired board, no flush possible. Ace, ace, king, queen, 9. Already forgotten the name of the Pokemon that he uses as a card protector.
Mudkip.
Mudkip, that's it. Time bank card deployed. Last time we saw Wolfgang hit around 20 big blinds. Still not that deep. He announces all in, he shoves, and he has been called. Showdown. It is ace-3 against ace-jack. And this is going to end in a chop. Guys, you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
We didn't account for the delay. We didn't account for the satellite, Maria. I'm so sorry.
Wow.
I'll see myself out.
I had a flight out tomorrow. I moved it another day. Wow, look at that. That would have been a...
That's right, Tom. Maria was thrown under the bus on that one. Please don't take it out on Maria. Please don't blame Maria. Between you and me, Nick, it was all her fault.
I run so fast.
Yeah, don't tell her.
Nice to see Wolfgang still in at his first EPT. I played with him recently, and he's always a lot of fun. I feel like he's taken this one pretty seriously, though, especially with all that money up top. But
absolutely,
normally he's just in the cash game streets.
And the advantage of having Wolfgang at an outer table is that you can watch the stream on YouTube and join in the chat to write "Everyone loves a chop pot," and 10 out of 10 for getting it right. You've no idea how many people think it's everybody, or put an extra P and an ED at the end of chop.
What's up, Wolfgang? It's been a pleasure covering your action so far.
Too much.
Yeah, seems like a really nice guy, Maria. I agree with you. Been a lot of fun at the tables, been chatty and trying to engage, and obviously just earlier today announced that this will be his biggest live tournament cash already without any further progression.
Yeah, that's a very exciting milestone, and it couldn't come at a more prestigious event, especially seeing as this is the largest field in EPT Monte-Carlo history.
1,208 total entries, and now just 64 players remaining. Okay. Badata, when you ask, do dealers like chopped pots, I'd like to ask you this. What do you think everyone means? Everyone. Everyone!
Even if it means they have to do more work.
They get to play with chips. King 9 deuce.
Ooh, here's a question. Does it annoy you when the dealer shuffles the chips in the pot at the table?
Absolutely, so much. As somebody who's terrible at mental math.
Hang on a second. I've never seen a dealer shuffle chips.
You've never seen that?
Like riffling chips?
Well, either riffling or when they drag in the two bets and then they muddle them all up in the middle so you can't see any of the colors and like loads are stacked underneath.
James would be so mad if that happened at a table he was at. It's pretty annoying.
Yeah, I agree. It's distracting.
I'm a very easygoing person, Maria. Not a lot tilts me.
But that wouldn't tilt you? That tilts me.
Nothing tilts me. I'm very laid back, very easygoing. Don't get mad about anything. Everything's water off a duck's back to me. Ban Anthony. Well, I mean, with a name like that. Bye. As I said, nothing bothers me.
Yeah, I like it when the dealers just take in the chips and then lay them out.
So we've been talking a lot about trying to win your way to live events with Power Path. A silver pass could get you to the Estrellas / UK IPT event in Malaga. These two tours joining forces and bringing you a summer poker festival in mid-June, June 10th through 16th. Full schedule on the PokerStars Live app. I was looking at the other day because I might be there. I was looking at what I could potentially play. Still not 100%, but there's a strong chance I will be there. You could be there with a silver pass or fancy booking your own poker holiday. So check out the details on the PokerStars Live app. Maybe we will see you at this summer event where I get the impression it's going to have a very similar vibe to the Irish Open. I get the impression that there are some shenanigans being planned away from the tables. Maria, your favorite person is back on stream. Hello, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my Maria.
My favorite.
Hey, buddy.
You say.
She almost said that like she meant it.
I mean, she meant something.
You'll never know.
Oh, look, I'm happy to hear from Maria. I'm happy to see Vlad Troyanovsky. Last time we saw him on stream, I think he was 26 or 27 years old. Now he's 31. Everyone's grown up a lot the last few years. We got a 3-bet here from Chauskin.
And Queen 9, just such a weak hand, but you have to be wondering, is Chauskin really doing this with a strong hand, or is it just because he's abusing with that big stack?
Attack. Unfair.
64 players. The Elite 8 tables. Outer table action. Wolfgang all in again. This time 10s versus 9s. And looks like Wolfgang just has to fade the 9 and does another double up. Now he's up to 400K. Is that a good stack yet, finally?
Great stack, yeah.
Whew. That's going to make the vlog.
Yeah, no, I thought
it better.
Put that in your podcast.
Wolfgang, I mean, has been all in a plenty over the last 24 hours. Ooh, and a big pocket pair for Mustafa Canit.
Can it, Mustafa?
Can it. He's all in over the top of the raise from Benjamin Pollock. 259,000 total. 28 big blinds.
Huh. Interesting he decides just to rip here, Maria. I thought maybe we would have just seen a 3-bet non all in.
25 big blinds.
Yeah, I think he's just hoping. I was. What two words was I trying to put together? Hoping and wanting, maybe hoping and wanting. Anyway, I think he was just hoping that Pollock had a strong hand opening from under the gun +1 that he could call off against that stack size with. I think against maybe later positions, he might go for the 3-bet non all in, but I think the stronger you think your opponent's range there is, the better the chances are of being able to get it all in pre-flop. It's been a while since I've seen Ben Pollock around. Is it just me?
No, I don't think it's just you. And I also think that Ben thinks that I am unlucky. There's been like a couple of times that when I used to do the sideline reporting at the main event, a World Series of Poker main event, there were like 2 years he went pretty deep, and I like made a really big deal about him because I knew who he was, and he wasn't really on the Americans' radars, yada yada yada. And both times I like Jeff platted him. Like both times I did these like big flowery interviews with him, and then he went broke like an hour later. And one of the times, so apparently he's an amateur magician, and so I bought like an Eiffel Tower keychain at the gift shop, and did like the magic trick at the end of the interview where I like pulled it from behind his ear. And after he went broke, he like took it and found me and like slammed it down on the table in front of me and walked out.
Wow.
That's a great story.
He might not have slammed it down on the table, but he
that reputation.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that I actually feel really bad for Jeff, and that it seems not to bother him, but like I won't participate in it. I would feel terrible if I were had the same sort of meme about me. Can it all in over the top of the race from Fatahi.
Yeah, with this type of hand, of course, you don't really want to do the 3-bet non-all-in sizing just because it's a little bit weaker and you just prefer to take it down here. You don't really need to be flipping in this spot.
Flop, flipping. Outer table action. Not action. But some famous faces. We got Dan Smith. King Dan. Haven't seen King Dan for a while. You probably have, Maria, but I have not seen him in quite some time. PokerStars Team Pro, Rafael Moraes. Still kicking in this event. Rania Nesruddin standing, but not all in, it would appear. And Irish Open champ from a couple of years ago, David Doherty. Came super close at EPT London and then binked the Irish Open not long after that.
How you turn off the speaker, bro?
Call that a field rip.
Field ripper?
Field rip. Fatahi's turn with 7s now. Karakusis getting a little OOL with 8-5 suited in the hijack.
I love it.
And Mustafa Kanat with yet another primo spot to squeeze it in. Ruh-roh.
Uh-oh.
Stop the clock. Hassani with ace-king suited also all in. Has Kanat covered. Has Fatahi covered. Fatahi's out.
I still can't love this.
Karakus is
Just
full.
the cold.
Yeah.
Oh, rough.
Yeah, ace queen problem.
Domination situation. Kanat in trouble.
I had 7. Should have called or call? No way, he's saying yes.
It's been a while since we've seen a brutal suck out, though. I feel like Mustafa Kanat could be due. Maria, how do you win in this spot?
Correct answer will be on the river.
Well, listen, why don't we just ask for a chop? Then we get to sing the song. Everybody takes their chips back. Nobody really gets hurt. Or you could go running diamonds.
There you go.
Eight of diamonds?
Not
Queen
a-
of hearts. 7, better.
Not a huge chop spot anymore.
Is this further evidence that you should just fold ace queen pre-flop like we were talking about yesterday?
It was a slightly different situation. But in a word, I don't know. Let's see if this river's a diamond or not. Kanat has 11 outs to survive. Bingo.
Wow.
Mustafa is best.
Wow.
Ace high flush.
Da, blood. Da.
Double me up.
Dawaj. Dawaj.
He gets more and more Italian every day.
337.
His face looks like it belongs in a jar of spaghetti sauce.
You never see this stuff online. Tell you what. Live poker's so sick.
This guy always
Only at
puts
PokerStars.
Dead money.
That's how you win tournaments.
Boo man,
Yeah.
first time ever chat.
Definitely.
Ace queen, not a fold pre, confirmed.
Hey, don't touch my chips anymore, please. Huh? You have yours. Let me. Okay. One time.
That's how you win the tournament, bro.
You have yours. I have mine. Okay. Finally.
Unlucky for Hassani here, guys. Now down to just 12 bigs.
To win the max, you have to
Still a very spittable stack, though.
I had it. Against you, I really wanted to call.
Yeah, let's take a moment of silence for poor
Would you lie?
Hassani, who suffered a major suck out right there. I did say it had been a while since we'd seen a major suck out.
So, Joe, we were just talking about as a community here in chat, and then also between James and Maria and myself. How do you feel when
You had the diamond?
people say, like, hey, you know, good luck? Like, you're all in, and they're like, good luck. Do you say it back, or do you have any opinion on, like, whether or not that's like a, like, are you supposed to say good luck if you don't mean it because you want to win?
I don't care. It doesn't bother. I don't care.
I'm kind of in the same boat. Yeah,
If someone says it and they somehow clearly don't mean it,
yeah, that's kind of nasty.
fine. But yeah, just a, like a obligatory good luck. There was one that went around recently. I don't know if you saw this one. It might have been Chance Cornuth asking that if someone says someone moves all in and then immediately saying like good luck all in player, apparently that's some breach of etiquette, as some people
Yeah, between friends.
consider it. Maria, did you see that one?
Another French. What did you expect?
No.
Something under the book?
Like it can influence action.
But you're more French than he's French.
Am I?
There's not much that bothers you at the table, Maria. I'm assuming this is not something that,
Yeah,
that
me too.
bugs you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, no.
Not as long as him, but
You see?
Did you miss what we just
Yeah.
talked about? What does bug me though? I think it was right before you came on.
The fake good luck?
About.
Thanks God.
Oh no! About the dealer shuffling the chips that are in the pot.
I don't think I've ever seen that either. That feels like an American thing. I don't think the EPT dealers would ever do that.
I think you might be right on that point, but
Yeah.
I'm with Maria though. I just think like, bro,
that would bug me also. But of course, I would never say anything. But I also would not like it.
Same.
I think like, you know, dealers are supposed to kind of be the authority. So when dealers end up being like a little bit too comfortable at the table, like where they're shuffling the chips and they're like commenting on, like making little comments on the play and stuff, it's just like, I know you're a cash dealer in Vegas and you see this every day, but like, you know, let's keep some decorum.
It depends on the sort of event also.
Depends on the vibe, right?
As far as I'm
If we're having
concerned.
fun, then, you know.
Like running up Reno, if dealers were like getting involved and joking around and stuff like that, I don't think it's as big of a deal because it's way more of a community event versus a high stakes competition with prestige involved.
I think context always matters, right? But
yeah,
sometimes.
Every once in a while, it's
Big
like,
value.
stop shuffling.
There
those
is one
chips.
place that actually, I mean, it's still expensive, but it's Maison Française. Like very central,
Yeah.
I like that place. If you are on a budget, they have a set menu.
Yeah, I'm sure I went already. You know, but at some point, like, it's a death or life spot. You need French food, otherwise.
I love French.
You go into depression in London.
The food is not too bad. Like you just need to pay. The problem is the ingredients. The quality of the ingredients is terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, very good.
But some restaurants are good, you know, like you can eat like a good pizza, good pasta, whatever.
Yeah, you can find some good stuff, but the average of the quality of the ingredients.
No, the
as you
quality
said,
of the ingredients is
Sonny got the KJ.
compared to
12 big blinds in the hijack. Might be tempted just to ship it. Whoa, Maria.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Oh,
What did I
dear.
miss? What got folded? I looked away for 1 second.
Just open folded king jack offsuit in the hijack here is the short stack.
Oh yeah, that's smart.
Good Lord.
If Stapes agrees with your play, you know it's bad.
It's a terrible
He's
open.
like, yes, yes.
Terrible open.
Look.
It's a calling
But
hand. It's not
also-
really a raising hand. Yeah.
No, like I don't
Musta, a lot more talkative now that he doubled up the dirty way.
Chirpy chips.
Come on. Me? Yeah, I'm Moroccan blood-wise. That's why But I look more Italian than I do Moroccan.
So that's same like last table.
Heads up to the flop king at 9 deuce, 2 clubs.
7, check.
Queen high. Still ahead.
You went back to France.
Check, check. Let's earn another 9.
Good flop for king jack. Oh, never mind.
7, check.
And
Hey, wait a
pretty
minute.
Decent
Sorry.
board for Queen High. Yes, can we help you?
No, just
Stapes?
I finally picked up on the sarcasm,
Oh.
and I don't appreciate it.
8 bets. 12,000.
Fatahi betting with the best of it. Action back on Vladimir Trinovsky.
You have nothing.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but you have absolutely nothing.
My high card is better.
No.
You have jack high, probably.
Jack high, snap call to Jack high. 8 high.
And the 31-year-old Russian folds.
But I think better. Bad fault. 3-5. 3-4.
But you lost a lot of weight, Ashkan, huh?
Elimination. The very talkative, fun to watch Rohit Marawala. Time to Rohit the showers. Out in 64th place for 15,200 euros.
Hold it. Every time you start a hand, it's like he explains it. Now I do 21, now I do...
PLO, PLO.
Now I fold.
Not hold them.
3 plus.
I'm so happy I won that pot, man.
4 plus.
You can see. At some point you were dying.
Yeah, I tried to blast it too much.
Action fold around to a Vlad. Ace-5 offsuit.
7 raises, 20,000.
I feel like a big pot is going to happen between Fatahi and Troyanovsky at some point. Not now, but at some point. It's brewing.
You have nothing. You have nothing.
But you have absolutely nothing.
Karakusis defends from the big blind. Both players flop the gut shot. Both players want their opponent's kicker.
7 bets, 20,000. 10 calls.
Bet to call. Queen of diamonds on the turn.
10 check.
Karakusis checks again. Troyanovsky also checks.
10 check.
2 straight draws, both make a pair.
Okay. Awesome. I have played that.
Ace high, nothing. Ace high, nothing. This pot ends in a chop. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. That could have been good. Probably wasn't. No, not Maria's fault.
I mean, can't be worse than the first time around.
The first one that came in was a 7 out of 10. I'll take it.
Can we call NASA and get him to like move the satellite closer to Monte Carlo?
It's called Bill Perkins.
Not lucky.
Unlucky. So unlucky. The year passed, the luck stays the same.
Too much value, too much. On the flop turn.
I have some destination for you. Lourdes, Fatima. What is in Croatia? What is the name? Dubrovnik.
Dubrovnik, yes.
We make a change, don't worry, brother. Brazil, Macumba, Morocco, Black Magic, everything. We change it. I'm joking.
I don't love reading comments. Like, you know what? Good. There's pocket kings. Never mind. Bigo.
Kabbalah.
The inventor of 6-card Omaha.
Comes from the old Bible, like he's in the Jewish.
Opens pocket kings to 21,000. Fatahi on the button. 10-7 off. Raise and take it. All right, I guess I can read this comment. Kyle Kookie says, Maria woman, never make mistake. Do better, man.
Chip leader.
It's true.
Dubai?
You know, Dale has a good idea. I always thought that that's how it should go, but I don't know if they trust me enough to do it. He said, have Maria start the chop pot jingle, then the delay won't matter.
Yeah, I know. You told me. And instead you decide to win. And
I don't think that's how it works.
I mean, kind of though, right?
Yeah, it's too hot.
It could work.
Yeah, but Hashkan is hotter than the weather.
It could, but I don't see why. It's not like you'd be going back in time and starting it at the same time as us.
No, but when you guys started, no, we're gonna let's talk this through. When you start it, then I'm hearing it on a delay and I'm trying to time it to start it right after I hear you say the last word.
Yeah.
But if I start it, then you're right. I can't go back and never mind. I don't know though. It feels like it could work.
Maria, I don't know. After this theory, I don't know if I'm going to be able to take a piece of your action anymore.
8 raises to 44,000.
Got some suited kings domination situation. Fatahi getting a little out of line against an early position raise. Chowskin with a suited ace.
It's a pretty hand, but it's already been 3-bet to you. So I don't think I like calling in this spot. I mean, if you want to get cheeky and maybe put in a cold 4, That could be interesting, but
Maria,
I definitely think just cold calling isn't great.
The thing is, it's not even a cold 4. The king jack suited limped. That's the sneaky
limped.
bit. Yeah, I had to look at it
Right.
twice as
Okay.
well.
All right, well then he should have 3-bet. No, I mean, who knows? I mean, are people still limping in with aces? Yeah, right. Maybe not Ben Pollock, but maybe some other players.
Yeah, I don't think he limps a fold.
I don't know what Ben Pollock is limping with. I mean, I do in this particular case in general, but I don't know that I'd go after him with King 9 suited. That suit is well represented on this flop. Don't look at me like I told you so, Nick. You and your results playing. Pollock's got a flush draw, too.
He does. You're right.
All in.
Wow.
That's really interesting.
I love it. Shut it down. Shut it down, Mike. Shut it down.
Yeah, except if I had a 7 here, I'd just snap call him because he's never shoving, just ripping that much with a good hand.
I don't
Be
think
like,
you'd
all
be
right,
doing
guys, I guess you have a flush draw.
I don't think you'd be doing great with a 7 there.
I don't care. I'll take the spot. I'll take the spot.
It's a matter of principle, Joe.
And you really don't want my action anymore. Jeez.
Because you're unlucky, Stapes, remember? Also, I feel like between yesterday and today, my commentary is a little angsty, guys. I don't know what's going on. Do you feel it?
Yeah, no, we've had this relationship for a while. We can, it's the distance, I think, is what does it, Maria. Like when we're in the same room, we can just about tolerate each other.
Right.
I think you're both a little bit angsty. What's going on?
Tie with ace-8 suited.
Jeez.
Ace-8 of clubs.
I need to go back and start shopping at Hot Topic at this rate.
Oh, does that mean what I think it means?
What do you think it means?
Well, either means that you're behaving immaturely, so you need to dress younger, or you're going to try to win me over the only way you think I can be won over, which is with some pleather accessories and a My Chemical Romance t-shirt a little too tight.
Just a little bit too tight.
Ace, King, Deuce. Top pair for Fatahi. Unfortunate flop for 10s. And 4s, you know, whatever. I'm not going to cry over those. Fatahi was the pre-flop raiser, continues now for 25K.
Pretty straightforward.
Fatahi is quite active, and I wonder if at some point that might get him in trouble, but so far it's been working out for him.
Down to the last 20 minutes of this level, Jamel Hassani in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
91,000 chips, 10K big blind.
Seven raises, 20,000.
And it's Queen. A couple of Zarinas for Vlad Trinovsky and Fatahi with the 2 7s. Calls. Anybody want to squeeze? Anybody want to get out of line?
Ooh.
There's a hand that you can maybe get involved, make the squeeze even more enticing.
Yeah, Fatahi's going to be the shortest stack of the 3 so far, 42 big blinds, but the other 2 absolutely chunks. Jack 10 suited does call in the cutoff.
Mustafa, Ace-7 of diamonds.
Oh, dear.
Seems interested.
Ooh, just a call. Wow-wee. A lot of passive money out there.
Odin.
There, oh my goodness.
Oh my days.
I was expecting somebody to fake squeeze. It's hard to do it with this stack. This is a legit shove for value. And Troinovsky's obviously asking for a count. Cannot fold for this amount.
Yeah, and you'd imagine he'd go for an ISO as well, just doesn't want to let anybody else behind him come in.
96,000.
And Troinovsky
Re-raised to 180,000.
does attempt to isolate. And it probably should clear the rest of this field. Later.
One buck.
And Troinovsky with a wry smile, knowing he's very likely to chalk off 10 big blinds here.
Black 7s.
Here's the good
Yeah,
news.
it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
I had a 7. 7 of diamonds.
The good news is you're going to get as much change back as your stand to lose here, so it's like breaking even.
Ladies are coming. Ladies love blood.
Hassani in a very good spot to double up. Did just suffer a bad beat. Hopefully it's not 2 in a row. 4 deuce deuce, 2 hearts. All good for Hassani.
It was 10 years ago. Too much ladies.
Another 4. Just fine for Hassani. Just needs to fade the queen. River. Not a lady. Hassani right back in it. Now up to 27 big blinds again.
Really nice for him to have all that other dead money from the pre-flop callers in the middle as well, and only have to be up against one hand there.
Yeah, beautiful spot for the Kings. Absolutely stunning comeback there for Hassani, up to 27 big blinds now.
1 out of 2.
Years ago.
Elimination Nation. Sebastian Malec. Busto in 61st place. 62nd place just before him. We lost Kaihan Mokri. Both those eliminations good for 15,200 euros. There isn't a pay jump for a little while still. I think another 8 eliminations or so. Owen asks, is there somewhere I can see a list of players still in? Absolutely, sure can. Thank you for your question.
1 raises 20.
Chowskin's going to open ace-queen offsuit. And can it with king-queen. Reverse suits.
This is a spot where you can definitely take it as a 3-bet, especially against a chip leader open.
3 raises 57,000.
And Canada is going to take the more aggressive route. And once again, everyone runs into a monster. Pocket queens for big go. Blockers aren't real.
Yeah, off of this stack, I think you just put all your chips in the middle and be excited. I think if you end up getting a call, you're usually not going to be beat. People will call with worse here. But Canet obviously is not going to call with king queen, even though, you know, if Big O was a little shorter, he might have been committed. I don't think for this much more he is. He's just wondering how well he's performing against this range. You know, could it contain some 8s and 9s, possibly, you know, some of the middling pairs, but still just too much to call.
Both the king queen and the ace queen managed to get out of the way. Bigo's still going to pick up a decent pot after it was bet 3-bet. Excuse me, raise 3-bet. Formula is amount to call over total pot you can win times 100. You need at least that much equity to directly break even on a call. Nerd alert! I actually need to write that down because I'm just like, I was like, around 3-1.
It works. That's still fine too.
Yeah.
I work better with numbers and not.
So you can if it's like around 3-1 and you think you're 66%, you're fine, right? That kind of thing for us normal people.
No, 33%.
33%. Yeah. 66% against.
So if you got like a flush draw, you're getting pretty close. If you're getting like 3-1.
Oh boy. Man, I don't want to open a good hand here in early position because you're just going to get railroaded. Georgios Karakoussis running 8s into aces thus far. Let's see how the aces play at re-raise, 57,000.
4 plus 5.
Fabrice?
Yeah, no.
Come on. King Jack off, big no.
Yeah, this one I agree with you, States.
All right. Uh-oh. Be careful.
6 plus 7 plus.
Karakoussis is definitely deep enough to call here and set mine. We'll see if he wants to do that or if he just wants to fold to the pre-flop aggression. Sometimes people feel really uncomfortable playing a big pot against the chip leader out of position and just make some tight folds.
5 seconds.
Time.
Karakoussis using a time bank card. You'd expect a peel pretty often here.
They're certainly deep enough to try and set mine.
A fold, I don't think, would be too huge of an error, but more aggression would be a disaster. I think we just heard a call. Yep.
So Karakoussis here looking for an Ocho. ESPN 8.
The Ocho.
The Ocho.
Oh, so close. The Queen's got a round top. The 6 has got a round bottom.
Not enough.
6 and 7 have the 8s surrounded.
Depending on the sizing, Karakoussis might be interested in calling on the flop just because, as you mentioned, just wrapping around that 7 and the 6, has the 8 of spades. Maybe convinced that Schauskin's just messing about. Maybe has ace-king, which 8s are ahead of.
Yeah, sure. Maybe like an ace-jack or something like that as well. Story checks out, Maria.
Choskin continues for 50,000. Tailzor says, do you risk tells with a time bank flat like that? I don't think that in and of itself is necessarily a tell. Now, maybe combined with some other past behavior could be. If you only ever use a time bank when you're doing that with a medium pair, maybe. But I don't think so. I think plenty of players are going to burn a time bank there and flat with their super strong hands as well.
Yep.
Turn card is another queen.
This is quite an interesting turn card because if Shaskin feels like Karakusis is quite tight pre-flop and seeing as how he might interpret again that time bank we were just talking about, if he had maybe a medium strength hand, those could be some of those queen jack suited.
One, check.
Guys, I'm going to switch back over to me in just like 1 minute 20. I don't know. I don't know. Alistair, you saw him. He just ran in, said that, and then ran back out. Yes, correct. Well, yeah, I'm just waiting for Alistair.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello everyone, welcome back to Monaco and the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte-Carlo Casino. Apologies, there was an internet outage at the Monte-Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. Some of you may remember we suffered similar problems in 2013 and 2016. Anywho, these are the chip leaders coming back from the break. Nathan Shalskin still the biggest stack with 2.1 million. Francisco Benitez, Jamil Wakil also sit inside the top 5 right now. It is James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my baby. Ship to shore radio. Loud and clear.
We have plugged in the WAP router and we are able to communicate with you once again. Unfortunately, we've had to retie the power lines that were actually fueling Maria's satellite receiver. So we're going to have to find another workaround to get Maria back on stream, but we can bring you the 5th and final level of day 3 of the Monte-Carlo main event.
I just sat here talking the entire time anyway. I barely even noticed.
I actually think people missed some of your best work. By the way, while we were offline, I hope you all kept yourselves in line. No inappropriate reviews of Taylor Swift in the chat, I hope.
I think that's what took us down in the first place.
So sticking with the same feature table for the final level of the day, headlined by the chip leader, plus Troinovsky, Canit, Karakusis, and Benjamin Pollock, who finds himself in the danger zone. Danger zone! Just 13 big blinds. Now we are playing 6-12 with a 12K big blind ante.
I mean, look at this chip lead from Chowskin.
First player to cross the 2 million mark, 175 big blinds at the new blind level, 58 total players returning from the break from a starting field of 1,208. The biggest main event we have ever seen at EPT Monte-Carlo.
Nice bottle of wine.
If it's any consolation,
Come on.
I did get to enjoy a very pleasant slice of cake during that internet outage.
That is not a consolation for me or pretty much anyone else, I bet.
But it made me happy, and my happiness is something that everyone should feed off.
You feeding,
I'm
literally.
playing this tournament because I'm gonna get €1 million to change my life, motherfucker. Small and big.
I thought you played for fun.
Sorry?
I thought you played for fun.
I'm playing for someone. I'm getting.
It's weird we're back on air just in time for them to start dealing.
Okay.
We need to disclose that he's playing for
That
me.
was some real flux capacitor.
Let's be honest.
No, I'm joking.
Yes.
Okay.
There's always a way, Joey. There's always a way.
Let's see if I can attack Bielorussia
nice
from here.
hands,
No.
like
No
aces,
attack.
Kings. Big hands.
Sheila Prostek Ward asks, who won the aces versus eights hand? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Round 2, the button.
What a winner it was.
Ashkan Fatahi with Jack 10.
Where are you from?
I prefer to just call him Tahi with a glandular problem.
He has raised the button, made it 24,000. And it's 6-3 of spades for the chip leader in the big blind.
You think that's a real $2 bill in the shirt? I think it is. You know what a $2 bill's worth?
$2.
Correct. Not as rare as people think they are.
King 7-4 on the flop. Jack high is the best hand. Shalskin has a gut shot.
The gut shot's coming. Quote me on this one.
Duthie continues for 15K. Called by Schelskin. Turn card is a 9.
Ooh.
Duthie now a 4-1 favorite.
Another gut shot arrives. James, Fall Poker wants to know, are we covering the EPT Cyprus event next week? If
What?
so, I gotta change my flights.
EPT Cyprus is in October.
Is that it? Is that it? Is it the straight?
No, that's a pair of 6s, and it's good enough. It's good enough.
The 6 checks. Sheila, you gotta calm down. You gotta calm down. Check, check. Pair of 6 is gonna win it. Look, for all the folks who are wondering what happened the last 9 minutes of the level, nothing significant. The aces versus 8, the aces held. Actually, the river was an ace. It went bet fold. It was boring.
Fortunately, if we are going to experience these kind of problems, it happened mostly during the 30-minute break.
Yeah.
We took out the last few minutes of the last level. And I'm not going to say there's an inconsequential part of an EPT main event, but generally speaking, on day 3, where we're playing down from X number of players to Y number of players, yes, there might be some interesting hands along the way, but it's just about thinning the field. It's not like it went down during the final table. It's not like it went down during the bubble.
It is not inconsequential, but it was one of the least consequential 10-minute spans that we could have had an internet outage.
Yeah. And as I said, these things are beyond our control. I would highlight that when we lost internet to this building in 2013, we were off air for an entire day. We didn't do world-famous bubble coverage that year. We lost an entire day's broadcast. In 2016, we almost lost part of the final table.
We didn't do world-famous bubble coverage, but I did world-famous bottle of wine coverage. Here you go. You get jacks versus 8s instead.
Yeoman says, great job, mods, for getting us back on. Absolutely.
What?
During the break, Ed, Raksha, Tom worked so hard to tap into the ISPs in Monaco to get us back online.
I mean, we got some pretty amazing mods, but they're not that good. It turns out that the Rock's yacht ran over the cable that delivers the internet to Monaco. Severed it. Commentators, can you stop yapping about the outage and talk about the poker on the table? Oh, my gosh. Oh, such a funny comment. You're banned.
So Karakoussis is 3-bet, called by Fatahi. See? You didn't miss anything significant. Queen 9-3 on the flop. Jack still good. Karakoussis 9-1 favorite. Karakoussis loading up with the action check to him.
Georgios is a boss, by the way. I always love watching this dude play.
He continues for 35,000. Whoa, 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 whoa. We're not having that. Chips at the table. Edward Barsegian is all in. Action is on. Our gold pass winner, Kavinas Korsakis, he's all in.
Oh boy.
And did you see that? That was Boris Angelov snap calling with aces. Aces
boy.
against nines against Queen Jack. So far so good for the aces. And aces hold, resulting in a double KO. Edouard Barsegian eliminated. And the last remaining gold power pass winner, Kavinas Korsakis, also busto.
That's a bummer. What a deep run for the gold pass winner. Kind of a unceremonious end to what I thought was going to be a super deep run, but hey, on a free roll, what can you do? Still pretty impressive. Top 75.
Yeah, it's one of those congratulations moments for the gold power pass winner as we return to the feature table. And Fatahi has been 3-bet again, this time by Shauskin.
Time to go home. Everything.
Oh, everything. Pretty good timing here, hopefully, unless... there you go.
One more night because.
Do you remember in Jurassic Park where the whole park shut down and then they got the power back on, but different parts of the park took different parts to boot up?
Yeah.
That's kind of what we're going through right now. So if certain things go haywire here or there, it's because we're just kind of kicking the dust off right now.
26.
Don't worry, guys, if they don't get it sorted soon, I'll be doing some kicking of my own.
So Renegade wants to know, how long have you guys been commentating together? What, I don't know, 20 minutes?
More like 10.
10 minutes.
Yeah, we came back from break 10 minutes ago.
Right, 90-minute levels, 80 minutes left on the clock. Sorry, about 9.5 minutes. Thank you for your question.
Evan wants to know, is day 3 being played until the final table? I bloody hope not, or it's going to be a very, very, very long day.
Gee, I can't even. I think we would probably just lose people to fatigue at some point. People will just tap out.
An endurance poker tournament.
So can you still test me that, please?
Chauskin flexing that chip leader muscle, but no match for aces.
No.
I look only once.
Instant all-in, no fear.
No, I look only one time for the ace.
And the one was also in the ace.
The one was an ace as well. So stupid, so stupid.
Is that true? He only looked at one?
I look one card. Eight.
I feel so stupid now.
That's
I
fun.
would call, you know. Fuck it.
Mustafa, what you gonna do with 1 million?
Me?
I know you are greedy. You're gonna invest, buy apartment, this thing.
We're learning Safe House as analysis for that last hand.
20%
Bad value with aces.
Life is short. You never know what's gonna
Is it normal to need 2 more days to reach the final table from 50?
5%
Absolutely. This plays with 90-minute levels. Maybe you lose a couple of players every level.
Wow.
This is not going to conclude until Saturday, guys.
Poker's kind of like a half-life.
26. Yeah.
You copy me.
The fewer players there are left, the slower it disintegrates.
Yes. That's an interesting analogy.
Should open like a pro. 2x, 24 exactly.
Schneiders with the goods this time, opening with ace, king of diamonds. Bigot defending the big blind with 6-5 off.
No, he had eights. He had aces.
No, against me.
Ace king.
Flop is ace, 6-5. Top pair against two pair.
Oh, buckle up, buckaroos.
Big pocket. All big. Like big. Small pocket.
This is going to leave a mark.
Nice call, yeah. Nice call. Like mine before.
Nice fold. I folded.
You don't have to speak to him just because we are on TV table. No one cares. Nobody judge you. Okay. He's Malacca. Malacca.
Schneiders continues to 20,000. Bigot has just check raised him.
I have no chance to win.
Not going crazy yet.
All the best to win.
200K in the middle. The effective stack, 240K behind.
4 on the turn does not change anything. Bigot better than a 4-1 favorite.
You are.
You are not.
I'm naughty boy. I'm good guy too.
He is a naughty boy.
Seconds. 6 checks.
Is Chowskin gonna fall for it? I'd be pretty wary here. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how you, with this stack size, get away from paying off a huge bet on the river, but let's see. This is why being out of position stinks. Bigot probably has a pretty good idea he's up against an ace. It goes for the trap.
Schneiders shoves on Bigot, who snap calls and gets the full double up.
Snapped. Right in the bear trap.
Great hand for Fabrice Bigot, who's now going to have more than 50 big blinds. He's an above average stack. The turn Schneiders drops down to 1.7 million.
We're here.
To me, that's the sweetest feeling
Yeah, I know,
in all
I
of
think we're
poker.
here.
It's just laying the trap
course.
and just letting them walk right into it. Bang, full double.
Average stack right now is around 650K with 56 players remaining. Good news, Joe, we've repurposed a power cable from the kettle to get the satellite uplink working, which means we can go live via satellite to the USA and say, hello, Maria Ho.
Hi.
Can we have the results of the California jury, please?
I just hope that it wasn't me. That I was afraid. I thought, oh wow, did this whole satellite business shut the whole stream down?
Now you mention it, yeah, it's probably your fault.
I tried to genuinely convince her that people were saying it was her fault. She didn't fall for it.
Schneiders still leads the table and is still one of the tournament bosses, but no longer has over 2 million chips. Benjamin Pollock remains the short stack with 15 bigs and 73 minutes left to play on the day.
I think we are exactly on a money jump right now also.
Good observation.
It's weird how playing one poker tournament has made me aware of so much other stuff, and laddering is one of them.
Winning money is one of them.
Yeah, especially when you can do it with nothing. just by not doing anything.
See, the problem is, Joe, that you have played multiple poker tournaments before this one, and the fact that you've only now understood the concept of laddering isn't going to be great news to someone who's been staking you or buying a percentage of you in all those tournaments you've played up until last month.
And I guess we've never really covered this. I often will just give Maria like a free piece as a thank you because she's, and I didn't do it for this one. And here's why.
Wow.
The same reason I didn't offer you our usual swap, James, is because I was planning on, I'd been up all night the night before, and I was planning on just making an appearance in this tournament. And of course, that's when I go on to make fourth. I was like, I'll just show up, I'll buy a couple rounds of beers, I'll get some bad beat, it'll be great, I'll be in bed by 9. I was almost in bed by 9 a.m.
I'm sensing a pattern here, and I think it's that when you don't try, you do better.
That's 100% true.
So basically, you do need to be all loosey-goosey eating a sandwich in order to succeed at poker.
I sure do. Don't you remember, Maria, when I played in that that 5K years ago, and I was like, when's beer level? Is it beer level yet? And you're like, it's the last level of the night. I'm like, what about now? And you're like, it's the last level of the night. I needed to be a beer level from level 1.
Yeah, I mean, I should have known then. It's my fault, really.
All right, what do we got here?
Troyanovsky not trying to bluff at this, despite not having any showdown value. Just giving up. But Bigot doesn't really have a good enough hand where he felt like he wanted to start betting for value. And now there's a 4-liner out there. Just gonna try to get to showdown, which Troyanovsky's gonna let him.
I kind of feel like now that Troyanovsky's turned 30, he's got a little bit less of that like brash, impetuous youth in him.
I mean, but that's the Troyanovsky I am here for. I just remember playing against him, and he really surprised you. I think he understood his image and what people's perception of him might be, and he was really able to manipulate that very well. I need to see the shades of 29-year-old Troyanovsky.
I mean, it's hard to turn back the clock to 2 years ago, but we can try.
I've forgotten what the widget predicted we'd end the day on.
Wasn't it 48 or something?
48.3, yeah.
All right, here's a pitch for a horror movie. The widget tells you when you're going to die.
I mean, that would be a really dark Excel algorithm.
Yeah, right? Just tell it what my favorite order is at McDonald's and what year I was born. And it should spit it out. Can I have all of the even value meals, please? Thank you.
24.
Diet Coke.
Morboed asks, is Mr. Goldpasteling Kevin something? Kevin Korsakis, the last remaining Gold Power Pass winner, is no longer still in. We saw him eliminated a short while ago. Got it in with 9s against aces.
I contend that winning a Gold Power Pass and finishing in 57th or 58th place in the biggest Monte Carlo of all time is still a freaking dream.
I agree. It will be the chip leader first to act here. Apparently there's a movie called Countdown, which has roughly the same premise. Not to be confused with the TV show Countdown.
Wait, are they talking about that Justin Timberlake movie?
No, that was In Time. I'm assuming that when you're about to die, it doesn't go boom.
Okay, let's see about this countdown.
When a nurse downloads an app that claims to predict the moment a person will die, it tells her she only has 3 days to live. With the clock ticking and a figure haunting her, she must find a way to save her life before time runs out.
Written and directed by Justin Deck. Huh, it only took one guy to write that.
2019.
They found one review that has 4 stars. Wait, go back to that.
4 out of 5 or 4 out of 10?
That's a great question. It's from Sci-Fi Now. Gives it 4 stars.
5.4 on IMDb.
Pretty lady, though. I'd watch it. Anyway, back to the poker. Who's got spades? Georgius Karakoussis flops a flush. Is Chouskin gonna catch up enough to pay any bets off?
Oh, that might be the card to get a
Barry Greenstein.
Nice. That tickled me. Much like Barry used to. What?
Karakoussis bet 60,000 with his flush.
That's a pretty appealing sizing, but I think you also have to think about the type of player Karakoussis is. You know, Chouskin probably has a bit of history with him, just watch the way that he's played at this table as well, and maybe doesn't feel like he's going to be bluffing very often with, say, just a naked spade that was looking for a 4th spade, and plus there's trip queens possible as well. You know, maybe against some other players where you feel like they are going to be more bluff heavy in this spot, it's going to be a quick flick of the chip and, you know, pay to see the bad news type deal. But I don't know about this one. I like the amount of time and consideration that Chouskin is taking here.
Karakoussis can bluff, but there's just so many ways to be losing here. Yeah.
Good laydown despite rivering the ace. And Karakoussis still hovering around the 6 deep big blind mark with more than 60 minutes left to play on day 3. Tomorrow, we aim to get down to the final 2 tables. Should take around 5 more levels. We'll be live at 12:30 local time. On Friday, we'll try to get down to the last 6 players, again live at 12:30. And then on Saturday, it's the final table, playing down to a champion live at 1 p.m. Central European summertime.
It's good.
You stop playing for some time, right?
No, not stop. Not stop. Cash game.
I take 5 more, please.
Cash game pro.
Cash game pro. Thank you. Cash game pro.
Fish everything. Cash game.
Troianovsky, 5-4 in the cutoff. Nope.
Ping pong. 26.
A7 suited. Fatahi opens on the button. And it is Natan Chouskin's big blind. Queen 7. So a domination situation as he defends. And it's all hearts. And Chouskin has the queen of hearts.
Checks it. Play it in flow. Tough board to see, bet. Agreed.
There is the king of hearts, and Chouskin has the flush.
Check it back. What's the worst that could happen?
Flop 4,000.
Yeah, now this is just turning ace high into a bluff with 4 hearts out there, just trying to get rid of some of those small middle pair, 1 pair type hands that would just fold. I don't know about to that sizing though, but still I think this might be a spot where exactly.
So sleepy, man.
Like down.
I swear. I was thinking about other things. Check flop, 12 10. Now check, and you got it. Check. You want me to bet? Okay. How
Is he
many
saying he
times should I
forgot
say
to bet?
check to open your hand?
No, he was saying he didn't understand why he
Ace-7
bet that
spade,
size on the
queen
turn.
7, you win. 6-3 offsuit. I don't know.
And then now he was like, I just give up on the river then.
This might be the best lookalike we've ever had. Very specific. Patrick Neri. Vlad Troinovsky looks like Jose Mourinho after going on a month-long bender with Serge Gainsbourg. I will allow it.
It's very specific, and we like specificity.
My time is coming.
I do want to address a couple of self-serving questions from Dirty Bird Chirp and Jose Alander. As long as they're not talking, I won't plug myself over them. Yes, my Midwest tour is happening. We're going to do a little comedy tour. We're going to play some poker along the way, too, this summer. Starting on June 12th, we're going to be in Southern Illinois, then Arkansas, then Chicago, then Michigan, then Wisconsin, then Kentucky, then New Orleans, then Houston, then Austin, then we've got some openings still in West Texas. I'm still looking for some gigs in West Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. We're filling in the end of the tour, but stand up all over the place. And I'm going to be playing in a couple of people's home games. Some fans have reached out and said, hey, we got a home game for you if you want to play in a couple of spots.
Okay.
I'm probably going to bring some PokerStars swag with me.
No defend with the Queen of Hearts. Eh?
How comes everybody against me, Queen of Hearts?
And we're going to film the whole thing.
Well, Extended isn't happy. No love for Atlanta, Joe.
Not getting as far east as Atlanta. I would love to go to Atlanta, but you know, every mile we drive that far east is another mile we got to drive back west. If we had a really good gig set up in Atlanta or Florida, maybe we could make an exception. But at the moment, we're just going where we know we've got gigs.
I'm fired. Just careful. I can give you 6 bad beats. All in.
You want to do a last longer?
What's in Austin? Asked Dirk Nowitzki.
Just for fun, bro.
I also take the bet for last one.
We're playing at a place called Brewtique in Austin on the 29th of June. We've got a show on the 28th also. I just don't know where yet. Someone's booking that for us. But there'll be more details coming out on my Twitter as in the next couple of weeks. See, they're laughing already.
You sound like a pro.
I've raised 25.
2x. Can I ask for a hot towel? Or impossible?
What do you think? This is business class?
So sleepy.
You can ask for coffee.
At least for water.
Jaeger bombs. That's what they need.
Tahi raising to 25k with deuces. Karakusis calls with ace-4 suited. Shalskin jack-10 suited on the button.
85.
He's squeezing.
Out of book. Out of book. No GTS, no GTA, no GTO. How much?
85.
85.
I'm surprised. I kind of thought this squeeze would work, Maria.
Only GTA.
Yeah. I mean, I think even Fatahi's kind of saying that he's not really sure what he's doing right now. I mean, he's kind of all over the place, it sounds like, but he decides that he wants to call this hand, and he's out of position. He's not deep enough to set mine, but he's feeling it.
I mean, this
But
is
it
one
didn't
way
come.
to get your energy level up is adrenaline, right? Like play a big pot.
Unfortunately, just not a lot of places for deuces to go, especially on this board against the pre-flop three-better. I mean, is he bored? Is this not a big enough spot for him? It's a pretty big tournament. I would think that you would exercise a little more patience.
You know how sometimes people get the nervous yawns? I think that's what's going on right now. Like sometimes you're so amped up that your body tries to shut down and you get tired.
Of course, only him. You see how he plays? Come on, you deserve.
I mean, someone just tried to correct me on YouTube about how the place I'm playing isn't in Austin.
Showman.
It's a 26-minute drive from Austin.
Always playing like that.
Well, Gatwick Airport is like an hour's drive, and it's still considered London.
What's wrong with these people?
The problem is
Traditionally, we are entering that period of the day when the action does start to slow down. We're into the last level of the night. Understandably, people aren't necessarily razor sharp, not as focused as they were 9 hours ago. And therefore, people just want to kind of cruise into day 4, ideally.
Except for Fatahi, seems like he kind of wants to bonk his way into day 4.
All right. Little bit of discipline.
Yeah, just a quick advisory to anyone wanting to go to Poker News and see overall chip counts and updates from the outer tables. Poker News is reporting in real time. A reminder, we're on a 30-minute security delay, so you could encounter spoilers.
Thanks to you, everyone is getting water now.
So apparently every day here in Monte-Carlo, there's been an all-in shootout with the winners getting a silver pass. Apparently we're going to get to see highlights later this week, but tonight, the winner of that all-in shootout, the winner of that silver pass, was Marcelo Scari, the gold pass winner we were following today. Very happy for him, but give someone else a chance, Marcelo.
I mean, at least we don't have to learn a new name.
True.
Georgios with the ladies.
Raised it to 25,000. Fabrice Bigot has Queen 9 in the big blind.
This is the type of hand that you can certainly defend your big blind with, especially, you know, again, we've talked about this before, but the more comfortable you are playing post-flop, the wider your defending range can become, right? But if you know that you're up against someone who opens with a pretty strong range, then of course you're not going to be loving the Queen 9 as in this case.
Yeah. Queen's way ahead. Apparently Marcelo told Andre Akari he's always wanted to go to Barcelona, so he's going to use that silver pass to come to Barcelona and play the Estrellas event at the start of the festival.
Incredible. I've always wanted to go to Barcelona and not have to work.
Good luck with that.
Very good.
I was in bad shape.
Pico's lucky he didn't flop a
I was
piece.
in bad shape. Queen 9.
Very good.
Karakoussis, an EPT runner-up.
A really fun heads-up battle, too, if I remember correctly. It's pretty rare that I actually have a fond memory of a heads-up, unless it ends in, like, 2 hands.
I'm going to say we discussed it not that long ago. I think when we went back to London in 2022, Robin Olatello was a guest on the podcast, and he relived that final table, and we talked about his heads-up battle with Karakoussis.
Benjamin, all in.
161.
You do not want to call with King Jack. Uh-oh.
So
He knows what he had to do there with the ace-7 of clubs.
Yeah.
What is it?
Classical.
Suited.
And I've seen Pollock get this deep so many times, and deeper than this so many times. Perennially a top 100 finisher.
Pollock does have live cards. And there's a jack and a king. Top 2, however, 2 clubs. I didn't realize how crunchy that board was.
Just pair the board on the turn.
Doing good on the turn.
Yes.
That's a good news.
Oh, now a king or a jack required. Troinovsky with the nut flush. Pollock needs to boat up. And no king or jack on the river, so Benjamin Pollock eliminated in 56th place, taking us down to 55 players.
You and Ashkan.
Another deep but disappointing run, I'm sure, for Benjamin Pollock.
No problem. We are all gonna boss. From this table, nobody wins.
Pollock cashing for 15K.
Give me 100 to 1, I bet.
You give me 56 to 1, I bet.
No, it should be like.
What did he ask for?
I'm kind of interested in this bet.
So's Troinovsky.
My big line again?
Yeah. Small and big.
Maybe.
Should be around 8 to 1.
Not short.
Should be around 8 to 1.
Yeah. That's why I asked 56 to 1.
56 is too much.
Maybe I'm too greedy.
But I will bet 8 to 1 if you give me. Ashkan. 8 to 1, I bet.
8 to 1?
He's around the right mat.
That he's winning.
That you are winning or someone
No,
winning?
that's someone from the
this
table's
From this
winning.
table. I believe in my teammate.
That's a fun bet.
Okay. Yeah, I got it.
I mean, it should be more because you really put down the odds, actually. Let's do 7 to 1 without you.
8 to 1 is good. 8 to 1.
8 to 1? You give me 8 to 1? Okay.
7. 24.
Do we have a bet?
Let's see the cash. I'll escrow.
So 8-1. With you, 8-1.
Without me.
Without you, 8-1.
Yeah.
Without him, doesn't he want
No,
to be
it should be
included?
9-1 without you.
Yeah.
Without me.
This dude is
6,
3, 7.
cooked.
Should be 9-1 without you. No, for real. I'm not stealing you.
Yeah, but it doesn't work like this. It's also based on how much chips we have on the table.
Yeah, this I did. This I calculated on my.
Okay.
On my.
It's quick
I was like, what is he talking about?
Yeah, that was on my. You know, like I need a bit of edge.
Yeah. I think it's a bit more than a bit of edge, but yeah.
No, but I mean, he's short, he's deep.
I think it's fine for a ballpark. Maria, you got an opinion?
No, I think it's fine, but
like
the
how
only
it's
thing I have a problem with is letting you escrow. I mean, unless there's no slot machines around.
Quiet.
Walk over.
There is still some
And there aren't.
great players.
There are no
Heads
slot
up.
machines on between my walk here and the hotel.
You should have seen the look in his eyes when he was living vicariously through Nick Walsh as Nick played those 3 free spins today.
You can fold. You can
When he gets final table, has no
There were
fear.
10-cent spins, right?
Yeah.
And I couldn't get enough of them.
For real, eh? Like when it's big money pressure, a lot of
Did you see
players
your
have a lot
cards
of
or no?
ICM fear and so he goes for it. So
Did you
he
see
can
the
win.
cards?
I'm not saying like
Everyone.
I'm not saying he's favored. I'm saying he for sure can win.
Wow.
What? Is this accounting or is this a bet?
Hollywood, huh?
This is Persian.
But did you check? Did you see your cards or no? Oh my God.
I have so many questions.
Oh, you are bad actor. Bad actor.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. Bad actor. Oh. Show me your cards.
I have one nice lady.
Show me, show me.
Lady.
And the other.
Other, forget about other.
Bad actor. Oh.
Keep defending him. Keep defending him. No, keep.
So once things wrap here in Monte Carlo, there are 3 more EPT stops in 2024. We've got Barcelona at the end of August. We return to Cyprus for the 2nd time in October, and we'll be in Prague just before Christmas. The one we should highlight, not because it's the next event, but because it's also the 20th anniversary of the EPT, is Barcelona. And again, don't have any details yet, but special things are likely to happen during that EPT. You can, of course, win your way there with Power Path, which runs every day on PokerStars. You'll have the opportunity to win a gold Power Pass, which would get you a main event package. Full EPT schedule on the PokerStars Live app, plus details of all other PokerStars Live events, including regional tours, including the event in Malaga this summer, and an event we're sponsoring in Cyprus this summer called the Dolce Vita Series.
Dolce Vita. Isn't that a brand of water?
I think it means the good life. Most people think of the Fellini movie. Well, most people I know do, anyway.
Dolce was Ashton Kutcher's restaurant in Melrose in LA.
I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Maria, have you seen La Dolce Vita?
I love that you do know the answer, and the answer is no.
The answer
I have not.
is nay.
There's actually a hilarious
This is
reference.
interesting.
No, let's talk about the poker. We can go back
Yes.
to La Dolce Vita. It's been around for 75 years. It'll still be there after the hand.
Just interesting to see Troyanovsky take this spot. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. He's mixing it up now. He heard us. He was like, they're telling me I'm washed up. I'm too old to make plays like 3-bet early position raiser with pocket threes. I'll show them.
I was just remembering the great Dolce Vita reference in The Sopranos. Do you remember Uncle Junior, Joe, starts suffering from dementia?
I do.
And he has the TV on, and La Dolce Vita is on TV, and there's a scene in the movie where they're moving a statue of Christ by helicopter. And he basically says to Tony, there was this really weird movie on TV. I couldn't understand it. They had Jesus hanging from a helicopter, but you could tell it was a dummy.
One of the only non-sickening moments from The Sopranos.
There are many non-sickening, hilarious moments from The Sopranos.
25,000.
Maria, have you seen The Sopranos?
I was just going to say, is someone going to ask me if I've seen The Sopranos? What do you think, James?
Well, it was made within your lifetime. There's a chance.
Yeah, but I haven't. But it's on my list.
Must be a long list.
Remember, once upon a time, I crossed off Jaws. I'll get around
most
to
of
it.
Jaws, right?
95% of Jaws.
How do you start watching Jaws and not finish it? Anyway, Ace-9 versus Ace-Jack.
Go the pre-flop aggressor.
I would imagine that he thinks Karakoussis has a pretty strong flatting range against an under-the-gun +1 open, so you do see a check over to Karakoussis. He can have a lot of pairs.
Yes, it's very good for you.
Better ace-X's, of course.
Oh.
This is good for me, huh?
Ace, deuce, 3, 4. Oh! Okay, we have to account for the satellite. That's what Nick and I failed to do earlier on.
Speak one more.
He didn't even speak English in the beginning.
Okay.
He was like, no, English, no. Look at him.
We could try Maria's theory.
I have a raise.
Which is that if she starts it, it should work perfectly.
Okay.
25,000.
I told you I have.
Are we really going to try it my way?
You're on, kid.
If it's a massive fail.
You're the dog that caught
I'd
the
like
car
record
now.
to show, but I would like the record to show that I did not, I didn't suggest it. I just agreed with it. So it's not technically my idea in case it doesn't work.
I do have to say that me and Griffin and Sam did earlier, James, and Sam did not phone it in. It was perfect.
Okay. Chop.
We caught Sam on a good day.
Okay. I'm going to let you take the lead, Maria, but I'm going to tee you up. This is a chop pot, and you know what they say.
Lucky River.
Yes.
Everyone
loves the chop pot.
Very lucky river.
No, I think Maria has to do the everyone knows what they say part.
No, that's not
how you
gonna
take
work.
the lead.
Yeah,
How did you know it was chop chop?
That was the same as ever.
All right, try it your way. Do it again. Try it your way, Maria. Okay?
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Both of them have a wheel, which means. Oh wait, sorry.
Oh Lord.
Guys, this
Whoa.
is so bad. All right.
The plan went so
You know
well.
what they say.
Everyone loves the chop pot. She didn't even do it.
Don't teach them. Don't teach
I
them.
was laughing. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Can we have another internet
Do we have to
outage?
wait for another chop
Pull the
pot?
lead out.
They are getting tails. These kind of.
GTG.
They have.
Only
I don't know if we're getting trolled, but some people said it worked.
The first one
time
worked
where
okay.
I didn't tee it
Yeah.
up.
7 raises, 26,000.
They need to stop. Nick Hudson, I agree.
Good memory still.
Troinovsky is open with
I
ace
don't
deuce
feel
of
like it fully
diamonds.
counted as a fail. Or just.
Oh, no, it did. Don't worry.
It's working.
4 plus.
A deuce?
Deuce.
What is this? It was coming river.
I'm so happy to have Vlad Troinovsky back. Haven't seen
Well,
him
I think
for a
we
while.
need to give him a nickname for his alter ego, like when the 29-year-old Vladimir comes out versus the 31-year-old.
I think this is a great suggestion, and I look forward to hearing what your options are.
26.
7.
I'll get back to you. Isn't that your job, Stapes? Aren't you really good at this? Like nicknames, being funny.
Oh, you
all
think I'm
that.
really good at something?
I'm just saying, if you wanna promote your stand-up shows on air, the least you could do is come up with a nickname.
That's exactly what my stand-up is, by the way. I go, so there's this Russian guy. His name's Vlad Troyanovsky, and he's got salt and pepper hair. So picture that when I tell this next joke.
Well, the good news is the audience have come to your rescue. The Learning Safe House suggests Vladimir all-in.
Yeah, you don't know. Then I get disgusted. He's going to troll me. Oh, no, no, no.
Fatahi first to act here.
8 raises 26,000.
Raised 26,000.
Okay, maybe he's a little bored again. Normally, ace-8 off probably isn't going to be an under-the-gun open.
1 call. 3 plus. 4 plus.
You don't have any chips behind? Yes. Thank you.
6 plus.
Where you mean behind?
I mean
behind my chair?
Yeah, hidden somewhere. Even in your like bags, whatever. Just want to know how much I can take.
3-way to the flop. Jack 10-7.
7 check.
7, 8, 9, 10.
5s are still ahead, Jack.
Okay, all right, calm down.
8 check.
Oh, what about now? Hold on. That's a pair of 9s, beating the 5s, but also a straight.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, what a gin card for Fatahi. Although it's going to be hard to get a lot of action. I mean, the 5s are going to be done. Troyanovsky might be curious for a small bet, which, I mean, that's a reasonable sizing, but you also have to think, could I get to showdown on the river cheaply? And there's not going to be a lot of good rivers for that hand, and when faced with another bet, you're probably not going to be able to call.
I swear, when I was a kid, when I watching you on the TV, I was scared. Imagine now you are sitting here, close to me.
Cute.
It's 5 diamond.
Imagine now you are sitting close to me. Please, don't look me like that next time.
Cute. Look, he's touched.
Too much pressure.
Too much pressure.
Nothing personal. Just business.
Nice. Just over half an hour left on the day. I do feel we have to clip that line. In that accent, it is a great line.
It would go great in that movie where your algorithm determines when I'm going to die.
1 raises 24,000. 3 plus 4 plus.
Big-o.
Facing the raise from Shelskin. Calls on the button. Round to Fatehi in the big blind.
The man's just itching to play.
A6, what's not to like? A hand commonly known as the Le Chiffre.
Suits don't matter?
Suits don't matter. A6 offsuit.
Yeah.
Has to be offsuit, remember?
Mm-hmm. Lose $110 million and die.
King 7-4.
It's almost the Bond flop.
Almost.
Feels like a pretty standard C-bet spot for the pre-flop aggressor, especially with that ace of spades.
One bet, 25,000.
Going to be a lot of turns where you're going to feel comfortable double barreling on, and threes just in no man's land here. And I don't think Fatehi has much reason to continue other than sheer boredom. Okay, but if you want to raise it up with threes, that's a move I could get behind. It's a lot better than calling.
Ship it to Big-O.
That was fun.
You enjoyed that one, did you?
I like it when they think outside the bun.
Well, let's head to the outer tables. Let's head to Wolfgang's table. Got three-way action here. The other two players in the hand are Jonathan Pastore and Esteban Diaz. The board is 10-10-7 deuce. Three hearts out there. A flushy paired board. So it was a bet of 30K from Esteban, called by Wolfgang. Pastore is folded, and Barry Greenstein makes an appearance. We do get an ace on the river. Action is on Esteban Diaz, the player in the white hoodie. I should specify, the player in the white hoodie at the front of the screen, with the black stripes on the side, riffling chips with cards in front of him.
Whose face you can't see.
5 seconds.
He checks. Wolfie checks it back. Esteban tables King, Queen. Pocket eight's the hand for Wolfgang Poker. Eights are good. That's a pair. And that'll win him the pot.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
So Wolfgang Poker now playing 330K. Average stack right now is 671K with 54 players remaining. Back to the feature table where Canet opened with Jack-10. Troinovsky flatted and Karakusis 3-bet with ace-queen. So the original raiser is folded. Action back on Vlad. And the squeeze works.
Well done.
Is Wolfgang going to be one of the players returning for day 4 of the Ept Monte-Carlo main event?
Kind of seems like it.
Still have 30 minutes to play, and if the widget is to be believed, still 6 players to lose. Remember, the widget was 48.3, and if we can't really have 0.3 of a player, I'd say anything between 48 and 49 is a win.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Maria, do you still have faith? Do you still believe in the widget?
I've never lost faith.
Good.
I feel like I was one of the biggest believers in the widget.
You were. To be fair, you have always been a supporter of the widget. Fatahi with an actual hand. Kings on the button.
10, 12.
Karakusis calls with ace-4 of hearts in the small blind. Schauskin with ace-10 in the big blind.
This could be trouble because it looks like a good squeeze spot. In fact, some people might even 3-bet with Karakusis' hand, but looks like Schauskin is just going to call, although against a button open, sometimes you'll see a hand like ace-10 off elect to 3-bet.
Jack 8 deuce with 2 diamonds. Fatahi, big favorite in this 3-way pot.
I kind of like Fatahi's gumption being rewarded here.
8 bets. 36,000.
He needed a little something to keep him going. You know, everyone thinks that I'm the more immature of the two of us, and James is way more immature than I am.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Can we have an arbitration ruling, please, Maria?
I mean, based on my experience with the two of you, I would say it's not even close that you Stapes are way less mature. Where are you getting this
You just
from?
don't know James well enough.
That's not fair.
It is fair. By the way,
Just give me an example.
James is dying right now. He had to mute his microphone because of a poop joke in chat. Notice there's no denial. Not flush draw. Speaking of poop, how about a flush? Ah, King's good.
Although, with the nut flush blocker and the jack coming in on the river, you wonder, does Schauskin want to try to turn his hand into a bluff? He does not, although I would have liked to see what Fatahi would do with a pair of kings. I mean, certainly not a great run out for that hand. And now he's just wondering if he even wants to value bet it.
You know what? I don't want to be greedy. Just want to finish today. Bye-bye. Check.
Hey, check.
Check, check. No bluffing. No funny business. King's good. Maybe that'll wake Fatahi up a little bit.
Button versus your big blind, I got some tips.
Maria, you're with me on this, right? That we probably shouldn't call him Fatahi. We should call him, like, calorically challenged Tahi.
Yeah, I think that's more PC.
Okay. Husky Tahi.
No, I don't even think Husky is.
Husky's no good. I used to be called Husky. It didn't help.
You bet flop with turn, yeah?
No, turn check.
Ah, so that bet.
Turn bet.
Yeah.
7 diamond bet. I swear turn you fold, auto fold. What do you mean bet?
Then you can bet, so his friend can click, raise, and then you
And
can...
then if you jam, fold.
You didn't have staking. Jam, snap call.
Six raises 24,000. 7 pots.
We go with ace deuce of strawberries, makes it 24,000.
24?
24.
Adam, there are 23 minutes on the clock, so approximately 23 minutes. The reason why I'm saying approximately, when we get to about 9 or 10 minutes left, they will pause the clock, and they will then just draw for the number of hands still to play today.
79,000.
Yesterday we got 3.
79,000.
What'll it be today? And by the way, Maria, you're in charge of keeping track tonight.
Oh, me?
Yep.
I don't know if I could
count
fill Nick's shoes. I mean, he did such a good job yesterday.
350 more.
I'll try my best.
Exactly.
I
You
hope I
never
do
know.
better than than teeing us up for the chop pot.
Yeah,
song.
I think math is going to be
hope.
more your strong point. And ultimately, if you don't test yourself, you'll never know.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to push myself.
I believe in you.
It's all. I see on
Well,
TV.
Tahi just getting away with another one.
Am I going to be disappointed?
It's good.
Hovering around the 40 big blind mark. Tom asks, will we ever trust Griffin with this hand counting at the end of the day? God, no.
Absolutely not. There's two things that you cannot trust Griffin to do.
I mean,
One, things that are important. Two, things that are simple.
You don't like them.
Trojanovski with ace-jack. Oh, pocket jacks for Fatahi.
I think conventionally you can decide to flat with jacks against an early position raiser when you're deep. You don't have to be 3-betting this hand. Does look like that's what Fatahi's going to do.
Yeah, he has called. Ace-3 for Schauskin on the button. Tempted to squeeze, possibly, after the flat from Fatahi. But decides to fold. So we've got Canet in the small blind. That's a pass. Jamel Hassan has the Spraggy. A7 offsuit. This should be a fold. And Hassani's not played a hand this level. Oh, and now he moves all in.
With the by far the worst of it. Oh, wait, he said call.
Oh, okay.
Jeez. Whew. I heard all in also.
That scared me too.
Okay, maybe now he'll decide he can go all in, and he is going to get called.
It's so sick, 2 aces out, still 1 flops. Come on.
Continuation bet of 32,000 from Trojanovski. The ladle's no good. But a call from Fatahi.
I don't mind the call here and see what happens on the turn. I would assume that, yes, Hassani, based on how short he is, might just put the rest in. I mean, if he calls here, he's left with 100K, and SPR is going to be
Hit me,
2 times what he has behind almost.
Deuce on the turn. Trojanovski now a 91% favorite. Action has been checked to him.
The only ace, actually. What?
Yeah, there was an ace folded on the button.
Jeez, Quentin.
These hands just make Stapes hate poker.
Now he's all in. Whoa.
Oh, no.
Okay, sorry.
What did he show?
Your little, I call.
That's so chill.
That be a lesson to you watching, though. Never expose your hand until the betting action is closed. Trojanovski does make the call, and Hassani is drawing thin.
Did he show the 7?
Ace, ace, and ace on the flop. No.
People saying always been jacks, always been ace-7 offsuit. Another victim of the Spraggy about to be dispatched.
Yeah, I'd be making a quick getaway too.
And Jamel Hassani is eliminated, taking us down to 52 players in the Monte-Carlo main event.
Who killed Kennedy?
Hassani cashes for 17,500 euros.
Ну, что делать ему?
This might be the fastest exit we've seen in some time.
Big blind only.
Taxi!
Pretty unfortunate. He just never recovered from losing ace king to ace queen.
Troinovsky's just moved over the million mark.
Whoa.
Okay, I'm sure.
You'd love to see it.
He'd love to see that 7.
Vladimir Orlin.
What a nickname.
I cannot lie.
Sorry? I said I thought you eat on the 2 when you called fight.
7 off.
That was not even close. He had my out.
8 off. 10 off.
Something like 10. The 10 would have been nice, huh? Ooh, sexy 10. No, no, no. No small blind to steal, huh? You don't have to open that much.
Is it patent?
Can it? Raising the button with ace jack suited.
25,000.
Maybe 4 bet. It's more possibility shove than call.
You never show with ace jack off.
Why not?
But
You have-
that last 15 minutes, that's why.
Now
I'm gonna leave.
I see him not working now. It's minimum.
6 calls.
We go defending the big blinds. And it is an ace, queen, 9 flop. Top pair versus second pair.
I play this on GPS. Like GPS. I had much better than you. He had the ace. He had the raw ace.
3 bets. 20,000.
C-bet of 20K from Mustafa.
You tried before, changed 25, so it's not working.
It's working, it's working. It worked.
That's a call.
Use counter spell.
Okay, just share it. There's no problem.
4 of spades on the turn.
Mage.
Can it? Now an 88% favorite.
Levels.
Would you play Warcraft?
Yes.
But Go's not
played
going to
too
just
much.
give
I played
Kenneth
6
credit
years.
for having an ace here, opening from the button. So Queen 10 is a pretty strong hand, all things considered.
4 years ago and 3 years.
Imagine Musta gonna
COVID
try to get
time.
more
You
value.
used to play Dota or Star? Dota?
No.
Only Warcraft.
Only World of Warcraft.
Okay.
And you are correct.
We've got 102,000
This is just a
in
spot.
the pot.
Oh, wow. That's quite a hefty bet.
Yeah, this is just a
face
spot where you expect to get called by worse more often, just because again you're raising from the button and you're going to be repping an ace high board very often. So second pair, you know, the queen X's, the 9 X's are going to get curious. So why not try to go for a bigger sizing and get more value?
If this statement is correct, I made it up myself. If not, I read it from chat. What do you think of the 10 as blocking bluffs?
Yeah.
Yep, I made that up myself.
No. That's a very, very good question. I think that it's very important that you're blocking hands like Jack 10 and King 10, because that means that there's going to be less bluffs in Kenneth's range. But I also think you need to recognize the fact that this is the type of texture that Kenneth will double barrel on very often, even without it. So there, I think the Go just made a very disciplined fold. Some people, though, might call again, and perhaps it was the sizing that dissuaded him.
Excellent question, by the way, Joe. I'm glad you came up with that completely unprompted.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been putting a lot of time in studying. Certainly not stealing YouTube comments from people named Groomed Champion.
You lost much.
8 raises 25,000. 10 plus 1 plus.
Tahi in action again, opening with ace-9. Mustafa Canet with queen-9 suited on the button.
Yeah, there's no such thing as reeling things in or dialing it back a little bit towards the end of the night. Some people, they want to make it to the next day.
5 all in.
Fatahi, he wants to keep playing pots.
5, no 5. 5 was Benjamin. He's 6 and 7.
I would assume most of the players are recognizing how often and at what a high frequency it seems like Fatahi's getting involved in pots,
Yes.
and that's definitely something that is going to be on their minds.
Bigot calls in the small with ace-queen suited. Troianovsky calls in the big with king-10.
26.
No, 25.
26 working.
No.
25 not working.
25 is working always.
And it is a 9-high flop. Domination rotation in Fatahi's favor.
6 check. 7 check.
8 bets, 37,000.
8 bets. 37,000.
So good we said it twice.
8 won the pot. Next hand. How many more hands?
They haven't drawn yet.
Oh.
Oh, got a new player coming in. It'll be a brief appearance at the feature table for Gerard Carbo, bringing 645K to the table. Wearing his PSPC hoodie from the Bahamas 2023.
2 pots. 3 thinking.
I remember it like it was just last year.
Player of the year? Championship?
Bahamas.
You won?
No, just qualified. I boosted in one level. I was out.
Oh, no.
But at least got the hoodie.
Clock's paused.
7 plus.
Thanks God that we are leaving in 10 minutes. How much?
25,000.
Optimist.
8 folds. Beat 9. Next hand.
4 more hands. 4 is the number.
4 more years, hands.
Maria, you have 1 job.
Yes, I'm on it.
We're going to the outer tables. We're going to see Wolfgang in action against David Doherty. We have a queen 7-4-4 board, so we're on the turn, and that is a bet of 25K from Wolfgang. Doherty, last year's Irish Open champion, with a decent-sized stack. Calls the 25K. The river is a 7, pairing the board. It's a double paired board, 7s and 4s with the queen.
Seven's on the board. Seven's on the hat. Talking with a huge stack.
Yeah.
Wolfgang with a semi-dirty one. Don't see too many green chips. Checks back.
Okay. We go to showdown. It's a pair of 5s for David Doherty, a pair of 8s for Wolfgang, and that's going to win him the pot.
That's 2 in a row we've seen with 8s. He might have to put the next level of hat on.
Back to the feature table. We join the action on the flop. We had a pre-flop raise from Vladimir Troianovski, called by Georgios Karakousis in the big blind. Karakousis has checked the flop. Troianovski checks behind. Queen on the turn. Check, check. 7 on the river.
7 check.
And ace high is going to win the pot. How many more hands, Maria?
3.
Yes.
How am I doing so far?
Maria, I got a lot of money riding on you getting this right. I got 7 to 1 against.
I'll try not to let you down.
Thank you. Now, I do have a confession to make. Even though I have 7 to 1, I'm betting the 4. The odds were 7 to 1 against. But I don't know what that means. All I know is I'm betting on you.
It sounds good. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
That's all you need to know.
I believe in you.
Jack 10 off for the most active player at the feature table. Ashkan Fatahi, who is now the shortest stack at the table. Still has 39 bigs, but everyone else has more. Raises with Jack 10. Karakousis with King Queen.
Ain't gonna get rid of Georgios that easy.
Yeah, Georgios elects to not 3-bet this hand, which I definitely feels like falls in that category, but
what's with those man noises?
either way.
Queen 9 deuce. Okay, top pair versus a straight draw.
It's so funny, King Queen versus Jack 10, because whenever you smash it, they're just gonna have some monster draw.
And interesting to see Karakousis come out with the lead. I feel like if I'm Fatahi, I just want to call here, especially, again, if you consider Karakousis.
8 is thinking. 8 call. 8 call.
Especially if you consider that Karakousis is probably flatting out of the small blind with a pretty strong range pre.
Karakousis betting 30,000.
Definitely pricing Fatahi in, especially with the pair and the straight draw now.
So a reminder that Fatahi was the pre-flop aggressor, but Karakousis has led both streets.
Deny. Denial denied.
Have you Jack? Huh? One Jack.
Brick.
You had Jack.
What in Jack?
You had Jack. You have Jack.
You see my card?
Yeah. See your cards. 35.
I am enjoying the table talk. Like the speech play, it might get him looked up. Who knows?
I mean, Patahi has seemed susceptible to various outside factors.
Patahi knows that it's very unlikely Karakusis just has a random bluff here, and the sizing is so appealing.
Also, you don't want to get bluffed by the dude that just said all that to
Tomorrow
you.
we get new time bank cards, right? 6.
6 additional time bank cards at the start of day 4, plus any carryover from today.
Everyone's getting a little punchy.
Yes, everything.
Paid him off.
Maybe one.
You shame or what?
That would be helpful.
Oh,
I knew it. He was low rolling. I knew it so bad. I knew it. I was like 100%. And I knew you will tilt.
Open king.
Unbelievable.
Last one.
Yeah, no, you have a jack.
Karakusis wins that pot. And that is an elimination as we see the departure of Marius Gierse.
Gears!
Out in 51st place. There's still a few hands to play this evening and down to 50.
Maria, what hand are we on?
This is the second to last one.
What a sweat. She said this is the second. Oh my God, I must have had a heart attack. Jeez.
Even that really long hand right before didn't confuse me. That's how on top of it I am.
7 raises, 26 dollars. 8 bucks, 10 bucks. 1 plus.
Troianovski has raised with Queen 10. Mustafa Kanat has 6-4 of clubs.
Do we keep them for tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes? Out.
It's yes and 6 more.
Kanat calls. Ace, 6, 5, and Kanat's flop best with a pair of 6s.
3, check.
Checks over to Vlad, who is going to feel compelled to bet the ace high flop.
7 bets, 17,000.
Yeah, Kenna has an interesting hand because even though he doesn't have any backdoor flush possibilities, he does have backdoor straight options. I wonder if he's just going to call one, hope to improve. But I would imagine that if he doesn't and Vlad is willing to fire again, that Kenna will be done with the hand.
6-4 is the best hand, but doesn't have great visibility.
And it's no longer the best hand. Troianovski pairing his queen on the turn.
Oh, jeez. Right when I got the visibility thing right.
Now with that showdown value, Troianovski might just elect to check back.
7, check.
Does indeed. Deuce on the river.
It is interesting because Candid does have the 4 in his hand, which means he could potentially rep 4-3, but decides just to try to show down instead of turning it into a bluff.
All right, Maria.
You know why? It's because he knows Troianovski is unbluffable. This is the last hand.
One more hand to play at the feature table, but we need to go to one of the outer tables.
Only aces. Even kings I
There has been an all-in and a call. It's a hand involving Flushy, Nicholas Toom. But he's not the at-risk player here. It is Silvio Baltano who's at risk with queens. Flushy tables 8. And there's an 8 on the flop. Huge rotation in Nicholas Toom's favor. No queen on the river. It's paint, but it's a king. And that is a KO. That sees Silvio Baltano eliminated in 50th place, cashing for 17,500 euros. And Flushy is up to 900K.
Go get him, Flushy.
Wow.
Perfect then. See, we got a deal.
Too many hours.
Back to the main stage.
One player want to buy all the 1K.
And it was raise and take it for Shalskin. So looks like players concluded at the feature table.
Is cheap raise? Yeah, they're going to raise for 1K.
I guess he's buying, no?
He wants to buy?
I wonder if they ever took that bet.
Okay, I will buy.
8-1 that nobody at this table wins.
Thank you.
I think we'd know if it was on. Maybe they'll continue negotiations after the conclusion of play. So still some hands in progress out in the field, but right now we are at 49. The widget, 48 to 49.
I hate that widget. Such a know-it-all. Such a smug little assortment of cells.
35K?
What are you doing?
I like it better with 1 than 4.
Did you bluff me?
That's right, Aaron. In the widget we trust.
Maybe.
So these players will bag and tag and return for day 4. That's tomorrow, by the way.
My mistake. The size smaller.
You should have?
Size smaller.
Along with all the survivors from the outer tables.
The widget is my #2 electronic nemesis after the Hitachi wand.
And you're not opening that much when there's no.
You're going out to Wolfgang's table. Going to see him in action.
Oh.
Hey, it's Enrico Komoski. It's small blind versus big blind. Komoski is raised to 35,000. Wolfgang playing a time bank card. Visibility of Komoski's stack. C4 on the floor says Betty has pocket 8s again. He has had 8s at Showdown the last 2 hands we've seen.
Uh-oh, what is that?
That is a 3-bet. That is a re-raise to 88K. All in from Komoski.
Wow.
Komoski's the covering stack, by the way. It's all in to call. Oh, no. Are we going to lose Wolfgang Poker on the last hand of the day?
I mean, he almost just flicked it in without thinking. Now a little bit of the wheels turning. Final time bank card, it looks
I'm
like.
gonna use what appears to be his last, yeah.
Good play.
Seems to be in a tough spot.
His body.
Call so bad.
Silly. That's a call, I guess.
I think they're the same both sides. Ace Jack, the hand for Komoski. And that is pocket 10s for Wolfgang, so it is a race.
There is no pay jump.
That's a low board. 9-6 deuce. 7 on the turn. 3 on the river. Wolfgang doubles up.
This dude has been all in for his tournament life so many times over the last 24 hours, and obviously has survived them all.
It's just call, I raise, and you fold. What?
You did have to do that.
What do I know? Oh, that's so good for the game of poker right there. Wow.
I love the fact that he tries to assure everyone who loses to him that it's all good for poker.
Shorts about it, and then 18-year-olds come in and then they play.
It's for the greater good.
And then the super pros, then they make more money. So I root for you then.
I think I will.
Wolfgang is going to be bagging 620K as 49 players advance to day 4 of the Ept Monte-Carlo main event. Tomorrow is the day we play down to the final 2 tables. And here's how things ended at the feature table. Shalskin, still a big stack, 1.7 million. Vladimir Troinovsky also now playing 7 figures. A very active level for Ashkan Fatahi. He ends the day with 24 bigs. Mustafa Kanat just shy of 30 bigs. Blinds tomorrow will start at 10K, 15K with a 15K big blind ante. Last time we saw Adrian Mateos, he had 150K. Let's have a look at the chip leaders at the end of the day. Mateos is a 7-figure stack. Mateos has got 1.1 million. He is a former Monte Carlo champion. He is very much in contention, along with David Doherty, Francisco Benitez, and it is Seladin Badir who will come into day 4 as overall chip leader with close to 1.9 million. Check out everything that's happening in Monte Carlo via the PokerStars blog. Updates and stories available for you to read, and some nice photographs for you to look at as well. As far as we're concerned, we'll be back tomorrow, same time, 12:30 Central European Summertime, for day 4 of the Monte Carlo main event, the day we play down to the final 16. Thank you for watching today from Maria Ho, Nick Walsh, Griffin Benger, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan. It is good night from Monaco.
Hey, why you gotta move the way you do? Makes my body ooh, ooh, yeah. I've been trying to ignore your energy from across the room, but it would take a year of therapy to unsee you. Yeah, you got me breaking rules. I don't wanna fight it, baby. I like it. Trouble, trouble, trouble. I need it on a level, level, level. And I know that you can keep it as good as I'm gonna give it. And I know that you do trouble, trouble, trouble. I need. Look out, I'ma start a fire. Look out, someone's gonna get hurt. Trouble, trouble, trouble. I need it, and I know that you're the one who's gonna give it to me.